Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome. This is the Season 4 finale of City of Light and Shadow, a Fate French Resistance campaign, and I am glad to have each and every one of you here watching our finale. Thank you for being here. Before we went live, all of us were talking about stunts and what we were doing with stunts, and each of our players has different... is a little different in the ways in which they deal with stunts and refresh and fate points, and I'm excited about that, and I'm excited to find out how that's going to work out. And yes, we're going to use that as like our initiative order for when it comes to introducing themselves and our question, because I love it. I love it very, very much. So let me see. What do I want to tell you all? I want to make sure I have my notes. This is our show. This is the end of the season, episode 14. We will be back because I talked to the cast and they said that they all want to do a season 5, except for Greg, who said he'd only do it if he could become the GM, and he was going to start right now. So over to you, Greg. No. Greg would just ruin us all and break our hearts if we were GMing because he's so good. Actually, I feel like every single person here would just ruin our hearts if they GM'd it, because I feel like everybody is much meaner than I am. I'm just nice all the time and only give people presents and joy. And some of my players are making faces.
Yes, I might be meaner than you, however...
You're like, I don't know if it's just presence and joy.
Yeah.
You're like, I don't know about that. I have to say, this has been such a great season so far. We missed a couple episodes because of life and all of that, but I'm looking forward to the next season, and I'm looking forward to like some surprises and excitement and surprises that even the players don't know about. So that's pretty exciting. But I want to thank you all for being here, for being our viewers and helping us out, and I will be making a Patreon message for everyone, letting you all know like how everything went for the end of the season, like a good season wrap-up Patreon episode, which, by the way, we have a Patreon. If you like, you can join it, and at the Patreon, I just let you know how it's going every month and see what's up, and if you do that, you will be supporting the show and the paying for the cast, helping pay for the art and all of that. So if you want to support the show, that's one thing you can do. You can join our Patreon, which is at Academic Foxhole. You can also give tips and bits during the show, and if you do, I will read out those tips and bits, any messages that you have given at the intermission and at the very, very end. You can also donate your channel points, which are here extra credits. And yes, there were cookies. Pretty Tom, we can talk about it. They were really good cookies. Yes, you can donate your channel points to give our cast extra fate points, which they might need. So, for example, right now, I would like to thank Schmelzer and Valtiel, who both gave fate points, and I would like to give our players those fate points right now so that we know that they have them and I have not cheated in any way, perhaps, which means that currently our players have, as a team, 7 fate points, which they can use for shenanigans, probably, is what I feel like. 7. For shenanigans.
Probably more to protect our ass from dying this season.
Interesting. I'm so excited. And you can also you can follow all of our cast members, and they're going to introduce themselves right now. You can join our Discord. You can retweet that we went live, tweet out, let people know that we're here. And of course, the most important thing that you can do if you are to support us is to watch the show either live or Memorex, YouTube, or on Twitch. And if you do, thank you so much. And I love all the comments that you've made, and I love all of the support. This is a really special cast, and it's a really special audience, so I want to thank you. And at this moment, we're going to have each of our players introduce themselves. So, I always like to ask a question and then take notes, just for informational purposes, nothing to be worried about at all. And so our players at this moment will have a minimum of 3 stunts. And if they have 3 stunts, they would have 4 refresh. And your refresh is how many fate points you start off with. And you can always, right, every session, if you wanted to, you could get rid of one of those refresh to get another stunt. And each one of our players, as it turns out, has a different refresh. And I thought it would be really interesting to, oh, Rissa, thank you for that. They're not in the right squares. What? I will do that as we talk.
What?
I know.
I could be
We're all
Dr.
playing our
Pretom.
different characters.
We're all playing different characters. Let me see. Hold on.
Greg's me. I'm cool with that.
Greg. And then KP, and then boom. Oh, wait. Thank you, Rissa. Thank you. So I want to talk about. I'm going to introduce each one of our characters, each one of our players, in order of how many fate points they have with their refreshes, and I'm going to ask them 2 questions. One is, what is your fate point vis-a-vis stunt strategy? Like, why do you have the refresh that you have versus the stunts that you have? I'm interested. Just a general sort of like player question. And then the other question is about your character, of course. And, there's a song by the Indigo Girls, and at one point there's a line that says something like, there's probably 1,000 things you'd die for, but I can hardly think of one. But of course it's like harder to live. And so as we are at season 4, the finale of season 4, I'd like to ask a question about sacrifice. Many times the question that you would think of would be like, what would you sacrifice? And people are like, oh, I'd sacrifice my life for the cause. So that's interesting. But let me ask, what would your character, this is kind of like a 2-part question. What would your character not sacrifice is the main question. What would you not sacrifice? And then the second question is related to that. Not what you would die for, but what would you live for? So those are the 2 questions I would like to ask about your characters. And I would like to start with the person with the most refresh, the one who is keeping the fate points and not having the stunts as much, the best, the one who laughs the most, who loves the most, and who Lindy's the hardest. Love Lindy.
For that, when we did Lindy, we were both really out of breath because we both need to
Oh
work
my
out.
gosh. I was look, I've been riding the bicycle so much. I've been riding like 20 miles so that maybe the next time that we dance, neither one of
inspired me to go to the gym this week. Yeah.
Yeah, so that we'll have our cardio.
That was really sad.
Oh my gosh. We're like,
one song.
Oh man. We Lindy'd together
and days, hours. Yeah. Anyways, hi, I'm Lindy and I have bad cardio at the moment. And I have 4 fate points, 4 refresh, because I my strategy in the fate points versus the stunts is I panic, like a calm, like internal panic, and so I like to be able to be spontaneous with rerolls and +2s and the like, because I don't know what my character is gonna do. So it's good to be flexible. I like flexibility. Yeah, stunts are free, but 4 rerolls is really nice. That's I also, hi, I'm Lindy. I also like to hoard resources in games, so that's another reason.
And who are you playing?
Knows. Hey, at least I can't hoard 20 nat 20s.
That's fair.
To get me out of a scenario in this game. Sorry, Greg. Not sorry. I'm playing Freda Engel, famous German opera singer. Something she wouldn't sacrifice. She's going through some life changes at the moment. So that's a little bit of a trickier question than would have been like a season ago or even a few episodes ago. Something she wouldn't sacrifice. At this point, I don't think, at this specific moment in time, I don't think she would sacrifice herself.
Ooh. Nice. And what would you live for?
What would she live for? That's another very good question, because that, again, big life changes right now. I think she is living for herself at this moment, because she's not done a lot of that in the past decade. She's done a lot of things for other people. I think she's starting to focus more on herself is the answer that you're getting out of this. I think she's going to live more for things that she wants to do in ways that she can help and feel useful. She wants to feel useful.
I love
Be
that.
bold. Make an impact. Yeah.
I love that. So then let's go over to the person with 3 refresh who's bought 1 extra stunt, which is a brand new clinic, which I'm very excited about. And also, I said something to Dot, and I'm going to say the same thing to you, KP. I want to just check something about stunts, because I just kind of feel like both your stunt and Regina's new stunt might be able to be a little bit broader, but I just want to double check first. I might be able to get a little bit more bonus in there. But who are you? Who are you playing? What are your thoughts on that balance between stunts and refresh? And what would your character not sacrifice? And what does your character live for? What would you live for?
Those are really loaded questions, Trooper.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
I'm just letting you know that.
At least you didn't go first.
She was just like, I guess I have to answer you honestly, don't I?
Oh yeah. Just so I can use it against you. So I can just note it for later. I sorry if I.
Hey. Okay. Hey, I'm KP, and I get to play, and I'm privileged to play the good old Dr. Preetham Singh, also AKA the Prince of Rajasthan, and he has. Are we talking like? Are we going through our stunts, or are we just mentioning?
Why
we have
why you seem to be you're on the line of preferring refresh to stunts, but you have spent 1. Why? Lindy likes to be flexible. What about you?
I think I'm kind of closer to what Lindsay's mindset is. Like, I like the flexibility of the fate points. I feel like I can use them in any situation, but at the same time, I feel like based on the doctor's profession, his connections, the stunts that I do have now end up working out a lot more because I will probably be getting into more situations related to that. Honestly, I could probably add 1 more stunt now that I'm thinking about it, but I don't think I've. Well, I can if I want to. I can.
You can.
Should I?
These are just the questions to ask. Stunts are
maybe in the future. Maybe not. Maybe not. Not here. Not in the current situation he's in. But because of this, like, I also think using stunts. I'm a very big proponent on storytelling and using the tools I have to kind of flesh out my character and what their choices might be. And just like in life, you have certain things that not necessarily restrict you, but dictate how your actions are going to play out in situations. And just like anybody, you're going to have things where either situations, locations, or topics where you're going to be more proficient at, and therefore you're going to do better at. Whereas, other times you're not. But at the same time, fate has things in store for you, and you never know when certain things might come in handy out of sheer luck. And so that's why I kind of like to keep balance of the two, I feel, right now. So I feel like a lot of people tend to think that restrictions are a bad thing, but I find joy in those restrictions because then that focuses on how I can tell my story rather than making it a little too open-ended.
No, and that's actually really interesting, so, and I think it's sort of fascinating to think about stunts that way. Like, you can think about a stunt like, oh, well, I just got like iron will, so I'm always like really good at defending against like, attempts to sway me. But you can also think about stunts as like who you are in certain ways, or things, or resources and assets. It can be like your lightsaber could be a stunt if you had a lightsaber, which you would not have in this game, right? Or
mental lightsaber.
Yeah, a mental lightsaber, absolutely, right? Like, so there are ways in which, stunts can be like your own inner skill, but it can also be about your resources, your things that are important to you, like your lucky coin or whatever. You know what I mean? Like various things that represent different parts of, how you've invested in sort of deeper ways, connections with the world, friends, allies, things like that. So that's, it's like, it's a cool thing because, as we'll probably find out this session, stunts can also be people. Right? They can be people, places, things, qualities. They sort of represent these things that are always with you in certain ways. And so let me ask, because what you would sacrifice is an easy question, but what would the prince not sacrifice?
That's a tough question. That's a really tough question. I think he's in such a weird position because Ooh, I think ultimately, probably for him, the thing he would not sacrifice, or at least would be the toughest thing for him to sacrifice, would be his family
Mm-hmm.
back in India.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, like, oh man, that
Mm.
would be everything at a certain point, depending on the situation. I think it's more about situational at that point. Is what is the more important thing to do, because he is a person of, you know, not good morality, but more like he has a strong sense of moral direction.
Yep.
I think the one thing that he's least focused on is himself in a way. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't really like he wants, if it means like hurting himself to either protect someone or to help someone, he wouldn't mind getting in harm's way for that. But yeah, like, so because of that mindset, like the only thing I can think of is his family back home is
Yep.
probably the only thing that's going to cause him to really give pause, or
Yeah.
even his team, I think, to an extent.
Yep.
But since he's so brand new to them, ultimately it's more about, I guess, the mission and what
Yep.
matters. But once again, they're people, so
Yep.
he wants to protect them. Ooh, so yeah, my mind is like all over the place on this, man.
I love that. I love that. And what would Pritam live for?
Ooh. Continuing this cause. I think to him, seeing the atrocities that are being committed as someone who values life
Yeah.
a lot, if it means that being here and doing this job and continuing to do this would save just one more person in that process,
Yeah.
I think that's what he really wants to live for. He finds value, he finds purpose in this.
Yeah.
Beyond than just being, like he said, like, you know, his entire reason why he left being, you know, a royalty is because he didn't want to be that anymore. He didn't find value in that. He didn't think he was actually helping and doing anything.
Yeah.
Being some random, you know, monarch in a remote city somewhere.
Yeah. I love the ways in which his noble responsibilities he may have abandoned being the prince, sort of, but his responsibilities that come with that leadership have not been abandoned.
I think that's something that very much is instilled from him being in that sort of an environment where even his family, that ultimately in the end, it was never about amassing wealth or anything. They were always about, you know, being a Singh, and this stems from being someone who is a Singh in itself. Like the code ingrained in that culture is about serving. It's about being better and doing better for the people around you. And so I think that's something that he values deeply.
Oh. So that leads us to the person with 2 refresh. And it takes 2, apparently. Cat and also a little red dot. Little red dot, who are you? Who are you playing? Tell me about your refresh versus stunt strategy. And, you know, what would Regina not sacrifice and what would she live for?
Okay. All right, y'all. I'm Dot. I play Regina, our little German agent who's leading this SEO shindig right now. Oh man. Okay. So I don't know that it's much of a strategy. 2 just seems to be the magic number. I've been doing this. I've been playing this game specifically a long time.
It's true.
And two has always served me well. And the one time I had to go down to 1 was bad.
Oh.
It was bad and it was hard.
I'm sure there's nobody has 1 though, so I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah. It was bad and it was hard. And 2 always seems to get used. And I tend to, if there is a strategy, it's really more of my analytics of playstyle. I tend to always gain 1 because of risky action to go along with it. But I too am drawn to the idea that like stunts help like flesh out a character and give really interesting story to character. And so at this moment, I think maybe any other time I might have left it just to sit on the three refresh, but I this time around I had something in mind that I really wanted, and so I bought it.
You're like, I wanted it, and it's
I
a
wanted
new hat.
it. Like it's like a thing I saw. I actually I had a dream about it, and that's how I was like, oh, this is kind of cool. Like, what an interesting thing for Regina to have to be faced with in such a time where she's struggling. This actually leads into the two questions. So, what would she not give up?
Yeah. What would you not like? I would sacrifice everything, but what would you not
Regina
sacrifice?
is the kind of person though that would sacrifice everything. I don't think she would oh man. Oh, this is a hard one.
That's why I picked these questions, because I figured they'd be hard.
Okay, because of who Regina is, she would not sacrifice the SOE.
Ooh.
She's the kind of person that would give herself before she would give up the mission.
And then what would she live for?
I think my other possible answer to the last question was going to be her queerness. I think that's actually
well, that's a big growth for her.
Yeah, if Regina knew that one day there would be rights for queer people.
Yeah.
Because I think back to that like scene in Berlin.
Yeah.
Where Regina like goes to sacrifice herself for these people so that they won't be bothered by these German hooligans.
Yeah.
And I think that says everything. Like if she could see that both the end of this war and the passing of time, as hard as it will be, leads to a place where like there are rights for queer people, that would be something worth fighting for.
Now you're going to get me to cry. Thanks.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. I take it. And what would she live for?
That's what she would live for.
That's what
she would live
for,
to know that one day queer people would have rights by fighting this war and so many others to come.
And that, I don't think I have my handkerchief. I might need to get it. But that leads me to somebody who has only one stunt point, one refresh, but quite a lot of stunt points, actually. A lot of exciting stunts, but only one refresh. My favorite, the grimmest of all the Jacks. Greg Grimjack, tell me, who are you? Who are you playing? What is your refresh versus stunt strategy? And what would your character not sacrifice? And what would your character live for?
Okie dokie. Hi, I'm Greg, Grimjack 21502. I play Oscar Mueller, reformed Nazi agent. Let's see, it's easy. I can get fate points, or I can get stunts, which were basically guarantees.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone's been around this season, but Roll20 despises me. And so with that being said, and the fact that all stunts still require you to roll, for the most part, or not stunts, fate points still require me to, most of the time it's a re-roll for a fate point. I can't risk it. I've spent a ton of fate points and re-rolled worse. So you know what? I'll play your game. I have gotten rid of all of my fate points except the mandatory one.
Yep.
And I have purchased all stunts, everybody. So this is my version of finale fate point chicken.
Okay.
Striver and I did it one time before. It had mixed results.
I thought the results were great.
So well, it was content. But let's see. Okay, so what would I sacrifice and what would I live for?
Yeah.
So I'm reminded of
what would you not sacrifice?
Right. Would I not sacrifice, and what would I live for? And I am being a Peter Pan complex at heart. I am reminded of Peter's original quote: "To die would be an awfully big adventure."
Yeah.
And then my favorite actor of all time, Robin Williams' quote in Hook: "To live would be an awfully big adventure."
Yeah.
And so therein lies my current positioning for Oscar. So those things that he would live for, a week ago, he would have said there was nothing he would live for.
Yep.
A week ago, there would say there's nothing he wouldn't sacrifice.
Yeah.
But things have changed.
Yes, they have.
So.
And so, what would you not sacrifice now?
What was that again?
What would you not sacrifice now? I just feel like it needs to be said out loud.
Don't fall for it. Don't tell him.
Tell me.
He should have been listening. He should have heard it the first time.
I know.
He knows.
I know. I want everybody else to know.
God damn it.
I mean, it has come to his recent attention that not only does he have a child on the way, but also a child that has been here for nearly 10 years that he did not know of.
Yeah.
Those are the two things that he would not sacrifice, and those are the two things that he would live for.
Yeah. Yep.
Same answer.
So beautiful. And Yeah, I just want to hear Greg say it. And I'm your GM, troopersjp, and I'm here just to, facilitate whatever wonderful stories our players are going to get up to, and whatever kind of trouble they're going to get up to. So when we last left our episode, our crew, it was New Year's Eve, the turn from 1941 to 1942. They had stopped off at the flower shop just to go and, share information, check in with everybody before they would go off to some larger parties in their guises as influential and famous people. It's just a quick meeting. And while there, it turns out there was a little bit of a party, sort of a surprise party planned for them by Luke and his mother. There was a bit of a cake. There was some stolen champagne, and it was like a moment. And Luke had gotten Charlie to come in, and a moment for the old crew to sort of meet up with each other on New Year's. Of course, it was also Falstaff showed up with some important agents for them to meet. Somebody representing the De Gaullists, somebody representing the SOE, who's somebody important, and then somebody representing MI6, who are sort of like, that's James Bond's organization. They're basically they're not military, right? And so they're like a spy organization that is not the SOE, and there's some tension there, of course. And they got to meet people because now our group is one of the more important groups in Paris, resistance groups in Paris, and people wanted people to know who they are and what they were about. Marie, sort of Luke's mother, and Luke and the Duke, your friendly local crime fellow, went off for some dinner with a date that was orchestrated and promised. And our new agents left, with Falstaff leaving our crew to have a sort of bit of a lovely sort of New Year's when there was a lockdown and a curfew descended on the city, and the military just rolled right through. It was like, nobody's going anywhere. Everybody stay where you're at, because there was an assassination attempt on the general in charge of France, occupied France, with some poison gas that was stolen from the military, and that's not great. So security is very, very tight at this moment. I would just like to point out that I have changed because, after every it's exciting thing, after every session, you can change, an aspect. And the game, and all players, all PCs have aspects, but also the game has aspects. And our game has a season aspect, Exposed. It's our season 4 aspect. A general aspect, it's the harshest winter in years. It used to have the current aspect that all their allies are dead or far away, but that current aspect is gone, and what was the impending aspect, Ghost from the Past, is now the current aspect, because that's really quite what's relevant. And your impending issue is Hard Choices for today's session, probably. And then, of course, our increasing needs with decreasing resources. So I just gave a new aspect for the game, which I can use against them, but they can also use against me, and we can use for each other, whatever we like. As it were. You could theoretically actually compel each other if you wanted to. I don't know why you would want to, but you could. That's always possible. So that's where we're at. And I would like to ask this question. With the inability to leave the flower shop as 1941 becomes 1942. Oh yeah, and I suppose I should just note the doom clock is really, really close to being completely full. It's just your violence trouble clock, just in case you're wondering. I wouldn't worry about it. I mean, you could if you wanted to, but why would you? So I would ask, how do you all spend this evening when you are locked down in this room? Let's check in with you all. Let's say, I don't know, 10 or 11, maybe midnight. Let's find out what you're doing at midnight as the clock strikes down. Midnight France time versus midnight Paris versus midnight Berlin. What do you all do at this moment as the clock strikes midnight? And it is in the back room of this flower shop with some champagne, a cake, sort of a modest cake, but a nice modest cake, some cold cuts, it's kind of a decent spread, most of it acquired from places, uh, uh, probably illegally, with you, each one of you four, and Charlie. That's the five of you here in the back of this shop as 1941 becomes 1942. I would like to
drinking
open
and
our curtain right
smoking.
there. Yeah.
I'm drinking and smoking. Probably in silence unless somebody else is holding conversation.
Yeah, I would say that very similar to his fellow German, Oscar is taking this opportunity to do something that they don't normally have a chance to do, and he's going to sleep. He's sitting there, literally hat down, asleep.
Oh, that sounds like a soldier. That is. I feel like if you've not been in the military, Greg, then you sure fake it well, because that's what soldiers do. They're like, "Can I sleep?" Yes, and then they sleep. It's always like trying to find that moment to grab. Like KP knows. Like he's like, "Oh, 15 minutes," and then you're just like, you can just fall asleep standing up. Doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, certain moments. The thing is, you
Also depends
try
on
to
the
get
branch.
as much sleep on the clock, and then you try to party as much as you can off the clock. Right?
Unless you're in the field, then it's just like not enough. It's just like sleeping wherever.
Well, yeah, that's because you're on
whenever
the
you
clock.
can.
That
Yep.
is being on the
Yep.
clock 24/7.
Yep.
Then you're just like, can I, like when I'm on the ship on a deployment and I'm on the
Yep.
ship 24/7,
Yep.
I'm gonna go look for places that I can hide and catch a nap.
Yep.
Even though technically I'm supposed to be working.
I didn't realize I could sleep standing up, but I can, as it turns out. When you're tired enough, you can sleep no matter what.
Yep. Oh God, yeah. I had a guy who literally started falling asleep turning a wrench.
Yeah.
Every time.
Yeah.
Every time. It couldn't be, it would be the weirdest places. He'd be underneath the engine. And mind you, I'm talking about like 106, 100 to up to 120 degree temperatures in the engine space when you're
Must
out
have been
there.
from Florida or Arizona.
Yeah.
So it's like, they're-
Minimum, right?
Yeah.
And the guy is working on pipes. And next thing you see, he's just like in this position. And I'm just like, Jones, get up! He was a rock trying to wake him up to relieve me for duty.
It's the
Goddamn.
worst. And what is our prince doing at this moment as we hit the new year?
He's looking around and just like looking at these party poopers.
Charlie's making drinks, by the way, because Charlie was the bartender for the club. Just making
Actually,
drinks for
based on what is Frida doing?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Frida. She looks deep in thought. She looks like she has a lot on her mind, probably nursing a glass of champagne because it's a type of wine.
Mm-hmm.
Wine and beer are fine. In moderation, of course. This is 1940s. This is how it goes.
1940s, also Europe. People drank alcohol.
Also Europe.
Yeah, yep. Mm-hmm.
Still in Europe. Yeah, so nursing a glass of champagne, looking very deep in thought. That's probably what she's doing. Sitting.
So
Probably
not
has her
looking
feet
like in a talkative
propped
mood.
up on some type of box or something, like just sitting like, feet up. Deep in thought.
So he just, yeah, I think he goes over to Luke and he's just like, so.
So now Luke is gone. Luke, the only person
he's
there was,
gone. He's
yeah,
gone
because he's
too.
there with he went with his
Steve's
mom.
mom went.
Yep.
They left, and so they have to stay overnight at the Duke's place.
At the
Oh,
Duke's
no.
place.
Oh no.
Oops.
Oh.
Okay.
So you've got
Okay.
Charlie, this
Charlie's
butch black woman dressed as a man who is at this point kind of dressed in what would I say, like sort of workman's clothes, and
I don't think have I had the chance to interact with Charlie up to
I do not believe you have. And for those who do not know what our Charlie looks like, here we go. Oh, I've got my map still up. That is lovely. So here you go. Here's our Charlie.
Nice.
Right over there, for those who have never met Charlie. And Charlie is, about like late 20s, early 30s, and is watching all of these very serious party poopers and trying to figure out, like, okay, well,
Listen, I'm not the one, all right? And so I go up to Charlie and I'm like, so, quite the party, huh?
yeah, are you, and sort of like Charlie points to everybody who's very somebody's sleeping, somebody's like drinking and smoking. There's also more drinking. Like everyone seems very, very serious in the middle of a party.
Champagne glass might hold answers just deep into the bubbles. Just
Like, it was like there was like a nice festive attitude, and then all the guests left, and then and it's like moo, just like that. And Trey's like, so like I know there's a lockdown and that's sort of difficult, but it's
well, I suppose people have their own ways of celebrating life, and we just happen to find the most boring ones.
well, I would cause more of a party, but I'm afraid I'd draw the attention of people outside, and you can hear the trucks like driving, like you can hear sort of regular sort of the sounds of trucks moving and boots. There's clearly a very, very heavy presence out there on the street at this moment, as it's that kind of strange thing where it's quiet enough that you get the sense that people are not on the road, but there are clearly people on the road making sure that no one's on the road, if you know what I mean. And Charlie sort of looks over at Regina and Oscar and sort of leans into you, sort of kind of slightly conspiratorial, but like just sort of close so not to be too loud in the space. How are they doing?
Pritam kind of just looks at them and goes, "That, my friend, might be a very loaded question. Best I could say is they're alive and here."
That's not particularly comforting.
Well, in this day and age, I suppose that's all we can really ask for from anybody.
I suppose. So you're the newest guy.
In the flesh.
In the flesh? So I don't know how much you know about these folks. Let me tell you what I can tell you. That guy there, Oscar, he's got a nice ass. He knows it, though. He's all right. He
does have a nice ass.
He does. Yeah. I mean, I think he does a lot of squats. I haven't asked.
I haven't seen that man squat once in his life. At least, mind you, the time I've been here. So
maybe.
Perhaps just comes with job.
Maybe. He was working for the Gestapo. Thought he was maybe a danger to Sylvie and the group. We got into a bit of a... I was told some information by Tango that was maybe not the most accurate. Or maybe it was, I don't know. Anyway, there was a little bit of a thing between us. I shot him. He didn't die, it was fine. It was a little complicated, but he seems okay. He seems like he's not gonna... Seems pretty loyal, I suppose. Doesn't talk a lot.
I mean, if you get him in the right mood with the right topic.
Maybe. That's Regina. She's, I've known her a long time, actually. I've probably known her out of everybody here in the room. I've known her the longest. Although she's a little bit hard to get to know. You should, I don't know, maybe mention it to her or not, but she worked as a waitress in the club that we used to have.
No.
Oh, yeah. She was, she would, like, clean tables and help set up and tear down. As being the bartender, she was always very helpful. Like, so,
I have tough time imagining her as in customer service business.
Oh, no, she was great, actually. She was really good. It was her, myself.
Wait, did she actually did she wait tables?
Oh yeah, she did. She was great, and also
we have been able to see that.
We had a friend who was the bouncer. Was like we were the like the crew. We sort of took care of everything, made sure there was no trouble. She was subtle. Sort of sometimes, like she'd get people. Somebody was getting a little bit too drunk. She'd move them one place to the next, and those were good days. She was, well, I don't know how to say this. Always sort of worried about her a little bit because she was well, a little bit, let's say, call a little bit of a unrequited love, let's call it.
Oh,
Yeah, she's got a good heart.
oh, I can vouch for that.
Sort of fun sometimes, but I don't know.
Cannot vouch for that.
Oh no, she's been hilarious. She actually has a really funny sense of humor. I mean, I think it's a kind of a German sense of humor or something, so I don't always get it, but very dry, but she's actually quite funny. But she, I don't think she's had a lot of community, you know? So
Mm.
if you,
Well, I suppose with how much she's been through and just life in general, with everything that's been happening, you can't, blame anybody for having a little bit of an edge, a little bit of a rough spot.
oh, she's not that rough. She's just,
Are you sure we're talking about the same person?
oh, yeah. I mean, look,
Okay.
when I first met her, she had, well, she just kidnapped a friend of mine, actually, and forced him at gunpoint to help her escape Germany. Sort of a funny joke, because he also actually wanted to escape, so it worked out. He's a good guy, but you can just imagine her apparently she ran from a wedding right in the middle of the ceremony or something. I'm not quite certain if the way I think the story went, that she was up there right there in the altar, and the priest says if there's anybody has a reason, and she said I have a reason, and she just left. I mean, that's probably not how it happened, but I'd like to imagine that's how it happened, that she just walked out right in the middle before the I do's. I think that would have been funny, but I mean, yeah, she was always I don't know, I don't know what you all do over there in your hotels now, right? Wherever you're living. But seeing her behind a bar, bringing drinks to tables and joking with people in her own way, it was some good times. So
Well, I'm glad that she's had those bright moments.
I
Everybody needs good memories to look back at.
suppose. But I sort of worry a little bit because it doesn't seem like any of you have those moments nowadays. If you could watch out for them, those two, that'd be nice.
Well, part of my job.
Yeah, now, I don't know that one very well. The one who's using her mesmerism powers on her glass of wine, champagne. When she showed up first, a month or so ago, a month or two ago, she was happy to be out. I'm surprised she's still here. She came in with somebody else, some sort of scientist. Got the sense they were we do this sometimes, or we used to when we had the old place. We'd smuggle people out of the country sometimes, and she and this scientist were sort of important people that we were going to smuggle out, and she never left. She just sort of stayed. I don't really know why she didn't go anywhere, but she and Dr. Hannah Roth seemed to get on well, and if Hannah likes somebody, then that's good enough for me. So her sticking around seems okay.
Hannah did have a good sense of finding the right people.
Yeah. So what about you?
Well, I am what you see. I'm just a doctor here to assist where I can, help heal those that need healing, and take life as it goes, I suppose. At this point, quick question: does Charlie know about the whole what we are all about?
It's a good question. She was there when the agents came in, so you assume that she must, right?
I'm still I think Preetham, just knowing his training, he's just gonna compartmentalize unless he's absolutely sure. So, just continuing to work for a greater purpose, I suppose.
So I've got a question. When Hannah was here, we set up a clinic in the mines, the old abandoned mines underneath the bunker. well, we had a little clinic we had a secret room back in the club that we don't have anymore. Well, that got taken from us. But we had a secret room back there, and we had a little safe house. It was like a clinic in there, and then I know that Hannah set up something in the mines underneath the bunker. Are you gonna be continuing that? Because sometimes I might know some people who might get injured, and being able to go somewhere where what happens isn't reported would be great.
Oh, I've not had the opportunity to take a look, or I was not briefed of those locations, but
I can't imagine that I'm.
We didn't have much time before she had to leave.
No.
So she gave me some crucial pieces of information. I got the clinic upstate. Uptown, and I tried to do what I can. But if there's a facility already in place that I can use, then yes, of course.
Krause, wake up! Head in the game.
She probably turns very slow eyes like, when am I ever not in the game? Regina goes, fine. Everybody stand up. We're going to take a picture. Up. All of you. Charlie, you included.
I just want to say that you should tell him about the clinic in the underneath the bunker. So he could...
Hannah's clinic?
Yeah.
I mean, if it's all right.
Picture first.
Charlie goes over and like kicks Oscar's foot. Stays a little bit far away, but like kicks his foot.
Yeah, it moves right before it would connect.
Yeah.
He gets up.
Do you want me to take the picture?
No, you have to be in it.
All right.
Regina will probably pull out the basic like camera she has, not the like pin clip, and set it up, like stack it on a bunch of books or some flower crates or something to get it the right height, and it'll set a timer for it, which I imagine is like 3 seconds, 10 seconds, because it's.
Do they have?
You probably have the little. You have probably the cord, right?
Oh, that's right. You probably have the
cord.
yeah, which I would have because I used to hide the radio broadcasting anyway. So, yeah, and I force everybody. I mean, we were already dressed to go out for New Year's.
Yep.
Yes.
We just didn't get to.
And as soon as picture time, it was like Freda turns into a whole different person. Because this is what she's been doing for her practically half her life. Is she's like, oh, picture? Suddenly, like pleasant, present, great posture. Like, oh, what?
So what? We smile at one, two, three.
I guess. I usually don't take smiling photos.
The little smile won't hurt.
Well, certain. I've been told certain words, if just said naturally, provides that opportunity to smile.
Like what?
Waitress.
Oh, that's a good one. I always usually get with cheese personally, but
cheese is much more applicable, I would think.
And he's gonna go and like put his arm around Frida, and like sort of.
Charlie?
Yeah. Charlie's gonna do that and like look a little bit charming, like. We're palling around.
Okay. 1, 2. What was the word again?
Cheese.
Cheese.
Right. 1, 2, cheese.
Oscar, you didn't smile.
Yes, I did.
He was smiling on the inside.
All right, one more with a funny face.
At that Freda's like, I don't know how to pose like that. Like that's
Freedom's royalty. He does not do.
Why would one want a photo of funny faces?
So we don't take ourselves so seriously.
It is a photo.
Is Charlie American? You said
yes.
Yeah. No wonder. Americans
very
say,
American.
Hey, Germans and royalty.
Yes.
Let's
be weird.
We're like, what?
Okay. Do we say the same thing?
No, you just whatever you want, just something goofy. So so that like so we don't take ourselves so seriously.
Great. 1, 2, Goofy.
Frida will do like the bunny ears behind Oscar because she's seen that done before.
I look
He's like,
confused.
Peter's about to ask a question on what he's supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
And it's good. All right.
Oscar's like, I did do a funny face, but he did.
No, his funny thing was he gave a slight profile change to his bad side.
Subtle. Sometimes that works.
Okay.
So,
We did it.
thank you. Look, I know you've got something I can do to help with whatever you've got going on, besides, the factory and what I'm doing on the docks. If there's anything I can do to help.
Well, I mean, if you
One
can
moment.
find where the fun went off and died, perhaps that would be best.
Oh yes, we'll just start by getting all of the SS out of Paris.
Oh, it's a good
Did
start.
you do that?
Well, I could ask nicely.
I don't think that will go very far.
Okay, look, you're all so dour. Frida, you've got nice eyes and, a better voice. How about you sing something for us? Something New Year.
Certainly. Something new, yeah. She thinks about it. Be a good New Year's song.
In
I'm sure
English?
she knows one
Yeah.
right off the top of her head. In English.
Yeah, if you knew
I could do that. Just give me a moment, bitte. Auld Lang Syne. That's a good New Year's song.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so she will sing, the "May old acquaintance be forgotten."
And Troy will pipe in, not 100% all the time on tune, but a little bit boisterous, and will just not so subtly refill everyone's glass, and make sure everyone has something to drink, and also some cake, just a little bit of that. And when Charlie goes to give the cake and refill to Regina, Charlie will take a small not like a dish rag, like a cloth that you have to clean, like a cleaning cloth, and drape it over her arm as if she were wait staff, and hand it to you with a little bit of a ceremony and a wink.
Thank you. And I give an overexerted bow.
And just slide the cake over to Oscar with just a little bit of distance and the glass, and sort of come up and just kind of punch the prince on the shoulder, because the prince seems like a person who has a bit more fun and is probably a bit more relaxed, and make sure that you have that glass as well.
Let's say less jaded and
Yes.
and affected.
Yeah, as Charlie sort of sings along with Frida and is trying to see if anybody else will sing along, just
I think I don't think.
You probably know the song since you went to school in English.
Mhm.
Yeah. If it's an English song. then-
It's an English song.
Yeah.
It's a song in English, not in German.
No,
You
well,
don't
right.
understand,
No,
yeah.
I meant more British versus American.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
it's super
it's
British.
a very old song and very
Okay,
British. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's originally a
especially
Scottish
going
song.
Yeah,
to
I think it is Scottish. Yeah.
Yeah, especially going to school in England at the time, I feel like those were just the son of the
Yeah,
spirit.
you would have heard that song a
school
lot.
spirit sort of a.
Yes,
around
absolutely.
Christmas time, Christmas and New
Right,
Year's,
so-
especially New Year's.
Oh yeah. I think that's what was needed, and so he definitely starts getting into it. I KP do not know the lyrics.
And he tries to get her to less peppy Germans to sing along.
Yeah. Once Freda has been told that she is dour and not the life of the party, she will put on performance face and be pleasant, be present, she can look deeply into her champagne and have questions about life later.
Okay, come on. We're going to be stuck here for a bit. Have a seat around the table. Come on.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Mhm.
Yes.
This is very serious. I know that you're all a matter of life and death and all that. I hope you're ready. And Charlie pulls out a deck of cards. We're going to call this 5-card stud, although we could do 5-card draw if you prefer. All right. And Charlie starts passing out, sort of dealing cards after shuffling 3 times. Deals 5 cards. All right. We're going to do 5-card stud to start. We're going to ante up. Let's bet, I don't know, secrets. Okay, great. Personal secrets, not state secrets. Okay, you all know how to play poker, right?
Imagine Freda would with her.
I feel like in going to college,
Mhm.
he's had the college life,
Mhm.
university, and part of that is probably with his mates.
Oh, yeah. And I imagine with Oscar's life, Oscar knows how to play poker.
He would know how to play, sure.
Oh, I imagine. Because Oscar's been a little bit of a degenerate. Yeah. Regina?
Is there's an ante involved with this, or is it?
I don't know if that's the kind of card she would have played.
It's a good question.
She probably played things like chess
Yep.
and what are those stupid lawn games with the ball?
Oh, croquet.
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 Yeah.
Like that's the kind of stuff she grew up on.
Yeah.
I don't think she ever grew up, and then she was never cool enough to be
Dodgeball.
invited to like a
Yep.
poker night in
Yep.
college. Are you joking? Once
Aw.
Regina had a poker night.
Yeah.
If it's a gambling game, Freda probably knows how to play it.
The question is, I don't know whether she would have known Schafskopf because that's a great one, but I don't know if her class status would have given her that game either. Sort of like a, yeah. So it's-
Regina just says, "Wait, it's a gambling opportunity, right? Like a a test of will and skill."
Hold on. And I'm using both he and she for Charlie because Charlie uses both pronouns depending on the situation. Writes down a little piece of paper what the different hands are and what their ranks are so that you know like what's a winning hand and what is not a winning hand. Like these are like this is what you want.
Regina memorizes it like instantly.
All right, so let's start. I would like each one of you to make a roll based on what you think you would use for this game of poker.
Ooh.
Freda's a big bluffer.
I was about to say I'm gonna use
Deceive.
deceive. Maybe I might use will.
Freda's
I
gonna
think,
use
like,
deceive. That's how she plays the game. She's like, oh, that's a bad card.
I think Preetham is.
She acts like she has no poker
I want to
face. That's
say-
poker face.
Oh, I might actually use tradecraft
Oh,
Ooh.
in the sense of like part of his thing is like it says his skill set is in forgery.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
trade, like that's a specialty.
Yeah, but
So
you have the
you know.
full suite of that. It's a little bit of like counting cards, perhaps, maybe looking at like reading, like a little sleight of hand here or there, with your cards.
Yeah,
Has a
reading
terrible
people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's able to like
I'm
as part of his SOE
torn.
training, he's supposed to read
Mm-hmm.
people, be able to understand them just based on, facial cues and things like that. So,
Reading people would be empathy.
which is also-
Tradecraft would be like maybe a little bit of a sleight of hand on your cards here or there.
I was about to say maybe you cheat.
like-
that's the other thing. Like
Yeah.
everybody thinks Preetham is just really nice.
I'm just
and,
saying. Tradecraft feels a little cheaty to me in the best way, where you're just
yeah,
like,
I think absolutely. Even though will is a higher thing, but
Yep.
I feel for the moment.
I
I'm
think
gonna
I'm
do-
gonna use will. I think that no amount of heckling at this table breaks Regina's absolute poker face.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
Mhm.
It's built for this game.
mm-hmm.
Quick question. Because I have tradecraft, and then asterisk the focus
Yep.
is forgery, and because we're talking about him cheating.
This
this
is more
game,
sleight of
that's
hand, so you're not going to
Sleight
get the
of
+1 bonus. You'll get your regular score.
Okay, gotcha. So then, so I'll just do regular. What I get?
Hmm.
Ooh, oh,
Okay, a 3. Regina.
but everybody, goddamn, an epic?
Yeah.
Really?
Okay.
Goddamn.
Freda's uncle's a crime boss. Of course she knows how to play poker.
And Charlie's using rapport. Charlie's being like friendly and cheerful about it all, trying to get everybody in a good mood. Frida, you rack up. You are the one. Like, tell me about how you beat everyone. Unless people want to spend fate points.
I don't think we want to spend our fate points on this.
I don't know. It's my question.
I don't want to spend fate points on this.
Tell me how you win.
Oh, so Freda, she goes, I've played poker once or twice. And then is like, biting her nails, is just looks like she's like just like a great, like looks a little like, oh, this is not a great deck of cards for me. But is still pleasant and present and chatty and talkative. But whenever someone else lays their cards down, she looks even more nervous. And then she's like, boom. A really nice, I don't know how to play poker in real life, so just a really nice winning hand.
This means the prince must give up a personal secret because the prince has the lowest roll.
God damn it! Oh. I think so. Pritam was like, look, he's like up till this point, he's like, yeah, I'm gonna win. I got this. I was a natural hand back in college. I duped everybody. And then realizes everybody still has.
Germans don't play games; they play games.
They play, yeah. Everything is serious work.
Everything is war.
Yeah, even a card game. We're in it to win it. I think he just like, and then he realizes it doesn't work out, and he's just like, but okay, all right. Back when I was still in India, oh God, what would be a secret of his, a personal secret? I was at a diplomatic party, and representatives from another state had arrived, another kingdom, and as a prank, when one of the representatives, one of the, I suppose, ambassadors, was sitting down at the dinner table, I may have put a attack under his seat, which almost could have resulted in a war.
Oh.
Yeah, I was 8.
I like you.
I wish my dad said the same thing, but I don't think he was very happy with me.
What we learn about Oscar from his poker playing?
Oscar would have known his hand and maybe known its strength, but not played into it at all. He would have just played it out, not to lose.
Mm-hmm. And what about Regina?
What do we learn about her?
Mm-hmm.
Things we already definitely knew, that she takes everything far too seriously. She's actually not quite as competitive as you think. It's not about competitiveness. But I imagine she is analytically like running these people up and down. She's learning your secrets. And now she knows how to count cards. So good luck.
And what you know about Charlie is that Charlie's there to actually sort of make this pleasant and friendly. Just let's make sure everyone's having a good time and is sort of like enjoying this moment. I'm going to give a boost to Frida.
Oh.
You just get a boost that you can use at some point in time. Yeah, card shark. Call it that. As a just for your game.
Love her.
Mm-hmm. And so now I will ask, as it is the new year. Charles like, well, who's gonna kiss me?
I think that's very much an American tradition.
And
I don't know if it's
Charles like
out of character. Is that, I don't know if that's a European thing as much.
Why?
I'm gonna Google it.
It's New Year's. Are you supposed to kiss each other on the New Year's?
Why?
It's the new year. It's
Oh,
come on.
it's English and a German tradition. So that's
Oh.
we actually would know about it. Hey, thanks, Google.
Hey, thanks, Google.
Okay, so
Thanks,
I do
Google.
know.
Yes.
Charlie
But I
comes
feel
over
like
to
because it's
Regina.
not an Indian tradition,
Yeah.
but definitely his exposure
Oh yeah.
at this point.
And Charlie gives Regina a kiss on the cheek.
Oh, Charlie.
Freda will just lean over and plant one on Oscar.
Oh, I didn't know that was happening.
Pritam's just gonna take another sip.
And as soon as his glass comes down, Oscar breaks it and kisses him full on the lips.
Oh,
It's just like doe-eyed.
apparently that's happening too. Regina, you didn't tell me.
Uh,
Charlie, you know as much as I do most of the time.
Ooh. All right then. Ms. Frida. Charlie comes and gives you a kiss on the cheek.
She'll do the kiss.
Oscar. I think it's time.
Should we take 10 paces, turn and fire, or
10 paces, turn, and then kiss.
Since kind of
agreed?
Okay.
But he would take 10 paces away.
Yeah.
So they're closing to within 10.
Yep.
But this is the best march, non-German
Yep.
turret marching.
Yep.
Just, when
Serious.
he as he would close in on Charlie, and it's almost like the Glockenspiel character.
Yep.
He just like back up. But at the moment of the kiss, there is emotion behind it.
And Charlie also gives you a big hug, in addition, and then pinches your butt with a wink.
Good luck.
Oh, I need fresh air.
I think Frida beckons for Pritam to come like she has something to tell him. And when he bends over to hear it, she just gives him a little kiss on the forehead.
Oh. I think you see Pritam kind of just get a little flushed, and you don't know if part of it is because of the alcohol at this point. He's had a couple to drink, I feel, or just he's just I think there was a moment it was just I needed something to cover up what Oscar just did. So he's just
He had pity on you. He's like, "Yo, come here, sweet young lad."
I think Pritam just comes and gives comes in and offers a nice side hug, just a really a proper hug. He goes, "Well, to all of us being successful next year."
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
New Year.
Live to see another.
And Charlie
We
packs
live
up the
to
deck of
see
cards.
many.
And I think Freda would actually go over and give Regina a side hug with the opportunity to become a full hug, should Regina so desire, but not wanting to invade
Regina
Regina's
would
space.
give a hug. I think she could manage a hug.
Oh. And
When the hug takes place, Oscar would slide over shoulder to
Oh.
shoulder with Pritam, and he would just whisper, "I could not ignore my only chance to kiss the prince."
Joy to me. And but he takes it in good humor and then kind of offers a toast. And to perhaps me, a celebrity.
and Charlie hands the deck of cards to Pritam. And goes, "So you probably need these better than I do, but come here.
Are you going to kiss me on the lip too?
If you want, but that's up to you."
I think I've had my fill tonight.
All right, but
Already?
Charlie shows you pulls out the deck and goes, "All right, if you look right here on the backs, you can actually tell what numbers are on each. They're marked."
Oh, yes.
Oh yeah. And so Charlie shows you the marks on the backs of the cards. They're sort of hidden within the patterns on the back. This one you might need for later, in case.
Oh, well, that could be very handy. Thank you.
You're welcome. And so let me ask, as it will slowly become dawn, and it won't be until the morning when you all can leave. Where do you all go? What do you all do? I imagine there are going to be blankets sort of pulled out in this sort of back room for people to sort of stay the night. But where do you go from here?
Is
I
this
feel
where you
like
wanted the time jump, or is
Mhm.
this the? Okay, then I would say to the train. If we're taking it all the way, I'd take it all the way to.
I want to know before we get to the train, because that train's happening real soon. Are there things you all need to do before you get there?
Brayden needs to go to the brothel to have a phone call with her uncle and maybe see if there's someone there.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. And what else? You have, it's the 1st of January, 1942, which according, did I pick it up? I did. I think it's actually on the floor somewhere. Where's my cursor? It is Thursday. It is a Thursday. And I want to know, if you go out, the police and military presence on the streets are fairly overwhelming. People's papers are being checked regularly. Like, you can barely get anywhere without somebody asking for your papers. It's not fun traveling. There are still trams, streetcars, and of course soldiers are getting on those all the time and checking everybody. So it's the sort of security everywhere is impressive. There is clearly a sense of tension on the streets.
No.
Yeah.
Can't imagine why that would be a thing.
Nobody knows. Who knows why? But let me tell you, everything is tense. Everything is tense at this moment. And there are people in long lines at government buildings. You would learn very quickly that they've changed all the stamps and all the paperwork. So everyone's got to get their paperwork redone. Get new stamps done, because
A note is left for Luke to go back to the brothel and redo all the girls'
redo
paperwork
yeah.
again.
They're probably going to he'll need a copy of your new paperwork, so that he can copy what it looks like.
Yep.
But you all are all official, so you all can get new official paperwork. But everybody's paperwork, everybody's travel paperwork, everybody's work paper, everything has to be redone. So the entire time period now is just full of a lot of people having to do a lot of bureaucracy. And hopefully they are people who are legit, because if they're not, that's going to be less good for them. But you have some days before you're going to travel, and I would like to know, before you go, what do you do?
A trooper, real quick, I know that I've already created with one free invoke, the inn with the propaganda department that
Yes.
I created that
With Goebbels.
Yeah. So with that, I would like to try to add more to that.
Yes.
So in this point forward, he's trying to get, like primo paperwork for like all of the actors,
Yes.
all of us, everybody that's
Yeah.
associated with like the traveling troupe, to make it as free moving as possible once they get to Berlin, which I don't even think Berlin's as locked down as we are right now.
Not at all.
So, but he wants it like airtight. Like he wants, if anybody asks, I mean, it's like the gold seal when you're handing somebody the paperwork. So, do you want me to roll to see if I
Yes,
can
please.
add a couple more of those?
Yes, please. I would like you to roll. Let's see. You are using.
I have my stunt.
Yes,
too.
so you perform, right?
Correct.
Yes. Then perform.
Fantastic.
Oh, fantastic. That is excellent. We're going to add 2 free invokes to your friends and Goebbels places.
Okay, so I have 3 total now, right?
You actually have, that was just an aspect with no free invokes, but now you have 2. So you had it first.
Oh, okay.
Right, which was just that you might actually get an appointment with Goebbels to,
Okay, so
see
2
you.
invokes then.
Yeah, and now you have 2 free invokes on that one as well. And so while you are, let's say what you're doing while you're having, so you are sort of in this sort of process of trying to get a lot of paperwork taken care of, because there is a lot to be done, and I would like this to show up, and it's not. Don't make me sad. It's fine. But there's 2. I'm going to do that. So there are 2 there. And you are working through this process of trying to get paperwork, and I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. How many people are you planning to take with you on your private train car in terms of paperwork?
Okay, so I have the train car set. I know that I spent the fate point for that prior.
And you can get that because of your stunt, which says that you get access because you are a famous film director.
Right. So I have that, and it's ready to go. As part of I'm assuming the passenger train that we're moving on, it's clipped to the back or whatever. those technical train terms, everybody.
However many people are
so-
going, or however many people are leaving. So how many people are going?
I don't know who to take.
Mhm.
Could you come back to me?
Yeah. So the thing
I'm
is,
not sure if I want to take Jerry and Isolde or if I
No.
want to leave them here where they're already out, and I don't want.
now just
Yeah.
because you may not be taking them physically doesn't mean they're not on your manifest.
That's what I'm thinking. I have stuff for Jerry and Isolde that could easily be for 2 other people.
For example.
That.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I just want to know who's on your. Basically, how many people are you taking with you into Berlin? That will then, of course, be returning, if that makes you know.
And this doesn't count like Regina because she's my wife. And
Yes, of course. But you need her on the paperwork as well, because anybody who's going to be traveling anywhere needs to be on that paperwork.
I would say then the total would be he would probably have 7 people down, but there might only be like 4 going.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yes. Well, there are 7 people going.
Right. There's only 4 bodies that will be in the car.
I just want to know who's on the car. You, of course, and your wife.
I imagine the 4 of us would be there for sure.
How do you justify having your opera singer friend and her doctor on your car for this film trip?
I don't think they'd be in the paperwork for this film trip because I know that Preetam, you've been invited, right? He's been invited to Berlin.
I imagine that Freda would be like, Preetam can come with me as my personal physician, and also he's an invite because I imagine she'll be traveling with her husband.
Yep.
Yes. So she'll be traveling with her husband and Preetam, and so
Yeah.
you don't have to worry about us too.
Just also
we might
now
visit you in your train car, but we're not,
Yeah, but I'm also a close associate with Oscar as well. So I feel like at this point, like considering how interconnected we are, it's just an assumption that we're all going to be somehow. Most places we're going to be together. By just either circumstance or by the task at hand or whatever.
Like you're helping them out.
You probably
Here's what I would do though. One of the paperwork that let's just say that this is the one that might be Isolde.
Yep.
But eventually it might become like Greta. I would also have it down that description wise and stuff like that. It could be one of Regina's aliases. So if she wanted to, she needed a persona that was beyond Regina to and still be able to pass around through Berlin. I would do that, and I would also make one for myself that would look, not necessarily be Holgar Leichner. It would be. And it wouldn't be Oscar Mueller either, but it would certainly be me if he wanted to use it.
Okay. These are things I'm going to clearly need to know. This is important because I know that's a weird thing. These logistics are important because who's going and who's leaving, that's actually important. So we've got Holgar and Regina, and we've got Frida, her husband, the prince.
Frida would be like, don't leave me alone.
We've got Isolde, who could also be a Regina alias. We have got now. Who is this man who could be an Oscar alias?
The French lead for the movie. I don't think we've ever named him.
No, we haven't. But we might have. But yeah, you have a French lead, right? Can also be Oscar. Do you have Jerry?
Yes.
Anyone else? Because that's 3. That's 3 dummy spots right now.
And then I'd actually have like the other. I would take the most trusted members of the chorus that I've used before. People that have been in the show, people that can actually perform. If we are asked to show us a bit or something like that, I mean, Clements would probably be coming just because he's the
That's
guard
true,
and
the
he's
bodyguard.
Yep.
But yeah, Clements would be there, and
now I'm going to note that there are going to be some questions about
Clements would know, and also having him transfer from Paris to Germany and then back would be an ordeal because he's stationed in Paris.
Yeah. So I'm just going to note whoever you have, like, I know this is a weird thing to ask, but I need to know because whoever you have this thing is going to note there might be some discrepancies. So the question
then
is,
okay, so Clements is going to stay in Paris, and under the premise that Hogar does
Yeah, I
not
think it's
want to
Pierre.
go to
The lead is Pierre.
Okay.
Yep.
That's right.
Hogar does not want to go to Berlin. There's too many things going on right
Yep.
now. And he would basically bestow upon
Mm.
Clements, he would say, you know what your role is. You know that the hunt continues. I leave it in your care. And it's an awful thing to do, but he knows it'll trigger Clements, and he knows that Clements would continue to do what he's doing and look for the person that killed
his mother.
Hogar's mom.
Yeah. So Clements is going to be doing work here in Paris, of course. Yeah, so you have 3 dummy spots right now. Do you want any more?
Just 3.
Okay. For 2 women and a man. Any children?
No, because we have hidden compartments in the train car.
So I wanted to know. Thank you. Prince, what is the prince doing before they leave?
How long are we supposed to be gone for?
Oh, that's up to you all. But I believe his trip is for like, what, a week or 2?
Oh, okay.
At least a couple weeks, because the conference is on the 20th.
I can tell you that Regina would send
Probably be there 3 weeks.
a letter ahead to
the estate
her home. The estate, to let them know that we are coming and we'll be staying.
Oh,
We need a place to rest our heads.
And
it's a legitimate place, and it makes absolute sense that we would be there.
Can I get a roll from you?
Oh, okay.
What would be the best one? I feel like you can roll. There are a couple of things you can do here. What you're trying to do is create an advantage. And you have a couple of different options, right, for this when you're sort of writing home. It can be resources if you wanted. It could be rapport. It could be...
I mean, if it means anything, my attempt was not to set up an advantage, was just to let you know, like, I'm sending a letter to let them know we're coming.
Yeah, but I want to give you something for it. I want to give you like
but I don't get anything if I fail the roll.
But if you don't roll, you don't get anything either. Yeah.
You don't get a bad consequence. You just don't get anything. It's you get nothing or you might get something.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Because you're gonna get it, you wrote it. You're gonna get the thing. The question is whether or not you can get anything like in addition to it.
Because it's not an opposed roll.
That's correct. Yeah.
You don't have anything bad happen if you fail. You just don't get it.
It would have to be rapport. It would have to be because that's
or I mean,
tradecraft.
There's like I suppose there are a couple different ways that it depends like your approach to this. Like,
you could also he's also not your actual husband, so
but this is her estate, so it could be academics, which is about kind of like logistics and planning. It could be rapport in terms of like pulling on your relationships with people there. It could be resources to sort of like pull on your resources. Like there are different ways in which you can do that.
Definitely not a resource roll. I guess Regina's thought was it's a good cover because it makes sense we'd be at my estate. We would be welcome with open arms because we've not been back since the wedding and the honeymoon.
You haven't been.
And
your house is lovely, by the way.
Yes, it is a lovely house.
Really nice.
Maybe because Regina knows it and it's an older home, she might know hiding places in the home, or like it could be used as like so then I would maybe use academics. It's like knowing the grounds or knowing the estate. Okay. And that's the history of the home. So do you want me to add a +1?
Yes, please. Good.
Okay, it was good.
Yeah, that's good. That's enough for 1, right? So we are going to give you we'll call it a safe estate. Right? Safe estate.
Plus, I bet we've got cars and stuff if we need a fast way out. Like, I bet we have some things that Daddy left behind.
Right. So we'll give you I do not know why that is happening right now. We'll look at it in the break. So you have a safe estate, right? So you write ahead to let people know that you're coming. And our prince, what about you?
And we're still on what we are planning on doing before we head out, right? So honestly, I think at this point he probably needs to sort out the clinic,
Yeah.
finish up any last minute appointments that he might have, and if he still has any further appointments or any oncoming appointments, defer them. I mean, he's not. Is he the only clinic in the entire city?
Oh no, there are
Oh,
lots
not
and
at
lots
all.
of clinics.
Okay,
But-
cool. All right, cool. Yeah,
but-
because at this
You're
point,
just-
I feel like he's
Yeah.
But
made contact or has had the opportunity to connect with the other clinics, and therefore at least some of them. So therefore, he probably can then defer any new appointments or clients that are coming in towards that, and gives them the heads up saying that, hey, I'm going to be out of town for a couple of weeks during the holidays, and therefore this is the reason why I won't be here. If there's any regular customers or any regular clients, customer sounds weird for a clinic, I mean that probably have something that's more chronic, I would probably be like, hey, here's some of the medication in advance. If you need more, here's other clinics that you can go to.
we've just changed the name based on Greg. It's Greg's fault. It is no longer a safe estate. It is now a state of emergency.
Love it.
That is the name. That is the name.
Wait, what is this for? What now?
The advantage is
gonna say-
called a state of emergency. That is the name of it because
Okay.
that's a great name.
And let's see.
I feel like, how about a rapport from you?
Oh, okay.
And you get that +2 when you're dealing with the State Department.
Yay.
Mm-hmm.
So rapport +2. Just type in the 2 in there. Come on.
Nice.
Yay.
Yeah. You are going to get, because you have gotten this invitation that people want to see you over there, and we're going to call this, for the prince, we're going to call this honored guest. You are an honored guest. So, yes, people are very excited for your presence. People know you're coming, right? People are...
I think that also is a fantastic cover on top of,
Yes.
being there with them. Just the fact that, on top of being a doctor, technically I'm
How
essentially a
convenient.
diplomat.
Yeah, you're also coming there like on diplomatic, sort of basically on diplomatic
Yeah.
diplomatic forms. I'm sorry, you had another stunt, did you not?
I have
That you got from your
3.
mother?
Did I get one from my mother? A stunt?
I believe she gave you a bonus, did she not?
I thought she just gave me
Yes, she gave you a bonus,
is it a
import
faction?
export.
Not a faction, connection. The
Yes,
state,
yes, it's the import export connection is what you have right
the
now.
embassy.
Yes. So that is there also. Just remember that if you need it, that is also there, which a lot of that would apply for all of this, for like moving your in and out, because you have connections, right? And you have a little bit of a diplomatic cover.
Immunity.
Yes, right? Yes.
I'm gonna say that's gonna be my thing. So I have my 4 that I already had, and then this one an additional stunt from my own mother.
No, you just actually have free invokes on that one, but just remember that they are relevant if you need them.
Got it.
And this leads us to Frida.
Yeah.
I believe you wanted to visit your brothel?
No, I need to make sure that's taken care of, while I'm gone, because it's important to
Mhm.
be taken care of.
When you arrive at your brothel, I would like you to describe for me what the security looks like. Well, I would like you to describe it for me in 2 different ways. One, what it used to look like, and what it
Oh,
looks like now.
okay. So, what was his name? Oh, he was delightful. Oh, it's gonna be all caps because that's how I do names on my character sheet. There was the lovely bouncer man whose name I'm not seeing right off the bat. But he was delightful. I adore him. It was usually just him
Yep, that's right.
outside.
Yep.
Maybe one other guy
Yep.
during peak hours. Just for the rush,
Mm-hmm.
and that was it.
Mm-hmm.
The good old stick in the window to make
Mhm.
sure it doesn't open at night.
Mm-hmm.
Classic safety maneuvers. Now, however, there is our dear beloved bouncer man, and on the outside, and someone on the inside, and someone by the stairs leading up to the girls' rooms. And probably someone in front of the office.
Mm-hmm. And
these people look a little rough around the edges.
And one of those people, actually a couple of those people, are German. And
That's fine.
one of them is your present from your uncle.
Oh boy, let me write. What's his name?
Mm-hmm. Because he did not come alone. Like your uncle came with presents, and those presents involved some large men with passports, and
wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's great.
Mm-hmm. And the main this fellow, he's sort of large. His name is Tillman, but he goes by Till. And this guy, he has no neck. I mean, some people have necks, but he has no neck.
He does not.
No. He does not have a neck.
All shoulders.
All shoulders, no neck.
No
And
neck.
he he's like this huge, massive fellow with like giant hands. You know, those hands that they just put it over your face, which just like cover your entire face. This guy. He does skip leg day though, so he's got this massive barrel chest, huge hands, huge shoulders. He's clearly got some kind of scar because he's got this like sort of shock of hair that like with a little patch that just doesn't grow, and his legs are not as beefy as the rest of his body. They're a little sad. But he's this like huge, massive guy. Clearly, he's got his nose broken a couple of times, and you remember him being like the young guy, but when you were sort of youngish.
When I was also really young.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's like a reunion.
Yeah. And Till, Schropfer is his last name. Till Schropfer. And he is, he was always like learning the ropes. He's clearly learned them now, right? He was one of the people who was like, you know, in your uncle's employ, sort of working around sort of security for some of the brothels. And he is here now with some friends, with French passports. And don't worry about it. And
that's not her job. No.
Yeah, no.
It's not.
And he is there, and you can see whenever anybody comes in and out of that place, he is just sitting at the bar, probably with a weapon of a gun variety very close underneath the bar, just in case he needed it. And you can tell he doesn't look like he's looking, but you can see that he can see everybody who comes in and out through the mirror behind the bar, right? And so he's always looking, and whenever, when you come in, he sort of smiles at you, and he just sort of gives a nod, like doesn't say much, just gives you a nod. And
so, yeah, she'd walk over to the bar. Say, long time no see, Tim.
Madam Cobra.
Your French accent is magnifique.
Thank you. I'm trying this French. And his French accent is not so great, but you know.
But she finds it adorable that he's trying.
And he's trying, and he just sort of leans over as if he's got a glass of beer, and he sort of leans into it, almost as if like a bit of a stumble, perhaps, like he's perhaps a little drunk, but he is not. And he just sort of like leans in, which gets him just a little bit closer to you, and you can see this sort of look on his face, like this is what like a drunk local might wear, and he's not wearing particularly fancy clothes, and he just sort of leans over and he just sort of sighs, and he says, well, the security on the third floor is a bit weak. Doors need to be reinforced. I'm going to be adding better security. I've found a few men who, well, if there's any trouble, they will be on the spot. I feel like people need more weapons. We can bring some or find them. My understanding is that the people you have here, some of them, they are a bit, not so good as fighting as as much as you'd like. And you see your Claude, I think his name was, right? Your bouncer, who's got like a black eye. And
buddy.
Just got a black eye.
He was not ready. They were not ready.
Not ready, no. And he's like, so I think if you don't mind, we could do some sort of training, something like a fight club.
Would be wonderful.
Yeah, you've got a lot of...
I appreciate your efforts.
It's nice to meet you for the first time.
The corner of her mouth just goes up a little bit.
Really quickly. There's a man in Berlin. I don't know if you know him or not. He's the Viper.
Oh, sounds dangerous.
He's a little ill. Doesn't say anything about it, though.
How long has he been ill for?
Perhaps a year or so.
I see.
And he's a little slower than normal. But I thought you might want to know.
Information is very much appreciated. Thank you. I will see what I can do about it.
Oh, do not say that I said something because he will...
Oh, of course not. No, I spoke with him briefly on the phone, and I suspected that might be a possibility.
Yes, he would disembowel me, so...
Oh, of course not. No, I inferred it all on my own. I'm a very smart, intelligent woman. Just a little wink.
And by the way, I hope you don't mind, but he would like to use this place sometimes for transportation.
I don't see anything wrong with that, as long as I have a heads up.
And also a cut. This is a family percentage.
Family percentage. Well, I intend on seeing him in soon. She's like, I'm not going to give a specific time frame.
And she says, by the way, most of the girls are very good. Your mistress, very good. She, and he sort of looks around for a moment and he unbuttons his shirt. He has like kind of like a bit of a collar up. And he unbuttons it, and you can see like a bad bruise like right about here. Just like, she hits hard.
They are very good here. I intend on building a strong household, one might say.
Good. And he sort of nods a bit, and he sort of goes back to his drink as if
you gives him the pat, like, oh, you poor drunk soul, like if everyone was watching, and then goes to the back.
Yes, you have a sub-faction now of some bruisers in your fight club in case you need some security or assaults, as it were. Some violence.
Why would I need violence? I
don't know.
Violence could be helpful.
It could be.
Violence is the answer sometimes.
Yes. And so I will say, if you go and try to find that hotel room, it is currently, there is no one currently there. The room is not booked, is not checked out. But it was checked out that the name was not the right one. And so whoever it is, Angelo, who had that room, is probably having a little bit of trouble with all of the crackdown and is probably laying a little bit low.
And he wasn't at the brothel that I gave him as like hey, this is a safe space.
No.
Tisk.
Yes. But I would like to take to this moment. What day are you leaving? All of you all.
We need to be there early enough to set up stuff for the conference, and then enough time to either play it cool or bugger out afterwards. I think we need to be there at least 10 days early, if not 2 weeks early. How long would Freda need to set up for the party?
Well,
that is her husband's job.
It is her husband. I mean, it's her husband's job. You know.
Yes. So how long would she need to set up for the party?
Yeah, I know. She probably should be setting up already, but a good 2 weeks is not bad, right? Because there's going to be a lot of security and...
So like a good 15 days? Like we leave on the 5th?
Yeah. So you leave the 5th, And I would like to paint this picture. Imagine the train yards, Paris Central. It is full. You have people everywhere, and police everywhere, and soldiers everywhere. Everyone's bags are searched. There's a lot of harassment going on at this space. Your husband is with you, in a wheelchair at the moment. He would like to be walking.
They're searching bags, but they're not searching people.
Oh, they're doing everything. They're searching lottie-dottie, everybody, everything. It is... I want to talk about privilege for a moment.
I was going to say, how much privilege do I have to smuggle stuff onto this train?
Let's talk about privilege. Let's talk about what it's like for people who are not you all at this train station. People who are not you all come to this train station, people look at their paperwork, and then they go through their pockets. They make them take off, it's winter, off their coats. They go through every single pocket, every single paper. Sometimes there's pushing. They go through their bags. They dump everything inside their bags on the ground. And then they sift through everything, and then they have them put everything back in. There's quite a bit of yelling. There are people who are then just turned away and are not allowed to get onto the train at all. There are people who are arrested. You think they're arrested. They're just taken away. There are vans outside where people are just taken, pulled away. You can see people approaching the train station, then turning around and leaving. The whole place feels like a lot of pressure. You see people coming in on trains, and they clearly seem to be refugees from other spaces, and they're rounded up immediately and just taken onto trucks. You have people who are nervous walking out. There are people who are just trying to get through business. And you see passenger train cars and civilians getting on these train cars and them getting all kicked off as soldiers go onto those train cars instead, and they're sort of stuck. So it's this place full of people not able to go where they need to go. You see people waiting. You see a car come in, a train come in, and then all of a sudden out of nowhere, there are like 20, 30, 40, 50 soldiers swarming towards this train that has come in. And French people, usually young men, sort of being ushered in towards this train car, and everyone has guns, and there's these doors open, and out comes just supplies and supplies being pulled out. And then you see people moving in clothes, shoes, boxes and boxes and crates of things probably stolen from here in Paris. You see all these crates with like Rosenberg sort of written on it, which seems to be some sort of organization perhaps. You're not quite certain what the organization is, but there are all of these just large numbers of it's ERR, right? The Einsatzstab Reichsleiter Rosenberg. This sort of these stamps is property of.
Is there a way for me to snap photos walking through the train station? On my lapel camera?
You have your lapel? Yes, you can.
Okay. I'm just walking, just like touch a scarf, click.
Yeah.
Get the Rosenberg, click, box, click. Oh, taking people away on trucks, click.
There's you're seeing what seems like huge amounts of plunder just being brought onto train cars. Most of them have this the Einsatzstab Reichsleiter Rosenberg sort of stamps on it. And then you see, but of course some of them don't, and you're just seeing like furniture and clothes and furs. All those fur coats are all now being they're all banded up and they're being put on these cars, and then they're being put on like passenger cars. The people who were the passengers are just being kicked off. So you're seeing all this sort of movement of people, and no one seems to be having an easy time of it at all. It seems to be they're like children crying, actually. And it's a lot of misery. And when you come up, you can see the cold, hard faces of the guards, as you have quite a few people here, all of you together. How are you dressed?
Freda's dressed like an ideal German housewife, but famous. Like she's dressing like she is the opera singer traveling with her colonel husband because that's what they're doing.
And he's in his dress uniform.
Yes, and I imagine a wheelchair. I imagine she's
Yep.
wheeling him across the train platform.
What about our light snows? How are they dressed?
I imagine I'm wearing the fur coat we were gifted, just to put ice, a little cherry on the ice cream.
Oscar?
Oscar would have his, not his uniform, but the suit uniform.
Yes.
That they, the
undercover
form.
The plain clothes, which everyone's like, when you see like people who are like Secret Service, you're like, oh yeah, you're Secret Service, right? Like there's a particular kind of like Gestapo plainclothesness that is
right. Oh yeah, I mean he's leaning hard into that Gestapo. Like he's got the black leather trench coat with the black fur collar on that's pulled up, so it's just got like that T kind of view that you see. He has his hat on as he's walking, and he's overseeing the final preparations of what's being loaded into the train car. Kind of maybe has Clements with him as he's giving him information as he can remember it. Make sure you always check in on the warehouse. We don't want anything to happen to the things that we have there. It could be used for who knows what. Just kind of giving him stuff as he's probably like writing stuff down and giving him just a list of
busy work.
shit.
And what about the prince? What are you wearing?
I think I'm going to go with a nice scholarly tweed suit. Something very,
classy.
Very doctor-like, very much, classy. And definitely you can see him carrying his, medical satchel case. What would we think? What would basically the one that kind of opens from the top, like
yes. Yep.
Yeah. Kind of like you just open it like this. And you just see him like walking around. I think he'd probably just be around. I don't know what he would be honestly doing at the train. I mean, like he'd probably just making sure.
Brady would probably try to keep him close so that he's not.
I think like kind of would be at this point, not just her doctor, but a friend, a confidant, almost, and also like her personal
Which I'm
assistant.
sure her husband loves.
Yeah.
And
and kind of just like assisting her because he knows her state, and therefore
when the guards come to look at your papers, and they don't come in 2s anymore, they come in 5s and 6s, and you've seen how they treat everyone else, and you've seen how no one gets through any of these encounters with their dignity or their respect intact. And they come up, and of course it's the same thing. No papers! And of course, I imagine your papers are given.
Yes.
And they
I feel like we're all very well trained, that we're not like,
oh yes,
we're not flustered or anything.
And they
confident.
look at your papers, Prince, and you can see a whisper between them. And then they look at each one of your papers, and there's little whispers between them. And there's the fellow in charge says, "One moment, wait." And he sends one of his runners off, and you're sort of sitting there, not in the main sort of hall, the waiting area, but like you're sort of off to the side. You're not in the sort of mass crush. You can see it all happening, but you're a little bit off to the side. And there's this sort of wait.
Oh, if we're waiting, if they're going to make us wait, I shall make their lives miserable. I have been training to be a Karen my whole life. My whole life.
It's going to be the exact opposite and be like super sweet and understanding.
Good cop, bad cop.
And,
good Karen, bad Karen.
If Martin's there, she's giving him like, this is how you can contact me if anyone wants to inquire anything while I'm away, blah, 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 giving him
I think the first question that probably is asked by one, maybe Preetham asks is like, is there a problem?
Yeah. Yes. And you see I would say like a two squads of soldiers sort of march up. And these two squads of soldiers, I should probably do this just because I care about our audience very much. Here you go. And these two squads of soldiers sort of march up, and you can see them with a little bit of a sense of violence in their eyes as they start shoving people to the side, sort of kind of like barging people out of the way. And some of them start yelling at stuff. There are people who are sitting on the ground with their bags, and they kind of like actually just shove them to the side as these two squads come up to where you all are. And the one who's in charge goes, "Your Highness, we are so sorry. Captain Leixner, we are also sorry that you've not been given proper treatment. Herr Goebbels himself says that he is looking forward to meeting you. Please, come this way." And these two squads of soldiers line on either side of you, and they start escorting you, like a what do you call it? An escort, right? Like a convoy escort.
A phalanx of Romans.
Like a phalanx of Romans. They move on either side of you.
I'm sure my husband loves.
Oh yes, to make sure that none of the riffraff get near you or get close to you.
Oh.
And they take all of us.
Oh yes, they do. They just escort each of all of you, and some of the soldiers then come, and you've seen them before, right? You've seen how the other soldiers treat people when it comes to bags. They go to your bag and they pick it up and they dump it over and they sort of humiliate you. And these soldiers come up and they're like, "Your bags, please, madam."
I give I all but drop mine for them to have to pick up.
And they pick up your bags and they carry them. They do not go through them. They carry your bags for you through.
That's really great because there's some Nazi bars of gold in some of these bags.
And they do not search your bags.
I actually imagine they're under the wheelchair.
Oh yeah,
That
yeah.
way it's least likely to be searched.
Yeah.
Yeah. My husband's extra heavy, and she'd be like, "Oh, could you help me push my husband?"
And they push your husband in the wheelchair. They
Ridiculous, like
carry
a
your
heavy dude.
bags.
This extra weight of gold bars doesn't make, sure,
Mhm.
whatever.
They move you through this train station and off to the side, and it is, as you can see other people sort of being pushed, you notice the ways in which you are being treated with the utmost respect, the utmost care, and the utmost safety and security. They won't let anything happen to you. You're special. You are all
I think
good
I turn at
Germans.
this point to goes, a bit ostentatious, don't you think? Like, I'm talking probably like, I'm assuming there's a captain
Yeah.
there, or
There's, Your Highness,
whoever's in charge.
Your Highness, we would never ever disrespect a friend of the Reich.
Oh, it's not a question of disrespect. It just feels we are standing out a little bit, don't you think? I mean,
Yes, standing out in the cold.
And they rush you towards
It
this
said
car.
she didn't have to say anything.
And there's this car, and of course, there's been a lot of work that Oscar's been doing all this time to sort of get the car ready. And it's being loaded up, and there's a sort of like a man there. And I'm going to need a roll at this point in time. There's a man who's looking at the manifest, and he's like a sort of like what would you call it? An official type, right? He's not necessarily in a uniform. He's in a like a French rail uniform, and he's got the manifest, and he's like counting off people, and he's noting that he's not seeing the same number of people in person as he's seeing on the manifest. And he's sort of like counting and double checking, counting and double checking. He's noticing a difference, and he has this concerned look on his face. And he says, excuse me, as we're waiting still for 3 more guests.
Yeah, Holgar will step forward, and I'll take an assist from you, Frida, if
Oh
you
yeah.
want.
Yeah, sure.
This is
We
going to
just
be
lock
the.
up.
This is going to be no. We already have one. There's 2 + 1 + 1 + 2. There's 2 of coming. 2
and I
+
was
1
wondering
+ 2
about some
+ 1,
wheelchair accommodations for my husband because he's very injured.
which is 1 + 1 + 2.
Wait.
Why are we
One second.
waiting?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I said so.
Everyone is gathered here. We are just waiting. I was a wheelchair.
No,
accommodations, buddy, for
and like
You
these-
said 2 plus 3, 3 plus 2
No,
plus
no,
3.
wait.
The colonel.
Perhaps this individual needs more medical attention.
No,
he
wait,
just came out of the
he's-
hospital.
What?
The prince is right. That's 1 plus 1 plus 2 plus 1.
No, wait. I'm so sorry. This is a
I'm going to get an aisle seat, right?
and there's like there's a whole phalanx of soldiers just standing there at attention, right? And this poor French guy is trying to
We tell you can't count, but please, can you at least give easy on accommodations?
I'm gonna
Are
need
we still waiting?
I'm gonna need a roll from Oscar, and I'm gonna need an assist from all of you all. What is
Sure.
is this? I'm a presence perform from our Oscar.
Versus say a deceive, because I do have deceive. I don't
Oh.
have perform.
You can give it.
Yeah.
He's using his.
He's got it.
He's using his perform instead of deceive.
Yeah.
So that's a +1
Yeah.
also from Regina, a +1 deceive from Frida, and
That's a 10.
Also, either I would say maybe like
medicine.
either deceive
Yeah,
or
medicine.
medical, because I was referring.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I was especially pointing out to Frida's husband.
Mhm.
Because,
Yeah,
he's
he's
like
in a
trying to
wheelchair.
play up
You've got
as-
accommodations for that, right?
That's an 11.
And this is the stage manager version of don't you know what you're doing back here? As Oscar goes over and points to the manifest, and he's like 1 plus 1. He's pointing at random people. 1 plus 1 plus 2 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 2 plus 1. And he's like,
He's naming his numbers there. It's not our fault you can't count, but can you please at least?
And like as it's just there's some carrying going
English is
on.
my
There are
third
numbers,
language, and I still feel like I can get through this pretty easily.
and there's like
My stockings are frozen.
and he's like and then there's that captain who's irritated
And I
that he
imagine my
can't put you.
husband looks really irritated as well. Like the colonel, and
I'm going to roll his will.
oh no, this poor fellow's about to get like taken out of the game with this plus
Yes.
11.
So
Oh, it's a 10, a difference.
it's a difference of a 10.
Greater than that.
Uh-huh.
that's a
uh-huh.
12 difference. It's a 12 because I had an
Yes, it
11
is.
with pre-
Yes, it is. It's a 12 difference. Um,
This
he-
poor man is ruined. He's dead. He's just
he does not know what to do. He looks pale. You can see that he's sweating. He's looking at his paperwork. He's confused. There's yelling. And people, and like all of a sudden the guards just start moving things onto the passenger car. And so there's just like,
the guards have inferred that this guy's incompetent too. And
he's
that we're
also
just
French. They don't
floating.
care. Right. And so like,
Oh.
there are people coming in and out of the car and he's trying to catch and he doesn't know what's going on. And in this whirlwind, things are being loaded and he's, and then somebody's yelling at him and the captain kind of like nudges him in a slightly violent and
Does-
threatening way.
I was gonna say, does he have like check marks?
Yes, he
next
does.
To like each person's.
Yes.
So he's just gonna take the pen, and then like check, and then say, "There you are."
and whenever Frida does that, Holgar will say, yeah, 1 plus 1 plus 2 plus 1 plus 1 plus 2 plus 1. And he walks in.
Oh, you forgot another +1.
And
And then he just, plus 1!
and he stands there just at a loss as everyone is going onto this train
But I
car.
thought the numbers were wrong. Just-
Regina,
Are we there yet?
you hear something.
Oh.
Everybody's loaded onto this car, and there are still extra guards who are still here packing and storing things and helping move this husband. And there's like, it's just like a kind of a
Yes,
chaos.
I'm like, be extra careful, please. You know, oh my dear husband, my poor husband.
and people are moving
Wait.
in and out.
Can I explain what Oscar
yes.
has done?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so this is a
Yes, it is.
full-size train car. Half of the train car is for just the extras for if they need anything, their props and the
mhm.
things they brought to kind of like
Yes.
showcase.
Oh,
If they are asked
Yeah.
to decorate
Yes.
like a little area,
there's probably like
so
a whole
you can
costume closet,
build
right?
pictures and stuff.
Yeah.
Right? It's like
Mhm.
if you're going to
Yeah.
Gen Con and
Yeah.
somebody's got a
Yeah.
booth, they've got like little
Yeah.
pictures and
Mhm.
stuff,
Yeah.
still pictures of the stuff that's
Do
going
you
on.
have cameras?
And then just a bunch of
Some film cameras?
yeah, probably yeah,
yeah.
Oh yeah.
just to, they want to be able to capture.
Regina's hidden her
interaction.
camera with all the gear.
Mhm. And like probably like what do you call them? Reels of film. There's probably just like
Right. But what they did then, the other half of the car is incredibly posh.
Yeah.
Like it is
Yeah.
just, lounges and things like that. However, there's a place for the wheelchair at the very front of the car that is completely separate. It's almost like it's I hate to say this, it's
With
like
the
a
gear?
stall. It's completely opposite of that. The gear's on one end, and this little place where we can clip in her husband is on the extreme other end. So if we need to talk amongst ourselves, we'll be separate a little.
Yeah. I love it. There's just this divider wall to isolate him with a cot bed.
Yeah.
And then
well, it's for medical purposes,
to bed.
right?
Yeah, you have to.
Totally. Yeah.
It's one of these things where you're all there, but there's still a little bit of chaos, and this poor guy, this official, is trying to figure out when to allow you to leave, right? But he's not quite certain. He's like, I think everybody's there. He
has all the check marks.
It's all the check marks. So. And I suppose we're going to go to Berlin, except.
Oh, yeah, you wanted something over Nina.
I did.
I heard something.
You did hear something. I would like you to roll awareness, just 'cause, to see how well this goes for you. I mean, you've got you're going to hear it, but I want to know,
it's just a mediocre roll.
Okay, so no good bonus, but you hear something as you're settling in, I suppose, into this very posh part of the train car. And your husband is, by the way, Frida, your husband is surprisingly well behaved the minute he realized how important your guests are. The minute he saw how everyone is treating them, he's like, oh, let me be on best behavior.
Good. That's perfect, because we're going to have words alone on this train, and I need him to be on his best behavior.
But, Regina, outside of the train car, you hear something. You probably wouldn't think about it too much. It's probably not important, right? I mean, there's all this, right? To pay attention to the mission, I suppose. Other things are not as important. But you hear a gunshot, like a couple of gunshots. They're not that close. They're not right outside, but they're not that far. And you hear a couple of muffled shouts. There's a lot of sound, generally speaking, right? So there's a lot to muffle. This would be very hard to hear it necessarily because you just hear a couple things. And then you hear the sound of something crying. An animal of some sort.
Is it outside the train station or is it happening inside the station?
You'd say probably along the train tracks, so not in the station, but in the train yard itself.
Can I follow my ears to get a visual?
You can't see it, right? You'd have to get out of the train if you wanted to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is Oscar busy?
You're all in here, and everything is sort of winding down in terms of people.
I stand up in case I'm being watched, and I go, I forgot to bag way back on the other side of the station. I will be back. Do not leave without me. And I go outside and I peer, because if they didn't hear the gunshots, that's worrisome. I will bustle out and push past whatever stupid SS guards are there. You go, my bag. I've left something. Can I get a visual now that I'm outside the train?
You're gonna have to give me an awareness.
Okay, another awareness. Here we go, y'all. Fingers crossed. Aha! Great.
You are outside of this train, and maybe you even didn't hear it. You know what I mean? Maybe you didn't hear it. Maybe what you thought you heard, you didn't hear, because there's so much yelling. There's so much movement. There's just a lot going on, right? It could have been maybe you didn't hear it. And you can't see anything. You just see this mass, and you hear it again, a cry. On the other side of the passenger train car that you're at, a little bit towards the train yard. You'd have to go into the train yard itself, away from the train station, is where you hear it.
I told them, what I was going for. And I begin pushing past people and making, I wouldn't say a scene, but with purpose.
Making a scene with purpose.
And as you head out to the backside, what you see are just sort of lots of different trains and train cars all sort of waiting their spots, you know what I mean? And there are, of course, no passengers out here, just not even a lot of people. You see a lot of guards wandering around. Not as many because it's just like a train yard space. You see people loading and unloading things. And it's like off to your left, you hear this like sort of sound again, off.
I make sure I'm not being followed, and I kind of round the corner to make sure people lose track of me or lose sight of me.
Stealth?
Yeah. 4.
You were once, I suppose, very a loud Karen at one point in time, and then you are just no longer noticeable as you sort of skulk between these cars, and you see off, not too far, they don't see you, like a small squad of soldiers dragging 2 people away. Got their arms and they're dragging these 2 people away, one of whom is clearly dead or dying, and the other one is sort of awake, yelling, and they're sort of just dragging them off. But you do hear that sort of whimper again back that direction you were headed, where they were coming from.
I wait till they're long gone and I can't be seen, and I kind of continue following their tracks to whatever happened here. I'm guessing they were both shot, like pulled and shot. But I go check out the scene.
People trying to escape, perhaps,
Mm-hmm.
In some way. And when you make it to what would have been the scene, I suppose, you see blood on the ground, in the snow still, dirty snow, gravel snow. It's brown and dirty, and you see sort of blood spattered. You see a suitcase that's open, clothes strewn out into the snow. You see pictures, family pictures, just there. You see like a small purse, a hat, sort of the evidence of people who have been sort of taken away. And
lower class.
Lower class, yeah.
Lower class.
Yeah. Although it looks like they might have had like family valuables, but things like pearls, that kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And you notice that because there are a couple of pearls, right, sort of like from a string that's broken on the ground. And you see a crate, carrying crate, that is tipped over, just as if it were kicked. Maybe hit, perhaps. It's a cage. And in this cage is a small-ish German Shepherd, or maybe a large puppy, I suppose you could sort of think of it as. Rather than it's like not a huge full-size dog, right? But it's bigger than a puppy. It's like a sort of mid-size.
It's like in between, a little adolescent.
Yeah, a little adolescent German Shepherd in this cage, and it's trying its paws out, trying to sort of like get to like this hat.
Free itself.
Yeah.
Oh, get to it. Immediately Regina gathers the stuff because she came for a bag, right?
Yeah.
So she needs a bag. Now she's got a suitcase. So she like loads what's still considered valuable, all the family photos. Maybe she leaves the clothes. She isn't going to need a whole lot of those, but maybe a change of lower class clothes isn't a bad idea. And grabs the hat and goes over and tips the crate upright, very gently, and kind of stares in at the dog. And I think there's a moment where Regina breaks a little on the inside.
The dog has got blood on its face, not its
blood, of course.
Yeah.
And she kind of gives it the finger, and she's gonna actually pop the crate open.
The crate.
We have a dog now. Is that what I'm hearing?
I
forgot something. It was this dog.
Can you
carrying it onto the train?
Can you roll tradecraft for me?
Oh, okay. 2.
Opening up the crate
enough.
is not particularly easy because it looks like the crate has been brutalized a little bit. It looks
damaged.
Damaged. It looks to you like maybe it was hit with the butt of a rifle, perhaps, to encourage the dog to stop making noises, perhaps.
Making noise, yeah.
But then sort of abandoned. So you have to do a little bit of jimmying to get the lock open because it's not as functional anymore. But you do. And this adolescent German Shepherd, when you open it, it sort of pops out and starts pawing at the suitcase that you have.
Does it have a leash or anything?
No, it has a little collar.
It does have a collar.
It has a little collar on it. But it's sort of pawing and it sort of like nods its head against the suitcase.
Regina kind of squats and runs her fingers through his fur a little bit and maybe pulls her handkerchief to kind of clean the blood off of his little face. And she says, "My, you are a lucky dog."
And the dog, what did you do with the hat?
I kind of have it in my hand, kind of for the dog, really.
Yeah, and the dog sort of nuzzles the hat and whimpers again a little bit.
She'll give the dog the hat if it seems to want it.
And the dog will sort of nuzzle the hat as if it were a person that they wanted to wake up.
Regina looks at the dog and says, "You can't stay here. They couldn't stay here."
And the dog is sort of, there's like kind of this kind of confusion because the hat's here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the dog doesn't know where its people are.
Does it seem to want to follow the hat? Like, will it follow?
It's a little traumatized.
Yeah. And it's not very big, right?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Regina takes off her fur coat and wraps the dog up in the fur coat and like grabs the suitcase because she knows like we're on a tight time frame and the last thing she needs is to miss the train. And she kind of whispers in the dog's ear, "It's okay. We'll find them." And she kind of like comes back around the corner that's like, wait. And she's got like a dog now and this suitcase, and she's like running back up to the train. That's like, I cannot believe they forgot the most important piece of my wardrobe. How would I get by without my shoes? And they left my dog. And I kind of make a little bit of a scene to make it seem that they've really botched they screwed the pooch, as seems appropriate.
And as soon as she would cross in, Oscar would move up to our gentleman that we've broken.
Oh, poor guy.
Oh no.
Look down at the dog and look at the guy and say, +1, and then walk inside.
And it's and you could, and like he just sort of drops his hands with his clipboard as like you all go on, and you can see him just sort of break, like, I just don't even know what's happening.
Is it lunch yet? Yeah.
Yeah, it's at lunch, and he just sighs so heavily, and he sort of looks down the line, and he makes a wave, and he like shuts the door on your passenger car, and you can see flags as the car starts to roll towards Berlin, and you are on this car as it begins to move.
Mm-hmm.
KP, you had a thing.
I was just going to react to the dog.
There's a dog. There was a dog.
I sit down and look at all of them like, don't say anything.
Medicine?
Is it hurt?
Immediately I turned to the dog. Aren't you a good boy?
Medicine.
Oh. You want me specifically?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I'm gonna need a medicine roll if you don't mind.
Oh, yeah. You
Okay.
want medicine? I'll give you the medicine.
Yes.
Man, I give you all the medicines.
This dog
What do you want? What do you want?
is malnutritioned.
The dog?
Yeah, it looks like it hasn't been able to eat a lot. It's sort of it's looked like it. I mean, your guess would be that it probably has been traveling in not the greatest conditions, and has not had a lot of food. It also looks to you like it has been like a little bit injured, like not too much, but like it's been knocked around, not the
Like
dog.
roughed up.
Yeah, roughed up a little bit. I would say that looking at it, you could tell that this dog has been cared for very well, right? So it's like the dog has been cared for very well, but recently, like in the last 15 or so minutes, it has been in a bad situation, right? So it looks like it's been not hit directly, but like jostled, like, it's been in a like if it were in a crate that was played with by soldiers as if it was funny, and so it's like little banged up, the dog, and a little scared. But
I bring it in closer and start petting. Is there a collar at all?
There is a little collar on it.
Does it have a name?
Name?
Yeah, it does. It has a little
it
name.
Does.
Which of you reads Hebrew?
I think you said Freda did.
Mm-hmm. It's in the letters. It just says Moisha.
Moisha.
Just a little. So it's just a little. It's a little round disc that just says Moisha on it. It's not actual gold.
It's a female dog.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Wow. Onto a pretty gal. Start like just petting and scratching right behind her ear. I believe I don't have like a brush or anything.
It's okay.
Like
I imagine
just
Regina's got one worst case scenario in like a bag, and probably pulls out a jacket or a shirt from their previous owner and like makes a spot next to all of us on the train, like on the seat, to bring it. And you probably all watched Regina for the first time have a really nurturing touch. There's like a desperate need to take care of it,
Well.
And the dog whimpers a little bit. There's like clearly this sort of sense of loss, and inability to protect someone important to the puppy, right? Because it was in a cage and couldn't do anything, and lost people. And you can see that the puppy sort of like stays with the shirt and the hat, and sort of wraps up in it and sort of stays near you all as you're moving down the line in the tracks. And Otto, before we go to break, goes, "Ugh, but it's a dog." And you can see him try to get up out of his seat, but then not.
Holgar walks forward and closes the divider between "Get your rest" and just closes it.
And he goes,
They do say that there's a correlation. So, go ahead.
Afraid I will just say it's a name tag. We should remove it before.
Yes. Regina will remove the name tag and put it with the rest of the belongings in the suitcase of the people that used to own the dog.
And with that, we are going to go to break. As your train car full of people, including a husband whose wheelchair has some Nazi gold smuggled into the bottom, and he doesn't even know about it. Although he can, because he has to get it back in there anyway. You have a lot of costumes, a lot of props and sets, and a young dog that's a little traumatized, and a train car heading towards Berlin, the capital of the Reich, where who knows what awaits you. But I suppose we'll find out after our break. And I would like to thank those who have donated. I would like to thank Rissa, our wonderful mod, who, by the way, is doing hero's work right now. I would like to thank Rissa because we're getting a bunch of spammers coming in who are trying to go and link spam links, and she's just banning them. She's like pulling out her ban hammer.
Bring that hammer down.
She doesn't need fate points for it. And she donated 500 bits at the beginning to say good luck vibes to our protagonist. Happy season finale, everyone. And we have Void Smoker, who's done some wonderful fan art, $25, who said, looking forward to this cliffhanger for next season. Thanks in advance. Also, Draftdeer donated $25 and says, thanks for a great season 4. I'm excited to find out how it's gonna end. And then also Rissa with 500 bits for our break, who says, for our +1. Because we now have a +1. Moisha.
Guess what stunt I bought?
That's the new stunt, everyone. The new stunt.
Puppy stunt.
It's a new stunt. It's a puppy. It's a puppy. So, my friends, I would like you all to go drink some fluids, hydrate, stretch your legs.
Wine's fluids, right?
Wine is a fluid. It is true. It's not a solid. I hope.
Something that hydrates you.
It was once a solid.
Yeah. And we're going to go to break. Please enjoy our next episode of our radio show about how you should not have business dealings with Hitler. Enjoy some radio propaganda, and we'll be back in 10 minutes for the second part of the season finale of season 4, City of Light and Shadow. We'll be back in 10, everyone. Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome back to the second part of our finale of City of Light and Shadow, a Fate French Resistance campaign using Fate Condensed, which, by the way, you can get for pay what you want from itch.io, I believe. It is like 50 pages of brilliance and amazingness. And what's really great is that it's completely compatible with Fate Core. It's just like a slimmed down version of it with clearer explanations of things, and so you can always like mix and match as you will. I recommend it. It's fun, fresh, and does not and gives and fights cavities. So and our our protagonists have weathered the new year, had some sort of moments with each other, and have gotten onto this train, a sort of a private train car, where they are moving towards Berlin on the 5th of January is where they started this business. There's some diplomatic excitement here. There's like a whole crew of people who, and apparently Goebbels knows that they're coming, and that is all Greg's fault, because Greg asked me for that, and I was like, it's been a fate point actually, to have friends in Goebbels' places, and now does. And so, but as they are moving in, we have a couple of scenes I think that need to happen on the train car before we actually get to Berlin. It's going to be a long trip. Actually, quite a long trip. Not just because train rides are slow, but also because somebody, you all, kind of messed up the train tracks not too long ago with some explosives, and making it very difficult to transport lots and lots of things, including, and very specifically, a bunch of arrested Jewish people who they would like to ship off east for unknown reasons. And they cannot ship them off because you have messed up the train tracks. There's still travel going back and forth, but it is slow. And there are not that many tracks that are usable, which means when it comes to prioritizing what goes on which track, it's not going to be a bunch of people to be moving from they can just keep them in that transit cap for a while. Instead, they need to move troops back and forth. They need supplies back and forth. So those are the things that are getting priority, rather than people that they've arrested and plan on doing horrible things to. They're just sitting in a camp still in the coldest winter without proper clothing and adequate food. So it's not like they're having a great time in their transit camp in Paris, but they're not being shipped out east. And that was thanks to you all. So at least they're not dead. But you're in a passenger train car, so you're being moved out towards Berlin. The problem is with the sort of lack of tracks, whenever a military transport is in competition with you all have to wait. So as you're moving on this train, there are these sort of large sections of time when you just have to, when your train stops, and you just have to wait for like an hour or so as some other train gets the priority on the one track that's working, and you sort of head, and then you can sort of move off again. So you're in a sort of like a start and stop business. There was a question about the puppy, whose name is Moisha, which is like a diminutive of Moses, which is normally a Yiddish boy's name, but it is a female puppy. Is a female puppy with a Yiddish boy's name. Why? you'd have to ask those people who owned that puppy, one of whom is clearly dead, and the other whom was alive the last time you saw them, but well, these are not the greatest people, you know. They do bad things to people because they're a fascist sort of terrible government at this moment, and that's not good, right? So those people are probably not going to do so well. That said, as you're moving, I would like to ask, in this moment when you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people on this train and a slightly traumatized puppy who's been given some good medical care by our doctor and sort of
and food.
And
I make
food.
whatever food. Whoever's preparing food has to prepare a whole meal for the dog. Like, I want a steak for the
yeah,
dog.
that's probably true. You probably have
Car service.
yeah.
Yeah.
Right, like you probably there's probably like there's like, because you're attached to a larger train, you've got this private car that's attached to the back, but there's like food service coming in. This is probably a train that has, I would say,
I would assume we're probably in like more of like the first class sort of.
It's a private car.
It's a private car.
Oh, it was a full private.
Yeah, we've got a full
Yes.
private car.
It's a full private car. This is your car. But I would imagine that the train that you're attached to is probably a train that is a passenger train, but not full of general civilians, right? So this is a train that's going directly to Berlin. It probably has some civilians who are probably mostly Germans, is probably who's on this train. Probably not... there might be some sort of French people who might be important, people who are business people who have permissions. This is probably a car that is full of maybe some military people coming back home, right, after like coming home on leave. So it's kind of like one of these cars. And I would also say that throughout the course of your journey, your car is probably detached from that train and attached to different trains, right? You probably end up being swapped to which train you're attached to a couple of different times, because you're like, the train you took is going to go this far and then it's got to go somewhere else. So they attach you to a different train that's going to go further. So you don't have a fixed train that is your home, but you're this special car that's being attached. The train's going to get you closer and closer to Berlin. In this moment, and you probably have it's Oscar. I imagine a Victrola with records that can be played in this, and I imagine it's one of these really what's the word, decadent sort of train cars. I imagine like they're like red velvet curtains, and I imagine like the seating area is plush and like nice, like stuffed, nice sort of like a sofa type sort of seating. I imagine it's just like really rugs. I can imagine like a beautiful, beautiful rug on the bottom of the car as well. It's not my fault, but
it's a type of train car that if a Bond villain had to take the train.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. Or Wild
Love
Wild
it.
West from the TV show Wild Wild West, that their private train car is like,
Yeah.
it's like that kind of brilliance. And of course they have to like detach you and reattach you. So sometimes you might be part of at times you might be part of like a passenger train. At times you might be part of maybe more of like a transport train. I imagine the front of your car probably has I imagine you probably have a chef on there, right? Like you probably have like a section of that car near the front where you have like a smaller kitchen with like a chef. You probably might also have somebody who might be working to make sure everybody is like a kind of like a mix between like a steward, right? Who's there to sort of like.
But these are all my people.
Yeah, these are all your people.
the actors. Yeah. These are all.
Yeah.
One of the actors, happens to be pouring drinks and then making.
Yeah, I imagine it's not just you all. I imagine you actually have like a steward, right? A steward, maybe a helper, like maybe 2 people who are like your people that you sort of made sure that they are the ones on there, because in those moments when you're not attached to a full passenger car with a full kitchen, they need to make sure that their special guests are treated well. And so you probably have like a smaller amount attached to your passenger car, but when you're attached to a bigger car, those things are like resupplied so that you're always taken care of. And I would say that you're probably a little bit surprised that there is some nicer things in here food-wise than what you had commissioned. Clearly people had brought in nicer food, and a bit of an upgrade was given to your car than what you had planned. Like you have some pull, but clearly somebody else has made some pull to make this a little bit nicer for you in terms of your journey. They cannot help the fact that sometimes the trip might be a little bit slow, but so it is. I believe there were some conversations that needed to happen before we pull into Berlin.
Yeah, like, where did you get this freaking dog?
Says the prince.
No,
Mean the dog that I've had, and I kind of,
Oh no, he doesn't
Wait.
say that out loud. That was
Right.
KP. That was
Oh, that was KP.
Yep.
that was KP.
So what does the
I feel like
prince
the
say about
prince
this?
would have worded
Yeah,
it more tactfully.
probably true.
Yeah. So, and he kind of stares at you, hoping, like, he was like, sorry, I'm having a bit of a moment. What was your dog's name again?
We shall call her Millie.
Right, Millie. I don't know about you all. I feel like I'm with Millie over here, that I'm a bit famished. Perhaps we can order some food? Something to...
Yeah, dinner would be good.
Yes.
And Freda says that with a look on her face, like she has ulterior motives for dinner.
You know how there's
Freedom
that
kind of just
dog?
stares at her and goes,
I just need to point this out because it's important in terms of sound effects. And I just do this because I care about Lindy a lot, you know? You know how like the dog is making little whimpering sounds here and there and like just kind of like trying to get warm? It's not like the dog's the only living being on this train car that might make sounds to gather your attention.
Oh no.
No.
Which is why dinner is a great idea.
I'm just going to note that your husband, who's like separated from the rest of the group, is not going to cause a scene, but just kind of makes these like, you can hear
like a moan. Yeah.
yeah, that like it's just, and it's not a moan because that would make him seem weak, but just kind of like a like you could like not constantly,
no, he doesn't need to worry. She's gonna bring him dinner.
but like you can just hear a little bit of like a just so that you know that he's there. You know.
Oh yeah.
You
No,
know.
how could she forget? As much as she'd like to. Yeah.
oh, Colonel, are you all, what is it? Wait, what is he?
He's in the timeout room. He's been putting like
Yeah, he's got
but
the
we can hear him,
divider
right?
closed.
But we can hear him, right?
you can
Yeah.
he's let's say it's a little bit muffled, so it's not so easy to hear exactly what people are saying.
Yes.
Uh,
Yeah, we wanted to. Things could be heard if there's like a scream, but you can't hear regular conversational tone.
Or like you could hear that there's a
Just hear
conversation
freedom.
happening, but you can't really make it out. And so I think he just yeah. So I think he's just like clearing his throat, clearly a little bit louder than he needs to, just so that you remember that he's there. You know. You know.
hear Preetham yell a little loudly. He goes, "Did you hear about the cough, the cold that's been going around? It's been having its numbers really affecting people. Unfortunately, every person that has come into my clinic has needed a 6-inch needle in their bum."
It just gives you a warm smile. I like you.
I simply reach in my purse, which is probably filled with things that a good German woman would never have in her purse. And Regina pulls out 2 of the sleeping pills that Preetham.
Oh, don't worry. I'm going to give him his dinner when it's ready. We're gonna have a discussion.
Oh, I had hoped that he would just go to sleep till we got there. I take the 2 pills back.
You just see Preetham kind of just do a little bit of a face palm, and you just hear him go under his breath go, "Why do I even bother?"
Oh, don't worry. We have plenty to think about. But that might not be a bad idea when we are in Berlin. He's starting to feel a little better.
I have plenty, thanks to Preetham.
And the puppy just knocks your foot, your leg.
I'm already like immediately right. I'm loving it. Oh, I have like a scarf or a handkerchief, that like goes over your head. I like tie it around her
the
neck.
Mm-hmm.
To make her look more like my dog, so that we get that there's not a whole lot of questions. I can't really help with the her being a bit emaciated, but we'll get there.
But the dog was relatively well taken care of, just a little traumatized.
But the people who own that dog also did not have a lot of food, is what I would say. Like not malnourished in terms of neglect, but like these people were clearly escaping and did not have.
Dogs getting a steak on the train.
Yeah. As you sit on the car, please continue on. Our doctor was asking about what was happening there. Of the puppy variety, if I remember correctly.
Oh. I reached into the suitcase. She said there were some family photos.
Mm-hmm.
I very quickly flash one.
And you see this. You see this photograph. It's like it's a small photograph of a man, and the man has got a kippah on and has got the curls and is sort of dressed. It looks perhaps on his wedding day, and next to him there's a young woman, and she's smiling and she's beaming, and they're sort of like arm in arm, taking this sort of wedding photo, and you see she has got this baby carriage right at this wedding photo, and you look at the baby carriage, and the baby carriage is open, and poking out of the baby carriage is Moisha as a small puppy. So you're going to probably guess that this is probably about a year ago, like in terms of time wise, so that maybe Moisha is about a year old, maybe as a dog.
Does it show them in that photo, or is it just of the dog in the?
No, it's of the couple with the dog.
With the dog.
Like, it looks like their wedding, and they've got this baby carriage at their wedding, but inside the baby carriage is a dog rather than an actual child. And they seem to be not particularly formal. Like, there's kind of like a goofiness about the photograph. Like, they're having a bit of a good time, and just like they're clearly they don't mind joking around in their photograph where they have like a dog and a baby carriage right in their wedding photos, and you see a couple of other photographs in this bit of them. You see photographs of them in a place that academics to know where they're at, basically. Somebody would have to roll me academics to sort of locate where they're coming from.
Would history be included in this one?
Yeah, that could work too. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's see if I can recognize where they're at.
Yeah, you would say that they look to you as if they are from Poland. You think you see Krakow, right? You were like that.
Oh, okay.
Right, that's Krakow, right?
Yeah.
So you're seeing them in. They seem to be Polish. You would say from. At least these photographs are taken there. You see the woman in some other photographs, sort of candid photographs. There are more photographs of the woman than there are of the man, which makes you think that probably he's taking the photographs.
Mm-hmm.
You see a couple of photographs of her, and she is in like a painter's smock, and she's sort of painting like on a canvas. Her work seems to be a little bit... a little cubist, perhaps, right? It's not particularly like hyper realistic, but like you can see her sort of working on paintings in like a small apartment, sort of like looking at him like, why are you bothering me, right? In these sort of moments. There are a couple of pictures of him. The framing is a little bit different. It looks like she's taking them, but she's not as good of a photographer as he is. And he is often, when you see him in photographs, he's often like sitting by books, looking up at books and sort of smiling. There are a couple of photographs that seem to indicate that they were sort of working in a nursery, perhaps, sort of like post-wedding photographs. So it looks as if they were expecting, or as a couple at some point. And you see Moisha in a lot of these photographs as well. They seem to be, like, mostly it's them like in a kind of like a small apartment, probably in Krakow, newlyweds, basically, having some sort of life. She seems to be a painter. He seems to be some sort of reader of some sort. You don't really quite know what he does besides take photographs and clearly read a lot. But it's these kind of photographs of them getting ready for their incoming child, and with their dog, and a couple, like one or two photographs of them with other people that you don't know really, just like some friends around. And you would say that there's not really any photographs that are like within the last couple of months or so. Yeah, and in this the clothing, it's mostly their clothing. You would say that this one that you have is mostly her clothing. Um, but it also looks like it's like mostly her stuff, but like one or two of the shirts are in there because it looks like maybe they packed somewhat quickly. And there's not much in terms of valuables. There's like a couple, like this string of broken pearls, a little bit of silverware, but clearly not a full set that they
Right.
must have the soldiers must have taken most of that from them, right? And there's like um, a uh, a small, like the inside. If you look inside um, the suitcase itself, there would be a couple of like a book or two, right? Not much. There's like maybe like a little like a some books in Polish. They're like just like a science fiction books, you know what I mean, like kind of like popular books of the day. Probably I would imagine sort of like tucked within the lining would be a small, very small, sort of hidden inside, like a little Torah, that was clearly used, right, and read often.
If I find
Yeah.
the secret pocket, I will add the pictures to it. Right, hide the pictures. Since they didn't find the Torah, I imagine they won't, even if they open this back up.
It's like inside the lining. It's like a secret pocket.
Right, yeah.
It's not like smuggler pocket, but it's one of those things that it's like easy to not really pay attention to if you don't.
To not pay attention to. So the books I can probably get away with. Regina can. The silverware, any kind of jewelry or valuables, but anything that would give away. Yeah. She'll kind of hide those photos. After, of course, I show them to everyone. And I think all Regina says is, it looks like they were attempting to escape, and they did not make it. I heard gunshots. So, I guess I felt obligated.
Do you look through the Torah at all?
I mean, Regina doesn't, if it's in Hebrew, Regina does not read Hebrew, but I mean, I can pull it out and thumb it to show them.
There is some writing on the inside. Like, there's like writing on the inside cover, like clearly who it belongs to. But there's also some writing inside one of the pages. Like when you're thumbing through, like you just see
Yiddish.
In Yiddish, like a quick bit of writing.
Okay, so it's in Yiddish.
On one of the pages, like with a quick scrawl. And it's not a lot of writing, but it's just a very brief bit of writing.
I don't read Yiddish. Is it? Does this look like a personal note or like a location, an address?
Rita reads Yiddish.
Great.
It's a name.
She's a cunning linguist.
It's a name.
It's a name. Carl Jaeger.
Carl Jaeger.
And can I get academics, I think, from you, dear Frida?
Oh, for me? Academics?
Yeah.
Sure. I'll roll academics.
Please do.
I don't know if there's a way I can help with that.
Yes, you
I
can give her a
mean,
+1. If you,
Yeah,
if you,
I can do as an Oxford.
Yes.
trained-
yes, if you read out what you notice, you can.
Sure, yeah,
although
she'll
mine's
read it
more
out.
specifically French.
Yeah, yeah. Then I'll have a +2 instead of a
Yes.
+0.
There you go.
Good. There are on the inside and on the back there are a couple of notes. This thing about sort of Carl Jaeger is just sort of scrawled in the middle, but there's like a bit of writing on the sort of the edges where you would imagine writing to be. And you when you're reading it out, sort of working through it with a little bit of help from the two of you, they're not Polish.
They're not.
No. The photographs are of them in an apartment in Krakow, but they're Lithuanian, is what you would say.
Ah.
And it seems as if they're Lithuanian, and you don't know why the name Carl Jaeger is sort of scrawled inside the middle of this book, but it is.
Okay.
But they are not Polish, they're Lithuanian.
Interesting. Noted.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Greg,
Yeah.
would you like to roll anything?
No.
I think you might.
What would I like to roll, Trooper?
I would say probably academics if you have it.
I do not.
Yeah, roll it.
I'm here to help.
Do I get? Do I get help?
Not the +1 just yet. Okay.
Fair.
Hey,
Mhm.
you did fair. That's really
There you go.
good.
So this is kind of like a discover action, right? Information. It's really about sort of your memory. Your good friend Jaeger is Elias, not Carl. But you remember once. You remember Elias saying something at some point in time, not to you, perhaps it was like maybe a conversation. Like it's one of those things you just remembered. You think actually, if you recall correctly, his father was named Carl. You don't know if they're the same person, but his father, he didn't really talk about his father much. I think it came up, it might have been somebody else, like when you were like in the office or something, somebody had said something about his father, Carl, a Carl Jaeger, who, if you remember correctly, was in the, yeah, that's right. It was a joke somebody made about Elias that I don't think Elias found funny. It was, back when you were in Berlin in the office. It was something about basically like he got his job through his father. Some kind of comment, right? That Elias, that his father was an SS officer, right? And there was some sort of implication. Somebody was making the joke that like he got his job because his father was an SS officer, which Elias did not appreciate. And the person who made that joke, I don't think you saw them again after that. But they were just some sort of, but there was some sort of yeah, it was like a weird joke, right? It was some kind of weird joke at like probably like the when you were all eating, one of those kind of like places when you were like at the office, people coming in and somebody made some kind of joke about Elias getting his job through his father's connections, and Elias did not appreciate that.
He would share that then as soon as the name Carl Jaeger is uttered out loud, he would, Elias's father's name Carl Jaeger. He was SS.
Why would a Lithuanian couple have Jaeger's father's name written in their book?
I'm going to go out on a limb here, and this is not something that Greg likes to do. I'm not going to try to meta this, but because of Oscar's past, Oscar would probably know this. I mean, again, this is not Greg projecting, so stop Greg if he's trying.
Please.
Back in the day, the Torah was used, and so were Bibles, and so were holy text used to write the names of both family and family friends. So you would be able to if they were passed or shared to a later generation, that generations that may have split and gone apart would say, oh, at one point, the Jaegers and the so-and-sos were friends. And that was a way to kind of, it was a shared family tree. Yeah. And I know that this is one of the things that the Nazis would look for when they were trying to cross-reference different families, especially families that were trying to hide their being Jews. So Oscar would know to do that. So what, is that me stretching?
What I would say is yes, but it is not. It is written. I could get maybe an empathy from anyone on this one.
I'm not the lady for empathy.
No, am I. This is German for that.
I could empathy. I'm the empathy. I'm good at.
I mean, we were talking, I guess, about this out loud. So
yeah.
Okay, I can make them.
Feelings.
No, wow.
Well, that's really bad for Freda. Yeah. Feelings? What feelings? I'm thinking about.
Regina doesn't care who owned the dog. It's hers now. Damn it.
What I would say is, would anybody like to succeed at a major cost or spend fate points on this?
Before we do that, you said that it was written rather like in a hurry.
Yes, I did.
So it doesn't seem like it was taken care to say drop a family lineage. It seemed to be an important note.
Yes. Yes, indeed. It's scrawled across the page. You know what I mean? Like in a.
Like we didn't have anything else to write on.
Maybe it's their hit list.
You wouldn't put it in the Torah.
Yes. Yeah.
I imagine he's done something to them. The Jaegers have.
Yeah. Right. I would put it that way. Right. From looking at that, this does not look like, especially since our good Oscar, who has to learn all these things as part of his job, right? In terms of like what people's practices are, so you can infiltrate and maybe murder people in case you need to as part of the Gestapo. You've got to know the people you're chasing. This is not written that way. Like, it's not written in a way that is like, it's written as if, as right, Regina noted, like this is like a hastily written, right? A thing that had to be written down.
Oscar would then say he would hand back the Torah or kind of move away from it if it's kind of like open and being displayed, and just say it's a curiosity for now. And he would move to the back where all the equipment is, and he would go open the door and go into that second section of the.
That empathy is sort of to read the handwriting, if that makes any sense, to like read the emotional state of that handwriting, which you can't really gather it, but it is odd, as Regina noted, for it to be where it was. It didn't seem deliberate. It didn't seem casual. Let's put it that way. It didn't seem casual.
Either way, especially if they're serving us dinner, Regina will not keep these things out in the open for too long.
No.
And slip them back into like little secret pocket or incognito pocket, and maybe put some of her belongings in the suitcase. Maybe like change out a pair of shoes or like something that makes it look like there's more.
Do you want to put all of your shoes in there?
Sure.
So it's like your shoe bag, which is very extra of you.
It would be very extra. Yeah, I mean, I did say it was my shoes when I got on the train. I might as well make the lie the truth. So yeah, I'll put some stockings and like shoes in the bag. Yeah, for sure.
It's like, I have a whole suitcase just for my shoes and stockings.
Yeah, and if the dog seems really partial to it, dogs do love to smell shoes.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true. And it's not too long before there is, this is actually, because you're still in a passenger car, a food cart comes in, right? So like a nice big set of food comes in, brought in, and the person who there's like a bit of a change off at the top of the car where somebody comes in from the main train car, gives it to the person who's actually working with you all, and that person brings the train car in. And sort of looks around and goes, where's Captain Leixner?
I'll bring him his dinner, thank you.
And
Takes the plate. What is for dinner, Trooper?
Well, for dinner, if you would like to know, you have
I
some
would.
roast potatoes. You have,
Perfect.
which is very nice. You have some turnips as well. We
yes.
are in the middle of winter, so there's some like turnips and roast potatoes. You have some nice, a nice bit of beef that is sort of a breaded.
Lovely.
It's like a veal cutlet, so it's like a nice, it's a nice Wiener Schnitzel, sort of
Perfect.
made
Yes.
well. But it's clearly made, and this train car has the train that you're attached to, right, has German chefs. So it's a really nice German Wiener Schnitzel, and like a really nice sort of like a German wine.
Lovely.
Right, so that's very nice, and so it's like a very nice sort of German meal that is sort of set up for you all, with also a nice little bit of a nice sort of marzipan chocolate torte for dessert. It's clearly expensive, but it's still train. It's like still train food, is what I would say.
It's just nice train food.
Yes.
I think Freda will take her dinner tray or table or whatever and set it to the side. She'll be back for that. She's gonna make sure her husband is taken care of.
Oh, good. That's great.
Regina gives hers to the dog.
And I was going to say, with Pritam being a vegetarian, his meat portion goes to the
Go
dog.
to the dog. Yeah.
Yeah. Because they didn't make you a vegetarian version. Like but like the turnips and the potatoes you can have, So I mean,
Story of my life.
Right there is that. Unfortunately, that's not the best, but it happens.
Yep. I know.
I know that Frida's going to go and see her husband, but I wonder what is Oscar doing in the back of the train car by himself?
Oscar is going to try to create an advantage, and I'll tell you how.
Oh, I'm excited.
Oscar, because this is the spot that has the compartments and things, most of the pictures and stuff are in crates that are far too large for them.
Yeah.
And it creates a measure of dead space. Maybe deep inside what would be several crates, there is a square cube of just space that would be almost like 3 feet by 6 feet, a pretty sizable chunk. It's accessible through one of the crates. You kind of open one of the crates, move something, and then open another, and it gives you a large enough access for Oscar to get into. Oscar would kind of squeeze into this area, and arrayed in this space are pictures. There is a large illustrated book of Grimm's fairy tales. There is a lantern that's hooded with that would probably be used in mining.
Yeah.
You would see it in a coal collective or something of that nature, that has a hood and can create a pinpoint of light. And all around there would be kind of letters written in German, asking questions, just small pieces of paper. Which is your favorite color? And then there would be a spot to answer, and it's, what is your favorite song? And where did you like to go? And it's arranged with numbers in the way that you would have like in a space this small. Oscar has laid it out to be almost a combination of a treasure hunt and almost like an escape room. There's always something to do. It's like, what's your favorite color? And then go to that color. And there'll be an arrayment of colors, and there's a task to do once you get there. And there's food. There's not just chocolate. It's, food and fruit that it's kind of been captured, not canned fruit, obviously, because it will be there for a while. But all of these things that could occupy a boy's time. Yeah. And even, nothing that could create too much sound, but, puzzles and centered in the end, there's a mattress on the floor for the boy to sleep with, a very fine comforter that's on top of it, the best that Oscar could find.
Yeah.
And at the head of what would be that bed, there's a picture of the sands of Key West in Florida, and it says in German, Florida. And there's a note that Oscar and says, this is where our quest begins. And just all of these things, so he can go back and keep his son occupied in the long trip back to Paris.
Yeah.
But then he can collect and know his son as much as he can.
Yeah. That is beautiful. And I feel like there are a couple of different things you could roll for this, depending on where you're wanting, right? It can be anything from stealth in terms of keeping it quiet, right, and hard to find, to rapport, to gosh, there are so many things you could roll here, actually. Like, there are a lot of different options here, is what I would say.
I will absolutely roll stealth, but I was going to default to performance, because this is, if there was ever a moment where Oscar wasn't the actor and was the director and the stage manager, this is it.
Okay.
Because he's trying to get what he can out of the actor, his son, who's in here, and to do it in the most comforting, most supportive way that he can.
Now, that would mostly be rapport, right? In terms of like sort of comfortingness. So I'd say rapport or stealth is what I would say, or empathy. One of those three is what I would say.
Okay. Can I use my stunt where I can use performance for rapport whenever I'm dealing with the entertainment stuff?
Yes. Okay. Yes. Right, because you're using rapport, but through performance. So I would say yes. Right, that's like a yes.
Great.
All right, that will give you an advantage, and we'll call it the escape room with one free invoke. And this will also you can use this to calm the boy, also get to know the boy. This is we'll do a couple of things there. Yes. So you are working on this sort of beautiful little space when Frida goes in to bring her husband food.
Oh yes, and she touches up in the mirror just to make sure she looks perfect before she brings her husband his plate of dinner.
And he is sitting there when you come in, clearly irritated. Clearly irritated. He has been left by himself in a convalescent part of the train, not in front of lots of people. He doesn't like that. And so you can see him with his super powerful physique, right?
Visit later when he's thought about what he's done.
There's been a couple of breakthroughs, so he has recovered. He's
that's good, because I'm going to destroy him again. Yes, he might be recovered some physically, but he's about to get mentally wrecked.
Yep.
Okay.
And
just right where I want him.
When you walk in, he goes. He darts his eyes to the side, which would be the direction where everyone else is, right? And he goes.
And as she comes in, she's going to say, "I'm so sorry. They took forever to get in already this evening." And then close the door behind her so they can have just quiet time, just the two of them.
Oh.
Yeah, it's really sweet.
And I'm so happy for this. I'm so happy to do a scene with you about a loving couple where everything is great and nothing bad will happen to anyone here at all. I'm very excited for it. Just pulling up that character sheet. It's really good. And
good. Yes, you'll need that pulled up.
Yeah, I think I will. And he smiles at you and he goes, my Liebchen, you haven't introduced me properly to this is a prince and an important SS person?
But you had met the prince already.
Yes, yes, but better. I mean, have you spoken about him to me? Have you told him all the things that I do, the importance?
Oh, of course, I've only told him everything about you.
Oh, that's good, good, good.
He's the doctor I mentioned about, the one who's
Oh.
been tending to me.
Yes, yes. Could you come closer?
And she comes close. She'll sit on like the bed next to his wheelchair and start cutting up his food for him.
And he will reach out and he'll put his hand on your belly.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so excited. I hope this time it will stay. You and I, you are born to have my children. And he sort of smiles at like this idea that you will have
Very
his
much
children.
looking forward to this child.
Yes. So, it was all taken care of, all of this.
It's him.
Oh.
She'll feed him a bite.
And he'll take this bite, sort of like in this kind of weird mix of like, I'm too strong and independent, but I'm being taken care of. It's that kind of like, yeah. Mm-hmm,
Oh yeah.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Clearly, you know, he is loving the attention.
Working the fork and knife.
Oh, yeah.
Just cut up into perfectly bite-sized pieces.
And he goes, so.
His whole plate.
Did you take care of you know?
Of course, I was able to discreetly ask around, and they had everything that those monsters had taken.
So sorry about that. But
I'm just glad you won't get in trouble from the,
I'm glad we're back together and everything will go back to normal. You know, I have to plan this party, and I will need your help. So,
Of course.
this it's important.
I'm more than happy to help.
Good. It'll be a bit tricky because it's not a party; it's more like a meeting. So there's not
We
entertainment.
still need to be catered, and
Yes,
everything will
yes,
need to
yes.
be put in order, especially after the I heard that the building had suffered some damage.
Yes, they've been working on
last
that.
one.
It's fixed, built, rebuilt. So,
Good.
but so I don't think you can be there to be hostess, but I will need you to, you know,
It was a
do
prior work.
yes, the magics that you do to make me look so good.
Of course.
We are a very good team. Oh, thank you.
Yep. Just a big old bite of turnip.
So, did the people you've been, while I was in the hospital, you've been hanging around all these people, did they say good things about me? Did you speak to the general about me? Did you tell him all of my
I did
qualities?
speak with General Stroopnagel. I had dinner with him actually.
Yes. Did you tell
He
him?
seemed, of course, seemed very receptive.
Ah, good. You were singing on the radio.
Oh, on the radio, only a little bit, of course, because of the tight security in Paris. I
Yes,
mostly
yes.
stayed at the hotel with
That's good. That's good.
Frau Leichner.
Yes, I don't want you just singing everywhere and every which way. It's just that.
Of course not, but while I was at the radio, I heard an interesting rumor about you, actually.
About me, that I'm
Mhm.
your favorite husband, your best husband.
Pizza and bite of potato.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, I heard a most unsettling rumor
Hmm.
that you had, that when you got to Paris, that you had gone to a brothel?
I feel like this is an attack.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like this is an attack.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That my dearest, most loyal husband went to a brothel. And I'm going to use my stunt, Picture of Perfection. Picture of Perfection can use deceive instead of provoke when it comes to my social image.
And what is this deceit that you're doing right now?
Oh, I'm provoking him. But I'm using deceive because I'm playing like I don't know that he's been in this brothel.
I see.
But I know he's
I
totally
see.
been in this brothel. It might come
Yes.
out in a minute.
Yeah, please.
But yeah.
Please continue on then. In that case.
Yes.
I see.
Yes.
I'm going to
yes.
roll his will.
His will.
Yes,
please do.
to resist because his will's
Yes.
very.
His
very,
will's so good.
It's
Yeah. He's just so strong-willed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's why he's a colonel, not me.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
It's very good. And I'm going to roll it.
Please do.
Yeah, I will.
I'm waiting in anticipation.
I don't know if you want to see the score though, because
I do though.
it's
I
really
really
good.
do.
Okay, well then.
Yeah.
Will. So okay.
That's a lot of points difference.
Yeah, because his will is mediocre.
It's like a 7-point difference.
Yeah, that
8?
is. But I will, if you don't mind, use one of my fate points.
Go for it.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Roll that again with his +0.
No, I'm not gonna re-roll. I'm just gonna get a +2. I'm just gonna take that +2.
Only a 5.
Yes.
Instead of a.
Yeah. And I mean, his high concept, sort of. Abusive husband and military man, because his military madness helps him keep, some kind of professionalism of some sort.
Yes.
But I know, Trooper, that protects us from being yelled at to our face, not to cutting words against our own ego.
Yeah, he's good at not flying. He tries really hard not to fly off the handle, so it's like
he tries.
He tries.
I'm trying up till this point. Okay.
I mean,
yes, that's
I'm not saying.
part. Yes.
I'm not saying that he is excessively successful at that. He often is not, because again, his will is 0. So it's not like he, so that's a 5 he has to soak.
Yes. Please soak that 5.
I shall. I'm going to just take up his stress box, and then his... what consequence would you like to give him?
Oh, is that a consequence already?
Yeah. It's hard to soak. It's hard to soak a 5, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Oh, okay. Mild consequence, right?
Moderate. His mild is already full with the hard to walk.
Okay, wonderful.
Yeah.
Oh, I want him to feel guilty. Like he has to make it up to me. Yeah.
Let's say
because he has like whatever tiny bit of a conscience he has
pangs of
is
guilt.
Weighing on him real heavy right now.
Yeah. We'll give him pangs of guilt. We'll give him that. Yeah. And
and what does he say in response to this?
You say that and he goes,
I feel like also at the fact that he wants to be the image of a picture perfect husband. Not even about caring that he is. It's more of just the outward image.
Yeah, and he sort of furrows his brow. Well, I mean, at the time I thought that you had left me, so I had to. If I would have known that, I have apologized for not realizing that you had been kidnapped, and I thought you had left me.
I'm glad you were honest with me, because I did have the rumors confirmed that you went to the Little Bird brothel and were with a woman named Marie. But I do have to know, and she tears up. Just because he's in. Were you attending brothels in Berlin, in Germany? Was this your first offense, or have you been performed infidelity before?
No, I would never.
Is he lying?
You're going to have to roll your empathy.
An empathy?
Yes,
please. Oh yeah, I would love to roll an empathy.
I will roll his deceive.
Please do.
Which again,
I'm sure he's really good at it.
Is mediocre.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is not lying. That is true.
Okay, that is good.
That is true.
He's still gonna die painfully and terribly, but a little, not like more painfully and terribly. Yeah.
But it's his turn, and he says.
Oh, good.
He says,
yes, I'm ready. I'm
Are you?
tearing up. Yes.
Listen to me.
It's mostly angry tears, but he doesn't know that. He thinks they're just betrayed sad tears. She's just mad.
Listen, I did that because I thought you left me. And Frida, that you leaving me would be terrible. I would not be able to live if you had left me. You would not be able to live if you left me. No one leaves me. And I'm glad that you're back, because if you ever went anywhere or anything like this, it would be very bad. That's a provoke.
All right. Yeah.
I need a
That's
will.
I'm guessing a will.
It is a will.
Yeah.
And he just sort of like
Sure.
places his hand
That's why I saved my fate points.
on your leg. And he just sort of squeezes.
That's a really bad will.
He squeezes
It's
your
okay.
leg, and it's just a little too tight. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's that way you've seen him before, where it's that sort of like the edges of his ears are getting red, and like red blotches are getting onto his cheeks, and it's that kind of anger that often explodes into violence, and never against you, but often against everything and everyone around you. And as he just squeezes your knee just a little bit, it's a look of violence that turns towards you in that way that you've seen so many times. That way whenever you've spoken to any man, the way that that way he looks at you when you've been 5 minutes late coming back from a radio station, or you talk to somebody who delivers the mail, just too many words, too long. And it was that look that he gave when he chased your one friend who was staying with you out of the house so that you were completely alone in your house with him, and you never had anyone else there to help you. It's just that impending violence. That is, by the way, 5 mental.
Yeah. But I'm gonna spend some fate points, Trooper.
Are you? Tell me about this.
I am. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm debating if I want to reroll or just spend them.
Mm.
Because I could just spend 3 fate points.
You could.
I could, but I think I might have a better. I do have a +4. That's pretty good. That's a pretty bad roll.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm gonna reroll.
Using which aspect?
Using my jealous controlling husband, because I know how he works.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because I know. I've seen this a million times.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna try again.
Please spend that fate point and re-roll.
Okay, that's better. I'm gonna spend another fate point to boost that will up some.
Oh, please.
I'm going to spend using subtle social manipulator to make that a 5
versus his 7.
3.
You know what I think?
What do you think?
I think I'll re-roll.
Oh, do you?
I do.
Okay.
And I think that I will use his my wife will be mine forever, his trouble aspect.
Sure.
You know? And I think I will...
For each other's trouble aspect.
Yeah,
sure.
yeah. And I'll re-roll his provoke, which is his best skill, by the way.
It is his best skill, yeah.
Same roll.
Oh, it's
fine.
the same.
Same roll.
Oh, yeah.
It's great. So that's...
And I'll take that 2 mental stress. I can soak that.
Yeah,
that's
right.
fine.
Yeah, okay.
I just put it in the 2 box, or did you check the 1 and the 2?
No, just check the 2.
Just the 2?
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. Choose the method of stress relief on this train.
And he just like squeezes your knee in a way that's just a little bit too tight, as he sort of...
Yeah.
It's, if there were someone else in the room, like the help, he would probably commit violence upon them, is probably what would happen.
But he's in a wheelchair and I'm feeding him his dinner.
Yes.
And so I'll just take the tastiest bit of schnitzel, stamp it on the fork, and then give it to him and goes, of course, when have I ever left you? You know I would never do such a thing.
Are you wearing your wedding ring?
No, because
You're
the
not.
bandits stole it.
Uh-huh.
And she hasn't gotten a replacement one. I think she'd be wearing a simple like jewelry band in place of it, but the wedding ring that she had on, she totally is gonna pawn for her criminal organization under the pretense that they took all her jewelry when they kidnapped her. Because that makes sense. But she would have gotten just a simple, like probably like a silver or like a metal band. So she's wearing something in place of her wedding ring, but not the wedding ring.
You did well with that empathy, right?
Oh yeah.
He
I
has
beat
a
him.
secret, your husband. You don't know what it
Trust
is,
me.
but he clearly is feeling pretty satisfied with himself about something.
Oh, I see.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what it could be.
You don't know, but he wasn't feeling this way earlier, like when you were getting him from the
really?
hospital. Yeah.
That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, I'm gonna lie my ass off. It's gonna be like, of course, when have I ever left you? You know I would never leave you, and that you can tell me anything.
Yeah, the problem is
That's
never
right.
you anyway. The problem is all those men who want to take you away from me. And you can just see he's...
And I just potatoes. Yeah.
But we don't have to worry about that.
But of course not. You know I would never leave you, and just pat his hand that's on her knee.
And he sort of lets go of your
Nice.
knee.
Some more schnitzel.
So,
You know how much I love you.
oh, good.
Yeah.
So I'll need your help with this conference.
Of course.
Good.
You know I would do anything for you. And that's a big lie. It's a really big lie.
Doesn't seem like an attack yet, though.
No, not yet.
Not yet.
What do you need me to do for this conference?
Oh, I need you to make sure the catering is good and...
What's the catering's the usual?
Yes.
Anything in addition? I know it's supposed to be very important. You said something about it. Anyone in particular you want to impress?
Well, I mean, this is general here in France. I would like you to... The Stoopnagel, I'd like you to impress him. That would be good. I need to get my reputation better, so... and this fellow, this Leixner, he's SS, yes? So there'll be a lot of SS there if you can maybe get a good name for me as well. Yes, that would be good. Yes.
Of course, I will tell Herr Leichter all about you.
Good. I'm very happy for this France chapter of ours to be behind us and all the terrible things that happened in France to be set aside in the past. And all is forgiven.
Terrible things.
Yes. And please, I forgive you as well.
Forgive me?
Of course. Yes.
For what?
Well,
What did I do?
well,
Please, you have to tell me.
you are too innocent, you know. And sometimes you get, well, people around you have
Play dumb a lot.
designs on you, and you encourage them with your looks and speaking to people who are not me. And too much in the visibility of other people, not safe inside your home. And this leads people on and they give them ideas. So, I've taken care of it, and I forgive you for being too in public.
Please, tell me who I led on, or how did I offend you so I can not repeat such a mistake in the future.
Oh, you will not be able to repeat it. It is taken care of.
I'd hate to accidentally repeat any mistakes that I have made. Deb. She totally wants to repeat said mistakes and piss him off. So
He now pats your knee in the most patronizing way. Most patronizing way. And he says, well, you won't be able to repeat this particular mistake because this mistake is not going to be able to be repeated.
you not tell me so I can be enlightened? Blink, blink.
Sir, that fellow of yours. He won't be bothering you again.
Looks clueless as to who this could be. He's gonna have to spell it out for this dumb woman in front of him. Yes.
And he looks waiting for you to get it because,
She just looks like she plays her puzzled stupid woman look.
Yeah.
She's mastered that look over like the past decade. Yeah.
And he sort of just sighs because you're like a puzzled stupid woman. He's like,
yeah. Uh-huh.
I saw him with you again today. Came to visit me in the hospital.
He's like, for a second, she's like, Angela? And she's like, no. She's like, is he attendant? Or what was his name?
Yes, this Martin.
Was that his name? He just did the scheduling.
Yes, well, he's clearly in love with you.
What?
Yes.
No.
No, yes, he
He's
is.
far too young.
Well, he came to my hospital. Yes.
Yeah.
To, yell at me.
Oh, no.
Colonel Otto Voigt. He yelled at me. This
He yelled at you about...
lieutenant who's nothing and nobody. About the brothel situation. Said I did not deserve you.
Yep, great.
That I was some sort of brute. He said I should leave you. Well, I suspect that he won't be having a good time on his way home today, and he should not be bothering you anymore. I take care of people who stalk my wife.
I would never think such things about you. Lies, 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 lies.
Yes, well...
But he is the person I believe I had looked into the troubling rumors that I had about,
Good.
were regretfully true. Torn out of guilt a little bit.
Well, but this is... I feel like we both made mistakes. I went to a brothel and you led a man on to fall in love with you, who then accused me of being a brute into my face. And so, I forgive you by arranging some friends of mine that I met while I was here to take care of this fellow of yours, and you forgive me for straying briefly when I thought you had left me. I think it is all well.
Well, you know that I would never go astray. Ever.
Well, now I know. That...
So long as we both shall live.
Good.
We made those vows, and I would never break them.
No. But it is true. As long as you live, you are mine.
And as long as you live, potato.
Ow. But your friend, this Martin...
Attendant. He was assigned to me.
Attendant. I don't think he will be walking anytime soon.
Like, well, maybe he's thinking, maybe he'll be recovered by the time I get back.
Or that pretty face of his will probably also not be so nice in the future. I don't know how much they'll do, but he won't be looking at you again. And if you look at him, you will find only something ugly. Not something handsome.
I was never interested in anyone but you anyway. And that's a lie. That's a big lie that I want to get at him with.
Yeah. He's got to provoke on you. And yeah.
Can I deceive, attack, defend? Because
we'll defend, but you can deceive as well.
He gets to go twice in a row.
It's a simultaneous because he's been waiting on you.
Okay, we're gonna simultaneously attack each other.
Yes, indeed. This is what marriage is all about.
This is what marriage is all about.
And
then we're gonna spend a fate point
to make that a 7. Well, you don't have to if you don't want to, because you have a free invoke on the aspect you just put on him about the guilt.
Right, I do. But you know what I'm going to do instead of that aspect? I have a boost for this session.
You do? because you're
Card shark for my poker face.
Yes,
I'm poker facing
yes,
this really well.
yes,
So I'm gonna
yes.
use my free boost to get to 7.
All right.
Yeah.
That's his will. What about yours?
My will.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
My will's great.
Mhm.
And I will use a fate point to bolster that to 6.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'm gonna use you know what? I'm gonna use, because he's attacking my people, and I'm, saying no. I think this is a little bit of gang warfare. I think I'm gonna use my my poker face and my from the Viper's Den to be like, no, I see your game.
So that makes you
I'm
an
gonna
8
murder
versus
you
7.
better.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna re-roll because of his outrageous, insane controllingness.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dang it. Same thing.
Oh, he's only rolling 7.
I don't. Yeah. You do not take any stress from him,
He's gonna take a lot of stress
as he sort of
from
just
that 7
indicates that he is has sent people to do terrible things to Martin while we are away.
Yeah, that's fine.
And how do you take him out of this conflict?
I was going to say that was a 9, by the way.
Yeah.
Because,
He cannot soak that.
I take him out with a tender bite of schnitzel and the reassurance that I'm always on his side and would never, ever do anything against him or to leave him. So that way, when the day comes, he will never see it coming.
And he
wants till death. He is gonna get till death.
And he looks at you and he smiles. And he says, I want to show you something. And he puts his hands on the wheelchair arms of the wheelchair, and he pushes.
Better than I thought he was going to put him.
And he sort of pulls himself up to full standing, and he says, and then he sits back down, and he goes, I want you to know that I am your strong bear.
Wonderful.
And he takes your hand and he kisses each finger, and the kiss is like wet, It's like
super awful.
It's wet, and just like a little mushy, each one of those kisses. And before he lets your hand go, he just holds it a little bit too long, and he says, "This is my hand." And I am...
He just smiles
Will
with
give
that
you
poker face.
present, he says, completely believing that you are his. Absolutely.
Yeah. Absolutely. And he's feeling guilty.
Yeah.
So
I want you to know
beautiful.
this. I'm going to allow you to perform on stage in Berlin once. Because I
Thank
trust you
darling.
so much.
I appreciate it.
I'm
The trust means everything to me.
feeling a bit tired. I think I have to sleep. But
Yes, please. I know this schnitzel was quite heavy.
yes.
In the morning, when everyone is awake, I'll introduce you to everyone.
Yes, I should sleep. But I'm glad to know that I own you. Till death do us part. And he sort of like wraps himself up in that little blanket, and he sort of gets himself cozy, and he looks at you.
Yeah, she'll tuck him in.
Yeah.
A little too tight.
Yep. And then he,
Out of love, of course.
because he's the NPC you gave me,
He is.
he looks at you after you tuck him in, and he sort of pulls his arm out, and he just dismisses you with a wave, because he's done with you now.
Be back with breakfast.
And he smiles.
I think she walks out, and her body language reads tender, loving, and devoted as she walks out. And as soon as she closes that door, she just shudders on the other side of the door, which everyone can probably see.
Yeah, you all see that.
It's just
you see her walk out and just like full
like a
body
full
shudder.
body, yeah. And then she takes a deep breath, like brushes herself off as if she is filthy, and then comes back over to where she left her plate of dinner.
No, I wasn't.
And his dessert, because she didn't bring in his dessert. He didn't know he had dessert. She's having his dessert too. And that's her stress relief.
You just see Pritam look at her. He goes,
You know, I wasn't really joking about the 6-inch needle. I do have one in my bag. I mean, and he kind of just does the stabbing motion with it. I mean,
You can
some people
see the
deserve a
poker
very
face
sore bum.
is cracking a little bit because that was just another person. She's like, no, stop fucking with the people I like.
Quick question: what is the length of your dress/skirt?
Oh, currently for Freda, it's winter, so it's probably mid-calf.
Yeah.
Because ankle-length skirts were not in fashion at this point, but mid-calf would have been an appropriate length for, a housewife in winter.
Your knee hurts. He squeezed a little too hard. You probably have a bruise. Like, just like it's that thing that he does. And probably very light and probably won't last very long, but it's there,
Yep.
Yeah. And Regina and...
I imagine actually, while you were gone, Regina has fallen asleep snuggling this dog, and Regina is sleeping for the first time in a long, long time. Her and this dog are asleep, food still on the table, just passed out, snuggling each other.
Freedom is so happy.
I know.
I'm happy. Freda's disgusted. It's great. There's just a wide range of emotions here.
Pritam.
You just hear him go, like, as he's staring at Regina, he goes, perhaps next time I should start considering dog as a prescription.
Animals can be very therapeutic when you are allowed pets.
Oscar, you did see it. You did see that full body, shudder, because she was in there for a bit of time with him.
And she probably went to cross her legs over the knee with the bruise, wince a little, and then shift the other. To make that leg on top.
Can you roll a fight for me, Greg?
Cool.
Can I use any of my stunts?
No, because it's for gathering information.
Superb.
Yeah. There are many things that you are good at. One of them is violence. And you know quite a lot about the human body and how it reacts to violence. And you just notice it when she crosses her legs, right? She crosses her legs and then shifts the way you described it. How did you describe it?
She I imagine she probably most people sit with one leg. When they cross their legs, they usually favor one leg over the other. Imagine it was the leg she had crossed over there, so it's the leg on top of the leg she normally favors, and then she just does the barest bit of a wince and then switches so that leg is not on the bruised section, so that leg's on the top.
Violence has happened. You can tell, right? There is just you can tell that she was fine before she went and had a conversation with him, and now there's something wrong with her knee. You don't think it's broken. You don't think it's clearly nothing too bad because she didn't have a limp, right? But you know it. You know it. You're
just enough to be uncomfortable.
Just enough to be uncomfortable.
Is the train moving?
Yes, it is.
She's having a hard time eating dinner because she's kind of disgusted, but
As a doctor, would I be able to pick up any of that as well?
That would be a medicine for you to figure that out.
All right. Come on, baby. Be good today. Yeah.
Yes,
good.
That is enough. You note it. She's favoring... Something happened in there that was physical of some sort, but not anywhere visible.
Oh, that's good to know. Preetham reaches into his...
Is it good to know? Or is it somewhat distressing that any
in the sense of, there's a, karma is a big Indian concept. And so, sometimes it comes in mysterious ways.
Yes.
Sometimes visible, sometimes not so visible.
Yeah.
I feel like he did get some karma being with Dr. Knochen for a weekend.
Oh, well, not for this incident.
Yeah.
And therefore...
No, that's one incident. He has a lot more to make up.
Yeah.
Because he's going to die soon.
Well, in my bag, as part of my medical supplies, I'm pretty sure some of the things I have to deal with are constipated patients.
That's true.
So I do have diuretics.
You do.
And also,
Yeah.
what is it? Anti-constipation pills,
Yeah.
et cetera, or injections of
Yeah.
some sort.
Oh, yeah.
As well as anesthetics and other things, things that I can use in the field. You see Preetham get up, grab his bag, and walk out.
Tell me more about that.
He is going to inject him, as he promised. A couple of things. First, I'm assuming, based on my knowledge of, or Preetham's knowledge, that the thing that the Colonel highly values above all is his image and his pride.
Yes. That is true about him.
A nasty shock to wake up wedding / shitting the bed.
Shitting the bed.
One.
That's always an attention getter.
Yes. Right? Unfortunate things happen. The human body is a mysterious
Absolutely.
thing, and even adults, unfortunately,
Must have been bad
situations.
train food.
It's just so many things have been happening. Poor man. And so going to be utilizing that. It would also be efficient a bit more if he were to even wake up. Perhaps suddenly he is unable to, move his limbs.
I'm going to need from you.
Not permanently, of course.
No.
I know, but still.
I would like you to roll
kind of
medicine.
wallowing in your own shit without being able to do anything about it.
Yeah. I'm going to need
perhaps not being able to really vocalize what's wrong.
a medicine roll.
Indeed.
I believe you're going to be creating an advantage on him. And that sounds to me like the advantage is...
You know your shit.
Yeah. Yes. I was like runs. Like I just like I need a really good one. Would you like to spend a fate point? Oh, you haven't rolled yet. You have to roll.
I haven't rolled yet.
roll.
Let me. Yay!
That's great.
Yes, that is good enough for one free invoke on knows your shit. He will be not in a good way. Is the best way to put it. It's gonna be bad for him in the best way.
The thing is, the other aspect is when you wallow in your own, in a very decrepit way, you get infections, you get bed sores, you get certain rashes. I feel he's going to be in this shit for a little while.
Well, that is going to give us a couple of things to think about. You are going
shit to think about.
Oh yeah, you're going to make it. You're going to make it to Berlin.
And
I
think,
when
how long do we have till Berlin?
It's like 7-8 hours, 9 hours.
He's knocked out for the rest.
Oh yeah,
of that time.
maybe even a little bit longer because there's a lot of delays. But when you get to Berlin, poor fellow is not looking good. He's barely coherent quite often, actually. And it smells something fierce. It's not good. It's bad for him. And there is a full welcome for you.
Oh no.
Right? People being like, there's like a full welcome. There are cars. Everyone is sort of like, you've been like, there's a limousine. You are sort of being welcomed with great fanfare. There are people there to pick up all of your gear.
Freda looks pristine.
And there is...
By the way, Freedom doesn't mention any of this to anybody. You just see him walk out.
I love it.
Like 10, 20 minutes, and then he's back again. Just sits down.
Freda just assumes for that checkup or whatever.
Yeah, your husband is not doing well.
To go to the loo.
Oh no, that's so sad.
But I will say this.
I care so much.
It is very clear that Goebbels has set you all up to be treated well. Very well. And there is a meeting that is set up because you had requested to meet with Herr Goebbels. And you have an appointment Holger Leixner to meet with him the exact time of the conference on the 20th, but he has made an appointment to meet with you, to discuss with you the film. He does not tell you himself personally, but the person who's come to greet you has let you know that Goebbels has made an appointment. Your request has been received. And the group is driven to the estate, with like the Krause estate. It's a beautiful sort of villa that is not too far away. Let me bring you here so you may see it for those who have not just yet. Here we go. It's a sort of a lovely estate for those who have not been seen it. And you are sort of brought into this place, which is this sort of lovely estate that has been sort of kept up. There's a woman, Gerda, who is she's a housekeeper. She's sort of large and round and older than she used to be. But she has been the woman who runs this estate since since Regina can remember, since she was a small child. She was like the woman who's always been here. And she welcomes you into this estate, which has been ransacked and then recleaned, is the best way to put it, right? And when I say ransacked, it's because there are things missing, right? It's very clear that people have gone through this estate, searched it, and she, probably the groundskeeper, have put everything back in place that it remains. Most things are there, but you can tell because there's like a chair that's been broken, right? And like little bits of like sort of small evidences of someone being through here at some point in time in perhaps the less than kind way. But she has laid out and changed all the linens. She's removed the dust cloths, and there's a fire going. So this place is warm and welcoming to you all. Can you describe the estate for your fellows?
I imagine it was built, they moved here in the early 1900s.
Mm-hmm.
But it was actually probably built, yes, they moved here.
Yeah. So
they built this estate. I imagine that it was probably built to look older than it actually is.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, because it's the style, right?
It's the style, right? Yep. Marble floors, excessively high ceilings, walls of like oil painted portraits of all of the generals from the from her lineage.
And it's a general, colonel, general, and all in like full uniforms, very sort of like grim looking fellows, very Prussian with like elaborate facial hair, and like the last of the line is this man in a suit rather than a uniform, and he's also looking grim, to be fair, but not in a full decorated uniform. Regina knows, of course, her father could have worn a uniform for that sitting, but it's not an impressive one, and he didn't. Right? Like, he just didn't. He wore a suit instead. But he's the only one, this last one, the only one without a uniform. But, of course, you would recognize this man because there are other portraits here. Like, there's a portrait of him and a woman, and clearly a very young Regina. She must have been like 2 or 3, right? Like a sort of small little wee Regina in this sort of portrait. And she's this very regal looking woman, in like if you know your clothing from the aughts, like a very nice sort of a Gibson style sort of dress. And she has got her hair up in a sort of like stately sort of like buns from that really beautiful Gibson style. And she looks like royalty, and he's sort of standing beside her, and they're looking, and she's got a slight smile, and he's looking grim, and there's this little Regina in the portrait. How would you be dressed, and what are you looking like?
Oh, how old?
It's
Not 4 or 5.
Yes. Yep.
So they would just, they dressed boys and girls the same back then,
Mm-hmm.
up until a certain
Yeah.
point.
Sort of long, sort of. Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
the like gown type dress type things.
Yep.
Mhm.
So I imagine Regina's in something of the sort.
Yep.
I imagine she looks a lot happier.
Yeah. And the housekeeper, when she sees you, she gives you the biggest smile.
I think actually Regina will come over and reciprocate with a hug.
And she,
I mean, this woman basically raised her.
yeah,
for
it's
Pete's sake.
basically you're the closest you have to a mother figure after your mother died. And she sort of gives you this big, big hug, and with what is clearly a Bavarian accent. She is not from Berlin, this woman. She goes, Reginele, and she just like gives you this big, strong hug. And she goes, I've got all your favorites. And she like, sort of like, how do I put this? She bustles you in to like the dining room in the way that you kind of like sweep someone up, and you kind of, it like, it's like that force of momentum where it's like this hug that then just sort of keeps transporting you into like a chair, right? And she sort of waves at all the rest of you and just sit. And like she has a bit of a limp now that she did not have before, but she sort of comes out and there's just so much food. There is so much food. And it's like, there is like breads, there are a little bit of cold cuts, right? And it's so much food, including a little like a dessert that is clearly not German, sort of like a pancake that is sort of brought and sort of sat in front of Regina, and then she remembers and she kind of brings them out for everyone, and she looks at you, Oscar, and your hair, and your glasses, and she looks at you, and then she looks at Regina, and she looks at you. She walks right up to you, and she pinches your cheek.
He allows his cheek to be pinched.
And
The
she
second time he's had a cheek pinch this game. But
and she looks at Regina again. Now I need to know, who did you say was coming?
Me and my husband, and I would have listed the 4 of us.
And she
5 of us if we count
Yeah.
dear husband on wheels.
and maybe also your 2 guests. And she looks
Yes,
at
of
you.
course.
And she looks at you again, Regina, and she goes, Reginele, your husband,
Da,
Holger.
da.
She gets up very close to Oscar. She puts on her glasses. She looks you up and down again. She comes over. She looks at you with a look that says, we will talk about this later, young lady. And she doesn't say much. She goes, eat up.
I wait till she turns and I feed mine to the dog.
And she sort of like, she walks out, and she's clearly like, what is up with this? What is up with this fellow here?
She's like, I thought he was under the rose garden.
It's just like, hair's the same. And she like sort of walks off, and it is this Danish
Freda, keeps your mouth shut.
dessert. It's the one that your mother used to make, the dessert, and she makes sure that there are rooms set up for everyone. There are quite a few rooms in this estate, and it's do you give them a tour?
Not unless they ask for it.
Freda's already seen a lot of the house.
Mhm.
She doesn't want to put Regina out by asking for the tour.
Yeah. It's a strange place, right? Because the front part of it is clearly made to entertain guests, but also it clearly doesn't look like there's been much entertaining in a very long time. It looks a little... well, there are guests coming, so it's looked like it's been aired out some, but it looks like it's almost like a museum that hasn't really been lived in, really, for a while. There's like a sitting room. There's a laboratory, a huge library. It's a sort of an odd sort of a place that seems like it's not the most warm and comforting place ever is the best way to put it. It's not like a place you're like, oh, how homey, because there's nothing really soft, right, in this place. It's a lot of sort of hard things, a lot of books, a number of guns on the wall, like sort of like
hunting.
Yes. And it's a weird thing because there are all of these sort of like heads, like taxidermied heads of animals bagged. And they have names on them, like who bagged them, right? Like who, like...
I imagine Regina bagged most of them.
And your grandfather, right? It's
and
like...
my grandfather, yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of like trophies, right? Sort of animals killed by Regina and her grandfather. And not her father. And it's just like this kind of like a strange museum. A lot of... there's a portrait of the mother without anyone else, but with a crown on her head. It looks like it's like an aristocratic portrait, like a noble portrait of her, like sort of an official portrait of some sort when she was clearly much younger. But this place is an odd sort of mix of home and museum, laboratory, and place to welcome others. And this woman, Gerda, is almost always, I mean, she's the help, right? But she's often, like, when she comes around, she often just kind of, like, touches Regina on the shoulder, right? Like, just that kind of, like, a comforting way, right? To just sort of, like, let you know that something, you know. And she says, I'm sorry about your father.
Me too.
Oh, I'm so sorry. And she rushes off as you're all sitting at this table full of food. And then she sort of comes back with a valise, like a leather valise. And she puts it in front of you. And then she looks at the dog. And she goes, come. And she, like, gestures for this puppy to come. Who doesn't? So then she goes off and comes back with sausage, and she's like going to sort of like draw the dog to like the kitchen so it can be sort of warm and fed, and clearly she's gonna be feeding this dog quite a lot, but she leaves you this valise, you know, a nice leather folder. Yeah,
okay.
Like one of those folders that you tie shut, you know. It's like a very nice one.
Right.
Legal documents are in them a lot of the time.
Yes, documents.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I imagine Regina knows what this is.
Probably legal documents.
But she mentioned her father.
Yeah.
So I imagine Regina instantly, okay, this is probably his will.
Yeah.
She's not ready to face any of that.
Yeah.
So she won't.
Yeah. But it's got like
Right
the stag on it, you know?
Yeah.
But it's clearly like legal documents. And if you're guessing it's his will, you're guessing correct, right? In other assorted documents. Frida, as you're all being escorted into this house, right? Can roll back a little bit. One of the officials who's helping you all sort of move into this place pulls you aside for a moment and goes, will your husband be well enough to...
Yes. He's recovering quite rapidly under the care of Dr. Pritam Singh. I imagine he's already able to stand and walk a bit, but we are keeping him resting easy for the next few days for him to gather his full strength to be able to.
The official looks at your husband, who is not particularly coherent right now.
Doesn't look well.
And this official...
Aside from the
long
bad,
journey, and
aside
I've
from the bad train food.
The official says...
I've had to give him some medication to kind of tide him over.
Frau Engel, could you... I have some paperwork for you to sign, if you would. Back at the vehicle.
Of course.
If your husband cannot sign, I would love it if you would do this for me at this moment. He pulls you towards the car. And he's like...
Yeah, I get the feeling he wants to talk with me alone.
Yes. He's like...
That's really interesting.
He's like, excuse me, Frau Engel. Your husband doesn't seem well. Will you be taking care of the most important work for the conference? Are you well enough to do this?
I want to get a read on this guy before I answer his question.
That would be an empathy discover.
Empathy. Yeah. It's great.
You may ask 2 questions or get a question and a boost.
Ooh. I think I'm going to do for a question and a boost.
You can also change your mind after the first one.
That's true. That's true. Okay. So, question. What is the answer that he's looking for? Like, what does he want out of this? Because
that's an empathy-based question.
It's probably not a big secret that she's been doing a lot of his planning and work.
Let's say it's a secret, but people know, right?
But
Like
people know.
Yeah.
So the question is, are they trying to figure out if she's doing most of the work or if he's? Yeah. That's my question. What is the answer he's looking for? What does he know / hear?
He wants to hear that you're going to do the job because clearly your husband cannot do the job, right? Like he is concerned about this conference going off well, and
Noted.
It's clear that he's like, I hope the answer is that yes, because there are some concerns. Yes.
Okay. Yes. Certainly.
Yep.
Yeah. Should be like, oh, of course I would help him as much as I usually do. Which, if he knows, which he seems to know, he knows.
Well, good.
I'm sure the conference will go off without a hitch. He's already started discussing plans with me about it.
Good. And there's like a tightness in this fellow's jaw.
I look, just warm and opening, like he can tell me anything.
Well, I'm so glad. Your husband has done so much work so far. And it's all very good work that he's done already for the organizing. And I'm sure that he will correct any errors or embarrassments that might have taken place in the planning already. And I'm sure that you will let him know
Certainly, of course.
Good.
If you would hate for there to be any errors in this planning.
Yes, good. So if you
That would be unacceptable. Yes. And she has a look on her face of like, I would never allow that.
Yes. So please remind your husband to go to his office soon and correct any unfortunate seating problems or lack of ordering of food already problems.
I think she'll pull out like a little notepad from her, like I mentioned, she's a clutch, and she starts writing these things down to help reassure him.
Oh, good. Because your husband is very good at logistics. It's just that it seems that he has not yet ordered some of the things that need to be ordered, and people are already arriving. So.
Oh dear.
Yes.
Can't have that.
No.
And she writes a note about, so it just seemed like she's really on top of it. Like, don't worry, buddy, this is gonna be handled so great.
Wonderful. Is there anything else you might need? Your husband might need.
What was your name?
I'm so sorry. Fisher.
Fisher.
Yes. Lieutenant Fisher. If your husband needs anything, please, you can. And he sort of gives you a business card. Please contact. Yes. Have your husband contact me.
She puts it in her notebook, and then Was it? She's like, Lieutenant Fisher. How
Yes.
old's Lieutenant Fisher, and is he wearing a wedding ring?
Lieutenant Fisher seems to be like mid to late 20s. He is wearing a
Okay.
wedding ring because this is a time period where everyone needs to be married and have kids. Or
Yeah,
it's bad.
it is. But you never
Yeah.
know. There's sometimes, yeah, things
Um,
happen.
So, please, if you don't mind, I would
course.
love it if you would just let your husband know about the logistical problems.
We'll let him know everything, and if
Yes.
he needs anything, I will be sure to contact you.
Good, good. Just let him know that. And please take this list of things to give to your husband.
Thank you
Just,
very much.
just in case I understand that your husband seems to be, and just kind of points over where the husband and Pritam is, and
Yeah.
Otto is like nodding off,
Hmm.
right, and smelly. It seems
Yes.
like will you be accompanying him to the conference?
I didn't think it was allowed for me to.
No, it is not normally. But if you pay a fate point and you invoke that knows your shit, clearly they're going to need someone else as a story point to do some of the greeting. But that would be a fate point if you would like it.
Some of the greeting.
Yes.
I do have one fate point left.
Or
So,
could also be a group if you like.
I think perhaps this might be good for one fate point, especially if certain other people in this group are going to be there. It might be good to have me there as well. So yes, she'll say that if I am needed,
But,
I will do what it is ever is necessary for the sake of Germany.
the security is very, very tight. No, I mean, normally.
Of course, I would only expect it to be so, especially after.
Yes.
She
Normally.
doesn't say anything. She just
Yeah.
gives a little smile.
No one else would be able to be here, but I'll make sure that you are allowed to accompany your husband just for the greeting of the guests portion of the conference.
Thank you.
Yes, because
I'm more than happy to help in any ways that I can.
yes, I mean your husband, of course, will do all the work as he always does.
Of course,
yes,
as he always does. Just smiles.
And he just reaches out and grabs your hands, and he's like,
and she will grab his hands back like, I thank you for understanding. Yes.
Yes, so I'm so glad to have you back, Frau Engel.
It is good to be
It's so
back,
good to see you, Hetzer.
Fisher.
I'm so yes. Well, have people's many phone calls to return. So
Well,
it is.
should you need anything, should you require any assistance or aid, please feel free to give the residents a call.
Yes, of course. I'm sure your husband will be as helpful as always. It is so
My
good to have
husband
you
will be as
back.
helpful as ever.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's so good to have you back, Frau Engel. It is so.
I'm sure he will be answering the phones for anybody, so I'll be taking messages.
course,
from
of
him.
course,
Like,
yes.
I'll be the one you
Oh,
will
yes.
be talking to. You don't have to worry about
Oh,
it.
if you,
yeah.
and of course, it only makes sense that you would answer the phone for him, and you know, and he just like squeezes your hand.
And
just
I give it a reassuring squeeze back, like it's okay, buddy. We're in this together.
and he sort of like goes off, and he leaves right as leaves you.
And there's nothing to actually sign. He just wanted to, yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
no, he was just like, oh God, please.
And gave me papers.
Yes.
Just paperwork. And
Yes.
I'm like, cool, I'll take this. And I think it's too big to fit in her clutch, so she'll just carry it with her inside.
It's a list of things that need to be done, and which things have not yet been done, which would be all of them.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
she's gonna be busy. It's
And
fine.
also just some notes, like, Colonel Voight, we only have 2 weeks left before the conference. When are you going to be getting these things done? Guests are arriving already. Like just a lot of notes about like the complete,
Yes, she'll
slightly
take care of it.
increasingly
It'll be
concerned.
handled.
Concerned
no,
notes. Yep.
no need to worry. Freda's here now. I mean, her husband is here now.
There are a number of phone calls that have been messages that have been given. A number
Sure there have
for Holgar, friends from school and college who are happy to have you back in town, who would love to meet up for dinner. A number of people from your past, ghosts as it were, are very excited to meet up with you, Holgar, and finally meet your wife. Like just these couple of messages, right, about that Gerda gives you about how they're very excited to see you, and like cards. People want to play cards. They want to go hang out with you. Like a number of condolences actually about your mother. There's some bouquets of flowers there. Your brother has called and said that he's not in town, but he will arrive in town just to see you, since he knows you're going to be there. Some just like a number of photos, another messages about people who want to see you and are very excited to see you again, buddy, old pal, and just a bit of a note for the prince saying that Lakshmi is in town, and that she is hoping that she can introduce you to some people, with a number of where she can be reached.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Due to the proximity of the Krause estate to the conference, can I infer that we are staying here till conference time and not at Freda's normal residence in Berlin? Beautiful.
I mean, you could if you wanted to. It's just that the house all the rooms have been made up for you.
No. That's fine. That's fine. Your husband doesn't know the layout of this house. That's better.
Yes, that is true.
Or the staff, and he can't be rude here.
It's true. He would actually really
Freda would
like
just,
to go back home.
Excuse herself to go to the phone or something. And Freda would be like, "We can't go back. We have to plan the thing. This is so much closer. Oh, I'm so behind. Oh, and then is there a phone in this residence?
Oh yeah, there are multiple phones.
Yeah. Cool. She would want to call her uncle, tell him to pick up some stuff from her house because she's totally given him a key, and maybe meet at Regina's residence so she can talk with them and have the doctor look at him.
But
not tell him that. She's just gonna surprise that.
Hey, y'all are there. It's very nice. Perhaps the next day.
Lovely.
There's a lot of work to be done. Would you like a fate point, Greg? I would like to invoke a ghost from the past.
No.
Would you like to give me a fate point then?
Sure.
All right. Yours or the group's?
Oh, you can have mine.
Oh, all right then. You have no fate points left. Your brother does not show up today to visit you.
Good, because what I wanted to do is I wanted, since we said there are phones and whatnot in the house, if anybody shows up that knows Holgar, I want to create an advantage for that, because I can be there. I just can't be Holgar when everybody else is there.
That's right.
Yes.
That is correct.
How about you want me to do a little perform, since
Yes,
that's
please. What now? What are you wanting to have?
This is basically, so if somebody were to surprise him, like he's dressed like Holgar would be dressed, and if somebody would come up into the area, he wants to be able to say, "Oh, I work with her like Schna, but he is in town and he is doing something.
Yes.
My name is Pierre." You know,
Give me a perform, because you can roll perform for deceive, and I already know what this will be called if you roll well. I already know. That is an advantage. We're gonna call this the 9 to 5, because if you remember in the film 9 to 5, when they had kidnapped Dabney Coleman and had him trussed up in the house, there was a whole bunch of like, "Oh, you just missed the boss who just got into the elevator." Right. So we're gonna call this the 9 to 5.
He just went to dinner with someone else. What a shame.
Absolutely.
By the way, all 9 to 5 fans, for the last half of Grace and Frankie's final season, Dolly Parton is making a 2 guest appearance spot. I can't wait. Anywho,
okay,
back to you, Trooper.
Thank you. So tell me, what are you all going to be doing before you get to the conference?
Planning the fucking conference.
Meet
Making
up
sure
with
my uncle
Lakshmi.
visits Dr. Preetam. And planning to frame/murder my husband.
Weird. Interesting.
Yeah, what?
Interesting. So let me tell you some problems to think about.
Yeah.
No one but Frida is going to be able to get into that conference officially.
Oh, no.
Right?
Not even Preetam?
Nope. This is very secret, very secret, very secure. No one, Frida would not be allowed into this conference except that somebody gave her husband the runs really badly. So that he clearly cannot do a very good job of greeting people when they get into this villa. And so while they would not have Frida there normally, they need someone to sort of greet those people, and she's the only one that they would let in because she is his wife, and also has done the job the entire time, right? So they're like, okay, you can be here. So
Yeah.
she can be
It's
at
a
this
secret.
conference.
She's done the job the whole
Yeah.
time. Yeah.
But none of y'all can officially go to this conference because it is so secret. People don't even know this conference is, they don't even know it's happening. It is so hush-hush that you all cannot be there. Officially, of course. So I want to know what you're all going to do about this. And Holgar has an appointment with Goebbels at the same time as the conference.
Now, remind me, the plan, gang, was not to actually make an explosion, but just to get intel. We wanted to know who was there.
I feel like this is a conversation y'all need to have.
Well, yeah, right.
We do have the guest list. I say as if
Mhm.
it's an actual tangible thing in my hand right now. Freda
Okay.
has the guest list, so we know who is going to be there.
Mm-hmm.
She is there to greet, not to be present during the
That's correct.
meeting. But
Mhm.
she does have to set up everything, which means overseeing
Yep.
the caterers,
Yep.
the dinners. So we could plant wires.
And you can also, theoretically,
We have
I
a
bet they
tent.
wouldn't mind you being in the villa while it's
Probably
happening,
not.
just not in
Yeah.
the room in case they need more stuff, right?
Probably, yeah.
It would not be difficult for you to stay in the villa during the conference, but they would not let you in the room while it's going on.
No.
Unless you maybe come in once or twice to like drop off more coffee
Yeah.
or something.
So we could tap the wiretap the room, theoretically.
Do we
if
have
wanted
that
to
kind of
just gain intel.
technology?
We could get it.
And you have the skills.
Again, we have a train car full of film
Yes.
and recording
I guess
tech.
that's true. Yeah,
Yep.
so like
And Freda
bugging it would be
does
nice.
have sound engineering, recording, and broadcast as one of her skills.
And I've got
She
the
could
wireless
theoretically set
transmission
it up.
piece of electronics. Yeah.
Mhm.
So
you could be like one of her assistants, like
yeah, for the
pre-planning
day or
assistants
something.
for one of the days leading up to the conference, not on the day of, I'm sure, but up to it, and help her set up the tech. If we wanted to just get intel and
The other thing
try to
is
wiretap / record the conference
that
We can
and
broadcast
also,
it.
Mhm.
or broadcasting can be more dangerous, I feel.
Yeah, they'll be able
than
to
just
find us if we
recording.
broadcast
feel like
out.
a
Because
recording would be
recording, they
more-
can't detect recording.
Mhm.
They can detect a radio coming out from the conference facility. But if we recorded it, we could just load it back up on that car like a film reel and
Yeah.
ship it back to Paris and then get it out through Falstaff.
The other thing is, if ever there's any need for assistance, I know, especially since you're going to be going, I mean, if you can get Regina in there, awesome. But
Mhm.
if not, you will be
Might be able to get
soloing
free
it.
time in.
Yeah, which
Yeah.
would I am your doctor.
She could also totally fake a medical emergency
That's what I was
to
going to
get
say.
Pritam
Like, either
in
you
there.
can take one, or like you can get someone who's very important
Mhm.
to.
She's good at deceive. She could fake a medical. She's
No,
also
no, no.
very
What I'm saying is,
pregnant.
like, with the
a history
medication
of-
that I have,
Yeah.
we can
Oh
probably
yeah.
get
Her
someone who's very
or her
important.
husband
Yeah. So that way,
could
like,
have a fake medical emergency. Yeah.
because you could always have like some way to have like an invoke on one of them,
Mhm.
so that way
Yeah.
they feel obligated to have me around. Because it would be nice to have a
Well,
doctor
if we needed to
another
call you
incident
in on the
happens.
day of, because I don't think we'd have a doctor on standby normally. But if we needed to call you in, oh, it's an emergency. One of the two, like these important people, is having a thing. It'd have to be someone. It'd have to be probably me or my husband to get
Yeah.
you specifically in there. Otherwise, they'd probably call their own physician if
And-
it was one of the regular.
And they might just
duties.
move him out because
Yeah.
the list you
Mhm.
have has some of the most important SS
But if I'm
people.
just in the villa and we need someone to come to the service entrance to check on Fred, like myself or my husband, that's a different story. We could probably get away with that.
That would also be a
like-
great way to like transfer anything, like, since we
The
have
film,
to, you
like
have
the
to
like the
leave-
audio reels, yeah.
Yeah, since you have to leave the place to then and
Mhm.
hand it to me, I would have my bag.
Or
Mhm.
for us to leave and my
Mhm.
husband to follow later or something.
Mhm,
Us to leave
mhm.
with the things and then yeah.
Yep. So options.
So we could smuggle in Oscar or Regina, I think, during
Question
the
is, do we
setup
need to? If
period.
we're gonna, yeah, I was about to say, if we're gonna tap it,
I feel like that's because we could blow it up, but we don't have explosives.
yeah, I don't think the plan is not really to make an attack. It was to get intel because we had that conversation. We were like, do we
Mhm.
attack them? But no, that's going to give us away. The better option
Yeah.
is to get as much intel as possible and get it back to
We just
London as soon as possible.
Record their conference and then get it back to Paris. Yeah.
And then get it
It's
back.
better to have the intel and them not know that we have the intel
Yep,
than to blow it up
correct.
and them change everything.
Right,
Mhm.
which also happened last time. They would be
Mhm.
expecting an explosion.
Mhm.
Yes, correct. They're
Um,
not going to expect this very secure thing that no one's had interest to be wiretapped.
Here's the other thing. Regina actually has to keep a low profile in Berlin
Mm-hmm.
because she's kind of an outed agent here.
She is.
So she
Gotcha.
can't actually really, like, if she goes undercover to like set up the wiretaps, that's one thing, but in terms of like being available to the public or like taking face, she
Mhm.
can't here. I actually made that note and thought about that. So I imagine Regina would lie low. She's going to bond with her pup dog, and she is going to head up this process of like getting this recording equipment and broadcasting stuff together over the 2 weeks, which is technically a lot when the
Yeah.
city's probably on extreme watch.
Yeah. I'm gonna need a
City so much as the conference.
the conference area is like.
place.
I'm gonna need a couple of things.
Okay.
I'm gonna need. So, I'm gonna need. This is a challenge.
Okay.
I'm gonna need resources or contacts to get the gear.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna
Anything
need.
we don't have from
Yeah.
our train car, I can ask my uncle for.
Mhm. I'm gonna need electronics.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
With some help
Yep.
from anybody that's got it. So I
Yep.
think that would be
Yep.
Regina could make that roll with Frida.
I'm gonna need some tradecraft or stealth as well. Stealth
I
would
could
be
roll the
better.
stealth. I could roll the
I can-
stealth as well, y'all, at a 4.
I have a 3 in tradecraft.
That would be good.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So,
So
you'll make
I
the
got-
tradecraft roll.
I have
I
a
have-
+2 in stealth, but can roll with an additional +2 because I won't be Holgar doing it.
okay.
Yeah, I have electronics as a 2, but with a focus in sound engineering, recording, and broadcast.
So
So I'm good at recording.
let's
I should bump up
start.
tradecraft using a fate point.
Fate point.
Yeah. I don't know. Wait, no. Should I re-roll it?
Now,
Should I-
I'm going to note this. Your
Mhm.
difficulties are going to be very high
Very high.
for this. So I want you to think about this. I want these four rolls, right? Let's say something to get the stuff, right? To set it up well,
Mhm.
to make sure it's hidden. And then, so like some kind of resources probably, or contact, something like that.
Do we get any kind of bonus for having all the stuff we brought from
Yes.
Paris?
Um,
Okay,
Okay.
good.
That
Yeah,
can
I
actually,
Somebody
have,
else with the resources should make that roll.
Because he
that
has
is
a lot of
not Regina.
recording equipment.
I
with
will
him.
say that Oscar can actually just substitute a fate point for that roll because of his stunt and background. Like, he can just pay a fate point and have the things that he needs for it
Hey, that group
without
fate
having to
point.
roll. Right?
Oh,
Without
because of my Parisian one, yeah,
Yeah.
for my entertainment thing,
yeah. That would be a group. So that is a roll you
Mhm.
don't have to do because of his
That's
Great.
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 contacts.
Yay!
Love
We're-
that.
We're gonna need electronics, and there can be a help. We're going to need
Mhm.
we're gonna need stealth. We're gonna need tradecraft. Those are the three things.
So I'll have a 4 plus the 1 in help with the electronics.
Yeah, I
Mhm.
will help you. So
Okay.
I only have
Okay. And then I've got a 4 in stealth. I
but
have 4 in stealth.
and Greg can get us
I only have a 2 itself.
a what?
I have a 2 in stealth, but I automatically get a +2 to it.
Right. Okay. So that's
So
a
I
4.
guess I'm right around the same
Yeah.
as Dot.
And we've got a 2 tradecraft, which is you're gonna need a better tradecraft than that.
Right. So I
So-
feel like
fate points.
as an SOE trained
Yep.
doctor, which is my high
Yep.
concept.
Yep.
I feel like I'll just need to re-roll it. I
Yeah.
think re-rolling would be the best option. So I'm gonna re-roll, and then I'll remove the fate point.
Mhm.
Come on, give me something good.
Oh, that's a 5. That's very good.
Ooh,
Same.
Wait.
Same thing.
The same thing. It's 2.
I'm gonna recommend that you spend fate points here.
Yeah, I would spend
Yeah.
rather because that's actually pretty average
Yeah.
for the you're +3.
yeah,
So,
I'll do.
I'm going to go ahead and spend a fate point because I am trained for this.
Yes, you are.
I am trained for this.
Mhm.
I have waited for this opportunity for a long time. So that'll make that a 7.
Good. That is good. Because you're going to need that. Go on.
Okay. So,
Also,
know
do
our
you want
DC?
to roll?
Do we know
We
our
don't.
goal?
We
no.
don't.
Okay.
We're going to tell you this. This is the Wansee Conference, so your numbers are
It's
not
gonna
good.
be really high.
Mhm.
Do you want to make the stealth roll? I can
Yeah.
give you some help on that stealth, Greg. So
I
you can take
give
a
you
plus
help on
one.
this help on the stealth too, because I actually have stealth as a.
I mean, I imagine we're all
stealth.
gonna have to stealth through this in honesty. So you can
Yeah.
take two
Yeah.
from the both of us.
It's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, Dot, because I think you and I have the exact same thing with my stunt. I'm at a 4 as well.
4.
So
Why don't you roll it since I've rolled the other ones, and you can take the 2 from each of us.
is it 2 from each of you or just 1
Or
from
I'm
each
sorry,
of
2
you?
total, 1 from each of us.
Okay. I just want to make sure I got this right.
So you can add
I'm
a
tired.
plus. It'll be whatever you roll plus 4.
Mhm.
Okay. Oh, wait. I need to. Yep. You said that. You said 4.
We've got 1 7.
Superb.
Okay.
Is that a 5 or a
Nice.
7? You would prefer a 7 is what I'm going to tell you. So
He
once,
can have my fate point to make that a 7.
and you have a group. You have like 5 group fate points right now.
Oh, that's true. You know what? Use a group
Yeah.
fate point, and I'm actually
Yeah.
going to bump mine to a 9.
Okay.
Getting this intel is
Yes.
super important, and having
Yes.
clean broadcasting is going to be so key. So I'm
Mhm.
actually going to make mine a 9, and then
Okay.
go for it, Oscar. Use the group points.
What's
Mhm.
the
Wait, I wonder if I should re-roll that because that's a really bad roll. But I'll take
A
it to a
5?
7 to be safe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it would have been a +6 for.
what is
Greg.
the aspect you're going to
It
invoke?
could also be a lot worse. So
Yeah. I guess.
What is the aspect you will invoke to get that bonus on that stealth?
I'm sorry. The show must go on.
Yes. Yes. And we have a tradecraft of 2 right now.
I'm trying to.
I have
So-
tradecraft as a thing. I've recently bumped it up since I'm a crime boss. So could I have helped pre-time?
So that's a 3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then
I have tradecraft as well. I just got it bumped up as well. So-
That's a
Nice.
4.
Okay,
I actually
okay.
have tradecraft too, because I bumped it up to a 1, so I can kind of help.
That's a 5.
Okay.
All right. Do you want to spend a
But-
fate point pre-time or a group fate
So
point?
I have, I think, 2 left, right? Because
Mhm.
okay,
Yeah,
let me-
you have 2 personal fate
Mhm.
points left. So I'd use
And
them.
how much? And each using each fate point bumps it up by how much again?
2.
2.
2. Okay.
Mhm. Because this is epic, right? This is an
Yeah.
epic
This is epic.
epic
Yeah.
shenanigans.
Okay.
So that would do it, right? If you get help from each of us. So
Mhm.
Yeah,
one
'cause we
fate
have, 'cause
point.
we have a 9
help from
in
each of
our
us, that'll be 5.
electronics.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And
and then
a
another 2. I
7.
have 2. I have 2 remaining fate points.
So if you spend 1, that
Yep.
adds 2, making that a 4. With the help from all of us, that'll make it a 7.
7. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So and I would have to, but I have to justify it, right?
Yes, you do.
Yes.
I'm trying to. In terms of state, else, what
Which
could I
aspect?
actually- I mean, I already used the SOE training.
It's a new roll, so you can.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Oh no, you
Mhm.
did. This no,
Yeah, I
you
used
did.
it- I
If you use
used
a
it
different, you
to
need a different
reroll.
aspect.
Um.
Could be yours or yeah, you need another
Hey,
aspect.
You know what our group aspect is? One of
Yes.
our big aspects right
Yep.
now is the fact that this
Mhm.
conference is our main
Oh,
goal.
that is
Mhm,
true. The
mhm.
conference is our main goal. Yeah.
Okay.
That's one of
yeah,
them.
we could
Yeah.
use that.
So I would like you all to tell me, as we sort of get to this sort of.
Well, I feel like I should use my fate point too to just help boost someone.
We are in a moment, my friends,
Mm.
and you all worked so hard, and you have 2 weeks. There's a lot of dodging of people who want to come and see Holgar. There's a lot of dodging. Holgar's always somewhere in the wrong place, the wrong time. And I would like to take a moment. I need you all to explain to me how it is you get the equipment, how you get it into this conference site, which includes actually getting, you get the bars and the data back in the safe.
Yeah. My husband does that. I let him deal with that. That's his problem.
How you
sure he does.
actually place these bugs. I need to know how, because you all helped each other to get here. I need to know how this happens as we lead up to, because all this work you do is going to lead right up to this conference, and I want to know how you do it.
I think
Okay.
the easiest way to do this would be if we want to place a bug, it's so much easier to use. Here's the thing. The Nazis taped every one of their
Everything.
meetings. They had microphones lined up. If you look at any of those conferences, they are mic'd. All we got to do is piggyback off that signal,
Tap
and
off
we don't
of
have
one
to
of
have
them.
our own mics or anything.
Yep.
And so if you know what you're doing, you can actually inlay inside the insulation the wires that are coming out. They would have no clue that there's a secondary line there.
Yeah.
With our
inlay one of
stealth
the lines
roll,
and then lead it to one of the back rooms.
yeah, we
Under-
just you
And
could
because there's
you could
less
actually be in
construction
the
done.
room
Yep.
and have the recording device, and they wouldn't get it.
They wouldn't have
So-
any idea. That's not a bad idea. It's like we could be
You just piggyback off
probably
what they're already
stealth as
doing.
part of get the stuff. Stealth as part of their AV team,
Mhm.
right? Set up
What would be the trade
and piggyback off their signal. Basically tap it.
Right. The easiest thing to do would be, we know what they're using. You know, Frida could say, "Hey, here's what the microphones are using," and we could say, "Oh my
I
God,
will
we know
spend my
exactly
fate
what they are."
point to boost whatever needs to be boosted.
Now,
And then all
My
we
last
have to
fate
do
point
is
as a subtle social manipulator, so they never suspect.
now the
Yep.
When we were-
tradecraft is getting it out, right?
Okay.
The tradecraft
okay.
is getting it out in a way that is not going to seem obvious, right? And we had mentioned that the doctor is going to be there, like with basically getting the
A
tapes
medical
out.
emergency will be faked to get
But you all help him get the stuff out, right? Because he's actually
Yeah.
smuggling it at this moment, right? He's like
yeah.
going to smuggle these things out, and I want to know how this happens. How do you get?
I feel like one of the things is, coming in, either Frida or her husband has a.
Imagine your
has
husband's
either
walking,
a-
but with a cane by this point.
Yes. Someone
We
accidentally
could
trips
kill
the
him if
cane.
he
like-
seems to have a medical emergency. It's perfect. I drug my husband with something that Pritam gives me.
yeah,
I don't
and then
tell
you
him I
just,
want
like,
to
he
kill him,
just
so he doesn't feel
suddenly
bad about
falls
it.
down
Yeah.
and bumps his head against one of the tables. You see blood everywhere, and he's just like, "Oh no, what is going on?"
But at the end of the day,
Oh.
like once the conference is pretty much over anyway, so they're like, "Oh yeah, bring a doctor in. We're wrapping up. We're done." Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I'm like getting the tapes out because I was taught by Dot. I was taught by Regina how to get everything out, and I have a little bit of knowledge, but she helped me with the setup and everything. So
Yeah.
be like, "All right, and doctor, here we go. Smuggle
What is
my
this
husband
building,
in this out."
Trooper?
The Wansee Conference?
Yeah, what's the building it's being held in?
It's a home. It is a house.
On a lake.
Mhm.
It's very beautiful.
It goes out through the laundry, like everything else Regina sends out of a building.
It is for our. Actually, I think the doctor can just actually.
Take
Walk
it
out with it.
Yeah.
In the bag, right?
Great.
And here's our villa.
Mhm.
It's like a.
Because he's got a big medical bag. So
Yeah.
he's like, "Oh no, we need to treat this at home." Takes my husband out. I'll go with him as a concerned housewife, and we can take the tapes and just
Yep.
leave.
Oh no, yeah. The whole thing is, it's not treating him. It's get him out of here. He's causing a distraction
Yes.
at this point.
Yes.
He's,
I see,
Freda's
yeah.
incredibly
He is-
apologetic. His conditions just deteriorated so rapidly. How bizarre.
You have to make sure that there's like, we're so sorry for this embarrassing display.
All of that sounds great, right? That all sounds
Mhm.
great. I love it. And you made the epic rolls, which is what you needed. You needed epic rolls. You needed sevens, because this is
Yeah, and I used my last fate point to bump up the tradecraft to a 9
yes,
with a subtle
Yay.
social manipulator.
which is
Get it
very
out.
important. And I'm going to note that this is if you were just bugging them. If you're going to make an assault, that would have been much more difficult.
Yeah, no, we're just bugging and going.
But
Mm-hmm.
But that sounds a little too easy considering your impending issue, which are the hard choices to end our season.
Oh no.
Oh, yes.
Don't do it.
Oh, I will. Greg, we'll start with you. It's the day of the conference, right? And I want you to imagine right now, we have this beautiful villa and everyone is there, right? We are in this space. Regina had been in there earlier, right? A couple days earlier, working with the wiring with Frida, right? You all had been doing this pre-work, right, in this place. And on the day of the conference, the only person who's going to officially be there is going to be Frida. And we know that the doctor's going to come in, right, to help at this moment. That's part of the plan, that there's going to be a medical emergency, the doctor will come in. But each one of you has some other things happening. Oscar has an appointment with Herr Goebbels. Goebbels wants to meet Holger Leixner at the time of this conference. Holger Leixner has been invited to meet Goebbels. Do you go?
At the time of the conference?
Mm-hmm.
If everything has started and everything is where it needs to be, why isn't he attending?
He's not at this conference. This is not, it's a good question, but he's not on the guest list.
Okay.
He's not on the guest list, which is interesting, but he's not there.
I would say that because he can't run the risk of this guy actually having met Holgar, he would probably about 2 or 3 days before the conference send a handwritten letter that says how devastated he is, but he is being called back to Paris to finish the film. And as any type of reconciliation that he could potentially make, because it's devastating. Yeah. He has failed to meet his hero, is how he's framing this letter. He is going to send him a reel. The first person to ever see a portion of this movie will be Goebbels. He's going to send it to his office.
Please roll perform.
Sure. Legendary.
Beautiful film. Makes Goebbels
This
cry.
reel is amazing. It is amazing. The work you got from Isolde and what you've done so far, it's like this probably the musical number that you're practicing. It looks amazing. It is so good, this first reel. And Goebbels has it. And as the conference is going on, you can imagine all these men in this room talking in front of these sort of microphones, planning something. You'll find out when you get the tapes. In a room somewhere else in Berlin, there's Herr Goebbels' private cinema, watching this reel. And a tear comes down his eye as he watches one of the most beautiful pieces of propaganda he's ever seen. And he makes a call. And he says, there's a man in Paris, Holger Leixner. Yes, I have some instructions. This film will be finished. Give him what he needs. And at this moment, where are you, dear Oscar?
This is the night of the conference.
It is.
Where we are planning, or at least
yes,
Frida's planning. The car, the train car is moving. He has deliberately not made any move to go to Dora's, Greta, and his sons until this moment.
Yep.
He has made sure they are there.
Yep.
He has made sure that they have not been taken somewhere else. But he has not done anything to interact with them, to give away his position, to have anybody think he's here for them or he's talking with these people. The first contact he makes with them is the night of the escape. And he's ready.
Do you go to their house? Their apartment?
He absolutely. And what's the weather?
It's clear. It's cold, chilly, but it's clear. Before you can get into their apartment, a neighbor woman, she pokes her head in. She looks at you. She goes, "Are you going to go and see them? Do you know them? Are you their friends?"
He turns, and this is where I'm going to use my new stunt. It is called His Looks I Fear. And he turns and it's just his eyes that have caught the light. The rest of him is in utter darkness. And he says, "Who are you?"
There's something strange going on in that apartment. She says, as if saying that will protect her somehow from you.
I get to roll a perform here to scare her. And this is boop, boop, superb.
How would you like to take her out of this conflict?
I can give a consequence to her, correct? Condition to it, right?
No, basically, she's out. You take her out, right? She's going to get a consequence, and she actually doesn't have consequence losses because she's not that important. But she's out, right? She's out of here real fast.
This physical should be KO.
Yeah.
He would say, "You hear nothing. If asked, they are in the apartment."
She nods, not certain who you are. And
he lets that Nazi, the swastika pin glint along with his eyes as it catches the moonlight.
And she sort of backs away from you. And you know that she will say nothing. You know it, right? Like that's it, right? But you can also tell that she's trying to protect herself in some way or mitigate, like, because you're scary, right? And you're clearly some kind of scary Nazi. And she just says, "I've never seen the husband. I've never seen him. He's supposed to be there, but I've only seen her. I've never seen him. So if you're going to go in there and take them, then know that there's something." And she sort of just like takes her knitting and she sort of slinks back into her apartment, hoping that maybe giving you some kind of information will save her, as she sort of closes the door.
And I know we probably want to save this for next season, so
maybe not. I'm waiting for that moment. I got you. And the door, it has, Detlef and Greta. What was their last name? It was Detlef and Greta. Where am I? Gaia. Detlef and Greta Gaia, little married couple, on the nameplate.
Then he would go up and he would knock quietly on the door, and not waiting for an answer, he would lean against it and speak into the door. "Come away, human child, to the woodlands and the wild, with a fairy hand in hand, for this world is more full of weeping than you can understand."
And there's like 2 beats, and you hear a chain undone, a second chain undone, a bolt lock be undone, a second bolt lock be undone. And the door cracks open a bit, enough for you to slip inside.
He would immediately drop to one knee, not sure if his son is in the room, but he is a big person, and he does not want that to be the first thing that his son sees, is this shadowy figure that is looming coming into the room. So he drops to a knee. And who does he see?
When you slip inside, you see a portrait of Greta in a wedding dress, and someone that you know as Dora, in a tuxedo, haircut short, presenting as a man in this wedding photograph, sort of on display. So if you walked into this apartment, you would see this. And another photograph of the 2 of them with this young boy, blonde, with sort of wild eyes. And when you step inside, you see Greta, and she's standing in front of this little boy who is sort of curious. And beside Greta, 2 steps back, sort of emerging from the darkness, the place is not particularly well lit, sort of light lamps, is Dora. And she is in the most amazing wig, and her makeup is done, and she's in this beautiful, beautiful dress. It's something that she would wear at her cabaret. And she is wearing her gloves and a small stole. And she is standing there with her head up high. And they are, all 3 of them, looking at you, looking different than you were before, but not that different. And the boy is sort of confused as to who you are. And Greta is not certain if she should hug you or not. There's like this sort of moment, this sort of pause. Time stands still. And Dora moves forward, and she just tips the 2 photographs that were clearly on display for anyone who might come in down so they can't be seen anymore. And she walks up to you first, and she puts her hands on both of your cheeks. And she says, oh my, Oscar, you have grown so big. And she kisses your cheek.
He would return the kiss, and he would pull her down with him, on her knees, and wrap a hug and extend his hand to Greta to collect her into the hug, the embrace as well.
And Greta sort of moves the little boy forward a little bit. It's like, Mama, who's this? And she says, my dear, that is a story I think we will have to tell you a little bit later. We got a letter from Jerry. I think we're going to dance again.
And he would lock eyes with his son and see his own reflection in them. And he would say, I have searched the whole world for you.
Oh,
but I have finally found you.
Mama, who's this man? And she goes, it's all right. And she pats him. And Dora says, I will not leave the apartment in any way other than this.
And he will look directly at Dora and say, I would have it no other way.
And then I will go. Let us see if we can leave the city. And the little boy walks up to you, and he looks at you. Quite tall you are. And he fixes his face, like a bit defiant. And he says, I have 2 mommies.
That you do. Would you like a friend?
And he looks up to Dora. Dora nods. Okay.
Then he would put his hand out. My name is Oscar.
My mommy told me of an Oscar. Someone very brave. A hero.
Then perhaps you could be like this Oscar and help me. It's time to go on the journey. It's a great quest. Okay. Do you know what they say? It's the beginning of all of the Grimm's fairy tales.
He puts his hand out and he grabs your finger, and his hand's so small because he's like 8, right? And he just sort of grabs your finger and goes, okay, but I'm the man of the house, so if you do anything to hurt anyone, I will turn you into a book. Or a duck.
I have no doubt. So, and he leans just a little forward to kind of be more in his gaze, but still lowered than his line. Once upon a time.
Oh.
And he would put his hand out for him.
And he takes your hand, and as you say once upon a time, we slide over to that moment of the conference. And Frida is there, taking care of everything. All of these officials coming in and out. Happy to see you. They don't know who you are, but you're a woman, so it seems like it's fine for you to be there. You're not as suspicious. Your husband's is mysteriously...
Pleasant and present.
Very pleasant.
And sweet.
Very pleasant and sweet. And then your husband sort of has a trip and a fall, and there's an emergency as everybody is sort of filing out. Cleaning is happening. A doctor has to be brought in to, I suppose, help your husband. And
Clutch my pearls. Distress.
Pritam, you come as asked, as called? To take care of the husband, clearly, and also get the tapes out.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Yes.
There is a man who's there who says, I will drive you. I'm your driver.
Quite.
And he's, you know him. You've met him. He's a little bit tricky to pin down. You've not been able to actually treat him or diagnose him. He's a tall man. You can tell that he was once powerfully built, but he's lost a lot of weight. His sort of skin hangs a little bit loosely. Bit of a scar on his face. This is the uncle. This is Frida's uncle, and he seems to be a very dangerous man, and he's going to be your driver. And he drives you to the conference villa after you get this call, and you sort of walk in, and there's Otto. Tell me, Lindy, about the accident that he had.
Yeah. She totally drugged his last bit of dosage of evening tea or whatever. Just was something to make him unstable, like really off balance, but still like mostly coherent. She's definitely framed it so that he's slowly been getting more off of his rocker this past 2 weeks. And now he's had a nasty fall. Would you look at that? And she's being very attentive and very concerned about him. He's probably just had a fall, maybe cracked his head on, you said it was like marble floor.
Yep.
Remember the last time we were here? Cracked his head on the marble floor a bit. Yeah. Probably unconscious because he had a fall. Lost balance, just fell right over.
And, the doctor's going to treat him and get all the tapes. Someone has to lift him, and your uncle comes and helps lift him into this ambulance. Gently. And as you, doctor, are sort of getting those tapes right in your bag and are sort of coming into this thing, and both of you are there, your uncle looks at you, Frida, and says, where am I driving him? Or do you want to know?
I think she'll say, being this probably outside and no one's paying attention at the moment, I don't know. I don't think she cares if Pritam is there at this point. She is so done with this motherfucker. I think she puts a hand on her hip, maybe leans her elbow on the hood of the car, says, well, Be best if it looked like a complete accident. That way, no one suspects anything. Perhaps back to the house where he just died from his tragic injuries.
Nah. I want to take him a tour of my gallery. Doc, do you mind? I'm going to relieve you of your patient.
I think actually he probably wasn't there to hear this conversation, or he was focused on something else, and so he probably only heard until. And this is a KP problem, and I'm going to induce it onto Doc as a problem.
Do it.
Because whenever I'm focused on something, I have blinders on.
Yep.
I do not know anything that's going on, and to him, this is a mission. So until he's in
And her uncle has no idea about the mission, which I love. I love how it's just ships passing in the night with Freda as the lighthouse men. Yes.
And you've got the tapes in your bag.
And make this look like an accident, so that, or not accident, but a medical emergency, and that's it. So he's gonna be
perhaps you drops a doctor and I off at the house, and then.
I think that you two would probably go a little bit away from Otto, and I'll be near him, kind of pretending to check on him while making sure the tapes are in my bag.
Then you can do whatever you wish. Just make sure this is painful, but doesn't leave any obvious marks. Again, it needs to look like an accident.
Oh, it'll look like an accident. Do you want to watch?
Ooh. He really hates Otto so much right now. I think she looks very serious for a moment. Yes and no, it's probably better the less that I know. Should questions arise in the future.
All right. Fine.
I'll go up. Give him a handkerchief. But the doctor will be looking at you when you are done.
And he takes a handkerchief and he sort of wipes his hand. There's a little bit of blood.
Because it has blood on it, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I'll be all right. And he drops you off.
And she'll do the thing where she puts his hand on his hand. To Uncle, will you not indulge your niece? I mean, this is more of a gift for you than it is for me at this point.
We'll see.
Maybe
when I come back. I've got to take care of this.
Of course, the trash needs to be taken out first. But after that, she's the only family I have left. And I think she is probably about 11, 12 weeks pregnant at this point. She is showing a little bit, and she goes, and she'll put her hand on her just a little bit of a bump she has, and this is not his. So they need to great uncle.
And you can tell. Give me a one roll. Rapport.
I would love to.
He looks at you.
Oh.
Yeah, and he goes, "Nah, I'm not gonna do it." And he says that he's like, "You nah, I don't need any doctoring help." And he just turns to you, and he's like, he doesn't need help. And as he does, there's that little thing in his eye. You know, he cannot say no to you. It's I'm not gonna do it, but he will as he drops you off and drives. And
she'll be like, "Well, doctor, this is my house," because I don't think probably Pretam has seen it yet. Let me give you the tour.
And you see him take the keys to your husband's car, which he has on his person, and transfer your husband.
Oh, she told him to stop by the house and pick up whatever he needed.
And transfer your husband to his own car, and he drives off in your husband's car with your husband.
She assumes her husband and his car will be back probably in a day or two.
And
to be like, oh, he's dead. How tragic. Yeah.
And dearest Regina, when the conference is happening, where are you located physically?
Well, unless we have it set up where I can actually listen in on the conference, which is what she would want to be doing.
But it's too dangerous. You have to listen
But it's
afterwards.
it's probably too dangerous. So it'll have to be done after on the recording. So I don't think Regina's anywhere near there. She's exactly where she's supposed to be, which is at home.
And so you're at home. Where in the house are you?
Oh Lord.
As the conference is taking place.
She probably actually avoids the house as much as possible. She's probably taking the dog out back. They
And-
probably have like a large estate.
Oh,
There's like
yeah.
lots of
There's a huge
grass
back.
and places
Absolutely.
to run and stuff to. So she's been, training the dog to fetch and to like skills, right?
Mhm.
She's been teaching the dog skills. That is probably where she spends the majority of her time.
And as you're sitting out there, as this conference is happening, you hear, Reginele?
Yeah.
And there's Gerda. And she hands you the valise of papers again.
Is there something important that I should read in this folder? This is the second time you've given it to me.
And yet again, you've not read it.
Everything in due time.
If not now, when?
So there is something important in it.
Yes.
Okay. She like tosses the stick or ball or whatever she's been playing with more time to send Millie out, and cracks it open, I guess.
Of course, it's a will, leaving you the estate.
No surprise there.
And a small ski chalet in the Swiss Alps that you did not know about. And there are 2 letters. You have everything. Everything
Great.
belongs to
Just
you.
the responsibility Regina wants.
All the responsibility. And 2 letters. Sealed. One in your husband's very, very Prussian, stiff handwriting. And one in a flowing, regal, very fancy bit of handwriting that you have not seen in a very long time.
So this is from my mother, one from mother, one from father.
Yep.
Okay. Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Can she face those letters right now? She's on a mission.
Mm-hmm.
She could probably face her father's. She'd open that one first.
And you open up this letter, and it says, Dear Regina. And as you begin to read this letter, there's that other letter that you have as well, from Hannah, that you also have not yet opened. All these letters, words to you that at some point you have to reckon with. And this one begins. Well, if you're reading this letter, that means I'm dead. Which means everything is your responsibility. Which means I certainly hope you were to continue paying Gerda. You know, all the finances are quite difficult, but you always were quite good with that sort of a thing. You have to make sure, and there's like this, it's this like list of responsibilities of people who have to be paid, and when they have to be paid, and like when things have to be taken out. It's all, like,
she memorizes it instantly. She's
yes.
like, yes, of course. Okay. Fine.
Like all those things, right, that you imagined your father would write. So impersonal and so businesslike, and something that you just would imagine it, right? And as you go through, like you get to the second page, and there's like a change in the ink, the color of the ink. And it says, well, I'm sure you know everything that has to be done. Go to the chalet. It's important. You'll find answers there to questions you didn't know you had. Regina, If I'm dead, I've probably done something stupid. I probably poked my nose somewhere where I shouldn't. Science is important. Knowledge is important. It's the most important thing. Except, well, there's something else important. And that's... I'm sorry. It was hard. Because you look so much like her. And I'm sorry if I couldn't be the father I wanted to be. I didn't quite know how. And I just tried to give you all the tools so that you could be successful and not waste your brain, because you're so smart and brilliant. You're so much better than all of the Krauses for generations who just use their brawn to kill things. You have that sort of brilliant soul that your mother had, who sang so well and who loved poetry and gave me joy. And I just wanted you to be everything. And I'm sorry that I didn't know how to say it, and I'm sorry I never said it out loud, but after your mother died, you're the most important thing to me in my life. Even more than science. I just didn't know how to say so. So, go to the chalet. I hope when you go there, you will learn me. You will be introduced to me in a new way, and to your mother, and maybe you will not hate me as you have always done. But I always loved you anyway. And I hope you can forgive me for everything. I did my best. And I've always been proud of you. You are the best of the Krauses. It's because you take after your mother. Your father. And it ends with a little bit of a math puzzle.
She pockets that for the train ride back. She may not have the heart after that to open the other two. She's been waiting on Hannah's anyways.
Yep.
But she will turn and say, I need the books for the estate. I'll be taking them back with me so I can ensure things are kept together. You have no worries. You'll be able to stay.
And you could tell that was a slight worry, because she's been running this estate by herself, not knowing what would happen to her.
Right.
And she rushes off to get these books, and as we sort of close this moment with everything becoming ready, there are tapes, hours and hours of tapes of a conference being brought to this house. There are these two women and a son being brought to this house. There is a husband who is being brought away from this house by an uncle. And there's a puppy who is playing in the yard right over that space where you would have gotten married. Digs a little bit at the ground.
It's okay. That makes Regina much happier.
Holgarth here.
I hope he takes a small poop.
Where Holgar's body is
small poop.
left.
Poop, poop. Yep, right on top of it.
And there's at the bench, there's just a little card there on the bench.
Like somebody else left it?
Yeah, like there's just a card there.
Okay, pick the card up.
And it's just a little symbol that was the one that your handler would give you way back when you were still working for him. And as you have perhaps some of the most explosive bits of information you all have in your possession, that could change everything, we end the episode here. With our good doctor with tapes in his bag, our good director with 3 very important people being brought in, and our good singer at her home with photographs and posters and everything perfect. And as you stand there, your husband and your uncle gone in his car in your home, do you pack?
That she had a lot of luggage, but I imagine a lot of it was mostly empty,
Mm-hmm.
with the intention of packing now to take things back to Paris. So I think she is starting to pack, and I think she knows exactly how long it takes her uncle to get back to his art studio from her house. I think she waits until she knows he's probably just getting in through the door, and then gives him a call as she's packing. Just taking a break, maybe sipping on a glass of wine, a well-deserved glass of wine, maybe an anniversary bottle of wine, you know. And she would call just to say, or maybe leave a message to say, make sure he knows it was me.
And your uncle just says, there's a lot of damage when you go through a window. And the last thing is a small note that's delivered to the prince. And the note says, Dr. Singh, I have the most excellent news. I hope I can see you soon, but I have it on good authority that our allies here in Germany will recognize India as an independent state. We are free. We are a free country. You are going to be invited to be part of the new government. I have recommended you. Come, please. I know that you'll be traveling back, but why don't you stay a little bit longer in Berlin? I can make the introductions. Yours always, Lakshmi Roy. And that's where we're going to end the episode.
Ooh.
My friends, that is the end of season 4. Thank you for staying with us. We had to get through that. I would like my lovely, lovely, lovely cast to outro themselves, if you don't mind. Say who you are, where we can find you, and give some love as we ponder this moment, which, well, is probably going to change some history, actually, from what you all did, both global and also personal. So, let's start where we ended. No, with the person with the we're going to start with the person with the no, yes, that's fine. Greg. Yes. Who are you? Where can we find you? And give some love as you ponder the time skip before season 5.
Okay. My name is Greg, Grimjack21502. You can find me right now over on Unmade Gaming on Wednesdays at 8 p.m., where I am running season 3, the final season of Atari Twilight Tales from the Loop campaign. It's Atari Twilight roll out. And so we're having a lot of fun over there. And then we're having probably about once a month Saturday shows over there as well for my Atari Twilight Twist of Fate. A lot of fun. Can't wait to come back here and do this. My love is going to the puppy because I think that was a great use of a stunt. And I can't wait to see how that plays out. A lot of awesome RP implications for something like that. And my other love is just for everybody. I love playing with you all. I love spending Fridays with you. And I'll see you in the new year.
Mm-hmm. And then to our most lovely puppy mom, Dot.
I'm Little Red Dot, y'all. You can go search me up, find me in the places where there is things to be found. I spend most of my time over with Kobold Press and on the Stitch of Fate podcast. But when I'm not there, I get to play games here and over on Unmade Gaming. So you can also find my face in a few other places. And if you're going to be at PAX next week, I shall be there. Come check me out at the Kobold Press booth. We also are doing a few panels, and I believe those are going to be live streamed. So if you are unable to attend in person or have chosen not to, you'll have a way to still check out all the panels we're on. And you'll see not one, but two familiar faces on this screen right now on some of those panels.
Oh, so exciting. And Love?
Love. Finally getting to watch Frida get her just deserve against her husband is a pretty giant highlight. Like, who cares about the conference? Kill him. He needed to die. And it was a great joy to watch it happen slowly, and with poop in his pants. Yes.
Oh yeah. Next up, of course, our good dear Dr. KP.
Oh boy. Hello everybody. My name is KP. I go by KP11 Studios on all your social medias, and I'm gonna be continuing as a photographer. That's not gonna change anytime soon. So if you want to catch any of my photos or any of my creative work, you can check me out on Twitter, on my Instagram. I do cosplay/portrait photography. On top of that, I will be back next Tuesday. Yes, Tuesday will be my only game next week, where I'll be back on Unmade Gaming's channel, where we're continuing our new game of Tales from the Loop game called Glenbrook Unhollowed. Yes, sorry, it's getting late. Glenbrook Unhollowed. So if you want to watch a bunch of teenagers and kids running around trying to figure out weird shit that's happening in 1985, middle of nowhere, come check us out over there. This will be episode 4, so we're not that far along in, so it's still easy to get into. So please do come check us out. It's a lot of fun. I'm really enjoying the character that I'm playing, which is a complete different, he's a jock with a heart of gold, but he still has that jockish qualities that I don't normally have. So I'm having a blast. So check us out there. I too, then after that, will be at PAX U. So if you're going to be there and you happen to catch me, feel free to say hi. I'm always open to meeting people and if I have the time, getting a little bit of a chat in. And I will also be at one of those Kobold Press panels on Friday. No, yes. I'm blank.
Look it up. I can't remember. It's freelancing for Tabletop 101. Go search PAX's website. This is why they keep the schedule.
So I'll get to be up there with some amazing talented people who we're just going to be talking about what it takes to start up and do your own freelancing work in the creative industry, from whatever background you come from. And outside of that, I'll be in a couple of the different panels. Check us out there. And oh my God, my love. First and foremost, I just want to say thank you to all of you guys, my lovely cast, for letting me be a part of this show. Like, holy shit. This has been one of the most rewarding shows that I've been on, simply because of the storytelling and the level of talent you all bring to the table, and to be able to experience such an intense drama and be a part of it. And also just want to thank you all for just making me feel so much at home. As someone who came in much later into the story, it was absolutely fantastic so far to be a part of it, and I'm just really, really looking forward to seeing how all of this plays out again in the future and where we go from here. Because as Trooper has stated, we're about to hit uncharted territories.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
So excited for that. But yeah, I think my love goes to all of you, because every game I learned so much from just watching you all and getting to play with you all, and how to be someone at a table, how to be a storyteller, how to be an actor, how to be all of these things. And just it's so beautiful to watch you guys and learn. So yeah, my love goes to all of you so much. You guys are beyond talented, and it's fantastic. But yeah,
That leaves us to Lindy of the Laugh Love variety.
That is me, Laugh Love Lindy. My love, I loved so much about tonight. I loved it when Oscar shut the door on my husband just as soon as we get in the train car. I loved Regina with her new puppy. That was just so pure and sweet, and also reading her father's letter. I thought that was great. Just good times all around, because Freda knows, she knows. I love it. The pre-tom making her husband shit his pants and being paralyzed for a while in it. Freda has no idea, but that brought me joy because he is terrible. And my absolute favorite part was getting to nuke him in a social conflict, make him feel real guilty about what he did, and then destroy him socially, and then arranging him to be killed, which was even easier thanks to the prince making him look like he was on a slow decline anyways. Just very convenient that. Thanks, Prince. Helped out. That was great.
KP did some VIP duty, getting you into the conference, and then also giving you space to murder him.
Yeah, it was super great, super duper great. And this is the first time in nearly a decade, 9 years, just about, that she is free. That's like a quarter of her life.
Yeah.
And she's
a third.
It's just about. Yeah. And she is, that realization is slowly hitting her, I think, as she packs up her house. And it's a whole new world, and she is excited to greet it in the next season. So you can find me online at Laugh Love Lindy, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, etc. I play and stream a lot of tabletop RPGs. You can find me next on my own channel tomorrow night for our once a month Aliens game, which, drumroll please, we will be having twice this month because we missed November. So we will be having our Aliens game both tomorrow night on the 5th and the 4th, and on the 18th. So double Aliens, double the terror and fun. Check that out. And of course, on Praxagora, Thesmophoria's channel on Sunday with Trooper for our Witcher season finale. And then on my channel regularly on Mondays and Tuesdays for our regularly scheduled Dungeons and Dragons, where tea time with Azalin is a thing, and time travel and making cults and stuff, pyramid schemes. It's all great. It's all fun. Check it out.
And I'm troopersjp. I am your GM, and thank you so much for being here. I am going to say two things. One, I want to read out the messages we got. Also, I am going to give our players a bonus for this extra long episode. It's going to be super awesome. I'm going to figure out how our finances are going, but I'm going to give them all a bonus for all this great work they did for today and for this season. That bonus is thanks to you all and all the work that you've done.
Thank you.
To donate and help.
Thank you.
And so our last one's coming in, also titles. 500 bits from Rissa saying, so many feels tonight. No, that was, sorry, wait, here for our +1. And then we had the 500 from Rissa saying, so many feels tonight. Wonderful ending to season 4. Wonderful cast. Valtiel donated 100 bits that just said, you're all wonderful, and gave us the great heart. Willen gave us 1,000 and said, what an awesome end to an awesome season. 2,000 from a Time of Gifts with no message, but only love. 5 bits from Marissa saying, Shamrock! Also 100 bits saying, did I say how awesome this has been? And also 7 bits. I think this is very important. These 7 bits from Marissa saying, so long, Otto! And they were all little, rest in peace tombstones for Otto's death. And I'm going to tell you, it was painful. It involved, like, you know what would look like if you maybe crashed your car and went through a window, the windshield of that car.
That's
But
so terrible.
that's not actually what happened. Instead, it was a bit of torture, but it's fine. And my friends, thank you for all of those donations. If you are a member of our Patreon, which is at Academic Foxhole, I will give you a whole big recap of everything that, how it all went down in terms of like all of that and donations and all that. I'll be doing the math myself. And I just want to say thank you all for being here. I want to thank all of you who've been watching us and following us and have hyped us and all of that. This is pretty amazing as a cast, as a bunch of audience members. You're pretty wonderful and amazing. And I want to thank the cast for being such wonderful troopers. I mean, I am trooper, but they're also troopers. We're all troopers together. And I will say season 5 is going to be a trip, y'all, because our heroes have just changed history. And we're going to find out exactly how when we get back next season. And I'm really excited to find out what happens with them. And, well, I'm excited. So, yeah, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. I've got some surprises. We'll be back in February with some things, I think, all for you all. And I'm troopersjp. You can find me here. I've got some socials out there. Join our Discord to hang out with us. You can support us on Patreon if you like. You can also, follow me on Twitter, all that stuff. But Sunday, right, Witcher? I will just say that I've got my 5-year Shimmerversary, and I've got some streaming plans happening for the 19th of December. I will announce them later. And, we'll see what I do on our Fridays before I move away from Atlanta. Maybe something exciting? We'll see. But I'll tell you what, spoiler, I'm going to do a stream in German. On the 19th. It's gonna be exciting, and it's gonna be a fun time. So, my friends, thank you all for being here. Take care of yourselves, and we will catch you all on the flip side. Bye, everyone. Bye.
Bye, everyone.